today.
Yeah, maybe some Coriolis.
The boy can only hope.
We've had a really good one this morning.
With who?
Ruhif.
I heard him last night for a little while.
Well, yeah, this morning
Yeah.
we got the angular size, right?
Oh, the apparent.
Managed to hash that out, right?
What's
Now,
that?
It's a line, isn't it? Surely you've seen a Ruhif.
Yeah.
Picture. He puts a vertical line on a drawing
Yeah.
and says this is where the bottom of the mountain is.
Yeah.
Because of the angular size, right? Now, I was saying, I like how you mean the size of the angle, and he says, no, the angular size.
Yeah,
and then that line is the angular size. So the
what?
Yeah. That's why I say this is a very productive thing to be able to put this in your concept, because I bet you've never thought of this before. I bet you can think of 10 problems with it straight away, but I bet you've never heard of it or even conceived this before. Now, the angular size is the angle, right? But you have to get a size out of it. So pure wizardry, like we say,
yeah.
You can't do fuck all with an angle. Well,
Right.
Bring angular size into it. You can do a little bit of wizardry, because
Right.
an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another. Right? Now that's 2 lines.
Yeah.
Right? Now, in order to make a triangle, you need line number 3.
Yeah.
Well, that line number 3 is the angular size in relation to the angle.
It's apparent.
Right? Well, no. In a triangle and Ruhif's imagination, that line of the triangle is the angular size. So you can imagine an angle now and then translate that angle to a ruler or a line on a picture, and then that is the size. Angular, one end, size, other end. A completely different misinterpretation of what the angle is. An angular size is the line opposite the angle. Hence, you can draw lines, vertical lines on pictures and say angular size of the mountain.
In a picture.
Any picture, yeah, pixels. Don't forget to throw in like pixels.
Pixels is like the worst. That's the worst argument they've ever come up with.
It's now been integrated into the angular size.
I thought they dropped
lines on pictures, pixels.
I thought they dropped that because it was so ridiculous. Is he bringing it back? The pixels?
Well, it's part of the angular size thing. Like all you've got to do now is take what I've told you, which you probably can't even conceive why Ruhif would have done this. But Ruhif's told us that he's taught Ranty this. That this is as the auto level as an vertical angular measuring device, right, is completely dreamt up by Ruhif. This angular size thing is also part of the same package that goes along with the auto level, and it's completely made up by Ruhif.
Yeah, all one has to, because I've always heard angular size. I did one search, put an angular size distance or measurement, and the first thing that it says is it's apparent size change. It's not actual. So yeah, I guess if you want to take an apparent size change and do some maths to it, yeah, get a load of people worked up about it. So his red line in a picture is the third line
of a triangle. Yeah,
of a triangle
generated from that one angle measured at the other end.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant.
2D representation of what you see in the real world, and he's drawing lines on it and using not actual angles. Brilliant. Can't wait for Randy to get a hold of this. He won't screw it up at all.
Well, you try talking about it, and everybody will change the topic, change the subject. You've got people like Dawn was over there for Rumpus. I mean, he doesn't like Rumpus, but he'll still try and justify and defend what Rumpus is doing because Globe. None of them are honest enough to go, yeah, that doesn't really prove anything.
His pixel thing was, if he's bringing that back, that's the most ridiculous thing you could ever use as a argument. Like, even photographers on forums will say it's it's terrible. Like, even at short distances, it's horrible. An apparent angle.
Yeah, that was very productive morning. Not many people in the other server. I wonder where everybody went. Oh, Eggshells, he's still talking. That's why.
Gotta love that.
It's people like him are just, they come with nothing, come armed to a debate with nothing other than sophistry. And I've been going over that open debates thing. That's literally what they were doing.
Yeah.
That's what Eggshells does.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't go over there, because somebody was saying he was big on that chat box place. I think they do a lot of stuff like that too. Chatterbox or whatever the place is called.
Chunky's gone back to that other one. He wanted to have a chat with us, did he? Over there. Oh, I was just telling DP that him and me are obnoxious and odious and disgusting, and like we can't be there whenever Rumpus is doing his tests because we're vile, horrible people. Cowardly. You know, all of that sort of stuff.
You there, Beth?
I am.
Yeah. The hell? Damn Discord fucking about.
Can you hear again? Or you?
Yeah, it's fucking sounds low as fuck. I got everybody turned up. No, what I was saying was Chucky Brad Boy. He was on that. Bev must have me blocked.
Yeah. Well, he's the one that doxes us all the time. He's obsessed with my name, family name. There's a lot of people that get butthurt about it, and then they like to try and say I'm the obnoxious, horrible, nasty, maybe moron, or whatever. Bingo. Stream. A debate platform with pure sophistry rules. Strange behavior for winning and losing debates. Why is the winning and the losing so important? Is it not the discussion?
Everybody got real quiet all of a sudden.
You in it? Sorry, you in here, Riding?
Again?
Is that you say something, or is that? Sorry.
Let me just turn the volume up because I'm getting everything in quite low. Tell me again.
Sorry, I said, was that you that said something?
It was me, yeah.
Okay.
I am the riding on eggshells fella.
Mm-hmm. And what would you like to talk about?
Anything you want?
Do you have what's your expertise in?
Expertise might be a bit of a stretch, but my sort of the field I work in is more about psychology and persuasion, particularly more than psychology. So I work with developing the way people speak and influence others.
Mm-hmm.
So less so about like whether the earth is flat, more so about how do you convince somebody to change their mind is my interest in the whole thing.
So that you're just after trying to manipulate people's ideas and perceptions and stuff.
Yeah, I think broadly that would be accurate. I think I would argue we all do that. That's all humans. Anytime we're conversing with somebody, even if we're trying to purchase something at a shop for its stated price on the shelf, we're still engaging in persuasion. It's just that sometimes people call that manipulation, and sometimes people call that influence, and sometimes people call that something else. But yeah,
whatever you call it, that's what you do. That's what you're interested in, rather. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm interested in how do we influence people to change their minds. Yeah, how do you influence people to change their minds, or more importantly, change their behavior?
Right. Why do you do that?
Good question. I think we have all of us are fairly all of us. The vast majority of people I meet are good people and hold their ideas or beliefs or worldview for good reason, but they are invariably divergent, and the best way to sort of sort through what is quote unquote right and wrong or effective or ineffective is by challenging, is by sort of pitching one idea against another in battle and seeing which one wins. And the problem is that regularly results in argument and name calling or ineffective methods that rather than change minds, entrench minds in the particular worldview.
Yeah. I'm sort of similar, but I use logic and geometry.
Sure.
To get the proofs, right? You wouldn't try and influence people on that, would you? Would you? Like if I was to say, a straight line is straight with no deviance and never changes, would you try and what'd you say? Teach me that I'm wrong, right? Would you try and manipulate me into thinking that I could change my mind, that a straight line could be anything other than a straight line, right?
So the bit I'll focus on is whether I would try to influence you to change your mind. The answer to that almost invariably will be yes. Whether your mind is right or wrong, whether I want to influence somebody, or whether we generally as humans want to influence somebody into exploring whether they were wrong and how they would know that, the answer is virtually invariably yes.
So you'd say it would be wrong, would you? Would you automatically take the position that me saying a straight line is straight would be wrong, and you would try and influence me, either good or bad, to think that it would be possible to have something different? I mean, is that the particular area that you're dealing with? Because
I didn't say that. If I meant that, I would have said that.
Okay.
What I mean is to hold our ideas lightly, is how I put it. So whether it be about, like, one of the interests I often focus on is how we use language, and language to each of us as we use it and as we hear it seems super like rigid and particular, or struggling to think how else to put it, but like, when I mean X, I mean X and nothing else.
Could you not be convinced that you might be meaning something else?
Sure, yes, absolutely. That is some of what I find fascinating and wonderful about life, is that we can think we are both talking about the same thing, and that we are in fact not. That when I say dignity or love or flat or straight, I really super clearly understand what I mean when I say it. And I think generally a lot of us humans make the mistake of thinking, well, therefore they understand what I mean when I say it. And by and large, we don't. By and large, we sort of deal with this messy realm of not quite understanding the world that's in front of us, but even worse than that, not quite being too crash hot at explaining it to one another either.
Yeah, well, like Ruhif, when Ruhif says definitions are meaningless, it's like that. It's like whatever the definition is to you is relative just to you, right? That's what you just explained there, right? You can have your own ideas of what you're talking about. No, you did say you can have your own ideas about what you're talking about, and it's clear to you. But it's not always.
This is a great example of what I'm talking about.
Thinking the same thing, right? Because
yes, that bit I agree with. That bit I agree with.
So this are relative to the person that's thinking it, right?
Yeah, so I do agree with that. So, and this is a fascinating thing. You said definitions are meaningless, and I said no, and then you said two other things that I did agree with.
I said Ruhif says. Don't say that I said it. I said Ruhif says. Definitions are meaningless. I do not say that.
Take a breath, Brosephen.
I think definitions are meaningful. That's what they're there for.
So do I. Yeah, I didn't say that you said that. I said, regardless of what just happened, you made three statements. The first one I disagreed with, and then you followed up with two more like I would agree with them, like they both comported with the first, and I agreed with the second two. But to me, definitions are not meaningless. In fact, I would say definition, by its very definition, is meaningful in that it is the meaning by which we give to a word. So to suggest that they're meaningless, to me, in this context of the discussion we're currently having, would be a ridiculous statement, which is why I didn't make it. But... and this is some of what I'm fascinated by English as much as it is persuasion, is in some context that statement could be true. Very much understanding the world and the language we use to describe it is contextual. So like if it comes to something objective, like the shape of the earth, definitions in that case are meaningless. Whether I define X as Y or Y as B or married as a married bachelor as a thing that's impossible, that has zero bearing on the geometric proportions of a physical object that pre-existed my place on this planet, right? So in some contexts, depending on who you're talking to, in certain circumstances, lots of different things, seemingly contradictory things, can be true. And that to me is fascinating. But also like the understanding of what somebody means when they say what they mean. Because too often we play the game, so what you're saying is X, and so often what you hear the other person say. I think you would agree with this, Bev. When somebody says, so you mean X, what you hear them say in place of X is so rarely an accurate description of what you really think. It's usually some sort of weird, clownish parody of what you just said. At least for me, it often is.
Oh, right, I'm back. Yeah, were you saying something? Sorry.
Oh, it's great. You missed it.
Yeah, I had to go and sort the missus out. Were you doing a monologue? Did I miss a monologue?
What a bizarre way to engage in conversation.
Okay, well, we were in here and you came in here. So I'm sorry, but I have to deal with my missus. We start again. Hey, a good day riding on eggshells. I'm Bev. What can you teach me today? Do you have?
Would you like to learn?
Do you have? What do you have? What's your expertise that you can teach, please?
All right. What of what I told you when you asked me that question?
Yeah, you said you were psychology and you like to study manipulating people.
So here's what I can teach you.
Just in
this
basic.
is a really useful skill.
Yep.
When people tell you and this is generally, but there are certain particular realms in which this is more useful than others, is the skill of avoiding misquoting other people by using exactly the words they use. Did I describe to you that my skill, my expertise?
Memorize things that easily. Try and just keep it more simple.
Sure. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Did I say to you that my expertise is in manipulating people? Is that?
No, you said you like to study the way people can be influenced.
Well done. Yeah, much better. Okay. Not quite what I said, but much
you
better.
Have no other skills, right? That is your only thing, right? That's what you do in this arena, right?
So let's back up.
You study it. Or do you actually try and engage?
So let's back up. So the skill I want to share with you, when you said what skill can you share with me? Yeah. I can share with you the skill of describing people to themselves as they would describe themselves, is how I put it. Which is up to you whether you engage in it.
So you tell people about themselves?
Is that what I said?
Well, I'm just trying to get it. Like, what did you say? Come on, give us it again.
Yeah.
More simply.
So no. So here's the simple skill. I say a specific set of words, and when you say, so what you do, try to match as exactly as you can those exact words. Repeat as exactly as you can those words. That's the game. That's the skill that I want to share with you.
It's like a Simon Says.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, very similar.
But I'm not engaging in that sort of same. I'm not playing childish games. What can you sort of help us with in anything? Can you
influencing other people to understand what you say or think the same things as you, or whatever you want? What do you want? It's a better question to ask then. What do you want?
I want to know what you think you can help us with.
Right. I think I can help you with influence. Would you like to be better at influencing?
What do you mean by that? Influence people. What do you mean by influencing people?
Good question. That's a reasonably well asked question. So whether it be to support you, whether it be to understand you, whether it be to I've studied hypnosis, but that's not so much my focus for a variety of reasons. Mainly because I find it a wee bit cringy. But like let's say you wanted to be able to, if you bumped into somebody at the supermarket tomorrow, and they engaged you in a conversation about the shape of the Earth, how could you leave them with a thought that they went home and thought about and searched up your videos, such that they flipped over to your way of seeing things or grew your profile? Or
I'd say, why are you talking to me randomly about the shape of the Earth in the middle of a shopping market?
Exactly. That's why the first.
So I don't need your help for that sort of thing.
Fine. That's why I said. What do you want?
Yeah,
because if I know what you want,
so if that's all you can help us with is how to influence people, but no way of knowing how to influence them in anything. You just think you can influence people to change their mind, whatever their mind is set on, right?
You just sound angry to me. I don't mean to anger you. I'm not. The first thing I said.
Don't mistake my talking with anger, because you'd be getting it very wrong. Very wrong.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad I've got it wrong. Because that means we understand one another a bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason when you said, "What could you help me influence?" The first question I asked. So easy now. Just let me say a thing. The first question I asked you was, what do you want to achieve? If you don't want to achieve anything, or you don't want to achieve the result of influencing somebody in a supermarket, then I won't help you with that, because you don't want that help. Which is why the first question I asked was, what help do you want? And if you, exactly. So if you don't need my help or want my help, then what am I going to be able to help you with? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nor do you want it, nor can I provide it, which is fantastic. We're of an accord. Mm-hmm. It's wonderful. But it's a weird thing to say, what can you help me with? And then when I say, what can I help you with? You say nothing. It's like, well, therefore you already knew the answer.
Everybody what they're best at. And you say you're best at helping people influence other people.
Yes, I'm very good at it. Very good at it.
Right. Within this arena then.
I don't. People don't pay me in this arena, so I mix between debating and discussing. But if you want my help and you have a specific goal, then I can help you. Otherwise, we can have a discussion.
Okay, so the only thing you're doing is to help people influence people, but you have no other expertise in this arena other than helping people to influence people.
Here's a suggestion to you. Ask me that as a question rather than making that a statement. Because making statements about yourself, that's fine. I have
a quick question. Harry, how could you convince me right now that that's your expertise?
Oh, that's indeed. It's a great question. One of the trickiest questions to answer. It's like when I turn up to an organization and they say, "How can you help me with the persuasion we need help with?" Essentially, the answer to the question is the proof of the question, right? Which is, if you can convince me that we should run your workshops, you have, in effect, proven to me that we should run your workshops, because your job is about convincing people. So I might tell you examples of people I've worked with in the past, kinds of workshops I run, that kind of thing. But it is difficult. It is difficult because people get mixed between what they enjoy doing, which is quote unquote beating people in conversation, which I also very much enjoy doing, but doesn't typically work at changing people's minds. In fact, no, it's the opposite of that. But is indeed
the opposite of sophistry, not having any expertise and just being able to try and influence people to change their minds.
I don't know. That's not what I said. If you want to say that, that's fine. But that's not what
you were saying. I don't know.
And this is exactly one of the main skills I teach people. Listen to the thing that the other person said and respond meaningfully to exactly what it was that they said. Which noticeably,
don't get angry.
No, I didn't. Okay. Which noticeably, Copernicus did, and you didn't. One of the two of you, as a result of that, is more enjoyable to discuss things with. And as a result of being more enjoyable to discuss things with, more or less likely for me to want to align my views with theirs. Whereas if somebody says to you, Bev, so what you're saying is X, and what X is totally opposed or like couched in really negative connotations.
Mind you, you entered this room. We were in here.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I came in this room. I'm not sure what that means.
You came in to engage, right? Now you're telling me.
I'm not here to not engage. I don't know what inference you took from what I said, but it wasn't whatever you were thinking. I get that you're very excited, but
you sound like you're trying to influence people.
At the moment, no. I'm just speaking. If
unsuccessfully, but yes.
What am I trying to influence? I mean, the main question before you ask how or whether you're influencing, first you need to gauge what are you influencing. In my opinion. Yeah, what's your goal? Which is the same reason I asked you what's your goal.
Bringing is what I said. And
no, I didn't say that.
To influence people.
I didn't say that. I said, what is your goal? I was talking about what is your goal. You asked me what I brought.
Goal, a decent conversation.
Sure, yeah. I find you less capable of that than other people here.
Mm-hmm.
There's that manipulation right there.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's straight up criticism.
Yeah. I don't know how well you're doing. Should we do marks and how well you're influencing people?
Well, you'd need to know what I was trying to influence, wouldn't you?
Well, you'd be influencing me to change my mind.
No, because right there, you're even trying to influence on the fact that he's trying to tell you that you're trying to influence because you're trying to say, no, you can't know if I'm trying to influence because you don't know what I'm trying to influence.
Yeah, this is exactly it. This guy gets it.
Yeah, this influenced you to say that though, couldn't I?
Yeah, you could.
How do you know?
Exactly. Now we're getting into it. Do you know what the other person?
Bullshit realm of fucking fantasy.
Oh,
which is the point.
Okay, easy, Tiger. But yeah, this is what you're getting into. There is immediately a challenge, which is how would you know if somebody's influencing unless you know what they're trying to influence? How would you know if they're being successful? Because take the car dealer. He may or may not be being really shit at selling that car, but I criticized the guy that sold me my Hilux. I got a Ute recently. To my
always the cars.
To my to my stepdad, my partner's father, and I was saying why he could have easily upsold me to a better version if he'd have just been able to talk about it a bit better. And he said back to me, he's like, you just don't understand what they're trying to influence, because the difference for him, if he sells you one car versus a different car, is so minimal, versus if he just gets that car off the showroom, regardless of what car it is, his whatever you call it, at the end of the month, his commission at the end of the month is pretty similar. So he's actually not, as you think he might be interested in selling you a better car. He's actually not. He's more interested in selling a volume of cars. So because I didn't understand what he was trying to influence, which is whether I buy a car or whether I buy a expensive car, suddenly my ability to determine whether his influencing is good or bad is totally bung, right? Because it's based on a mistaken apprehension that I know what he's trying to influence.
Mm-hmm. So what are you trying to influence then?
Now you're onto a good question.
No, it was a malformed question, right?
No, it was a good question.
Mm.
I'm not really. I come here for the chats. No, I'm not really trying to influence anything. At the moment, not at the moment. I turn up here to play my games and listen to people chat. If nobody's chatting, we can chat. But I'm not at the moment trying to influence you of anything really, except you're
trying to influence everybody else that I'm not worth talking to, right? Forget about that one.
No, that's definitely not true.
No.
I don't
trying to influence everybody else that I'm a flat earther. When I've said I'm not a flat earther,
I just think you're being dishonest about that.
So that would be one of the things you would like to try and influence people with, right?
I try to influence you, to be honest about that, sure. But yeah, I guess I would to go back to what I'd said. I think you're right. I had been I don't think dishonest, but inaccurate about what I'd said. I think we're always influencing other people. What at the moment I'm trying to influence is to have an interesting conversation. To sort of that I might learn something, or you might learn something, or we might engage in some way that's enjoyable. I don't know.
Okay, well, the
might
follow-up
entertain me.
question that was to what you think you can teach us is like, what do you think you would like to learn from the people around you?
Oh, goodness, that list is much longer. What do I think I might like to learn from people around me? It's so there's loads of things on that front. I guess there is how to debate or discuss well, how other people with whom I disagree vehemently construct their thoughts or change their minds, particularly change their minds, and how it is that they understand the world, because it's so vastly differently. And some of it that is much more at the back now, but was at the front before, was, are these people with whom I disagree, are they potentially right about this? Are these people potentially, onto something with the shape of the Earth?
Can I ask you a question real quick then, Harry?
Yeah, please do.
So,
I don't mean to monologue. I got a bit tipsy, but I'll try not to monologue.
No, that's all right. So, in your mind, is there any sense to someone believing that there is evidence that the Earth is not a globe?
Yes. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah,
because I've been waiting for that for that kind of honesty, because almost 99 to 100% of people who are in this discussion will say there's absolutely no sense to questioning the globe model. And to me, that's just dishonest.
Yeah.
To me, that's just absolutely dishonest.
It's stupid for a variety of reasons. One is, on certain days in certain conditions, we see too far for the globe model. And that, to me, is kind of important. But more importantly is, like, if you're presented with a model, particularly one that everybody agrees with, particularly one that could, in its entirety, hold up a hegemonic, problematic belief, is there value in questioning that? 100,000%. Yeah, like, that's a stupid thing to say. Definitely, every day of the week, it's worth challenging. Though that, because not even because it might be wrong, but because you might discover things along the way. And it is hidden behind those things we don't question that I think real sort of useful, how would I put it? Like, you can learn useful things from it, even if you're not really. I don't know, I'm kind of babbling. I don't mean to babble. No, I think there's many, many reasons to. Personally, logically, loads of reasons to question a globe model.
I think you're riding on eggshells.
Thank you.
But it is interesting. I kind of just walked up in here listening to this, because it sounds like you have sort of a background in psychology or something of that nature in dealing with people and their thoughts.
Yeah. I don't want to overstate it. I'm not a psychologist, but I'm interested in persuasion. I've written a book on it. That's what I work on. I deliver training for how people can become better at influencing other people.
Wow, that's interesting. That.
So you can understand maybe people's curiosity, at least from what I've heard. It's just, people in those professional backgrounds coming into this arena and then using that as a tactic. You know what I mean? Like you were saying, trying to influence others
with no experience of the actual argument, right? You just automatically
have
take
no
contrary
experience?
position. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Like,
so you'd
what
want to
was-
ask that. So my hint to you is ask that as a question. Ask that as an
I
open
have.
or a. No, you haven't. You
In
just stated
this arena, what can you offer within this arena? You just said you like to influence people, or you study influence. You've made a book about it. You've done hypnosis.
Kind of angry to me, bro. I didn't mean to anger
It's not
you.
anger. Definitely not.
Okay,
you
good.
definitely
Good.
don't know me. So
I'm glad. I'm glad you're not angry.
So what
in
is
terms
it?
of this
What's
arena,
your speciality in this arena? Yeah.
In this arena, most of my interest is in the formulation of the arguments, whether the arguments seem to be logically sound or well presented, or also what are good ways to present either side. Like, I think one of the main things, not main things, but a significant thing I'm interested in, aside from how do you ask questions well, which PS I keep giving you feedback on, you're not very good at, is how do you explain things well. So if you sort of want to present to somebody how ridiculous the globe model is or how sensible the globe model is, do you have a way of describing it that isn't just numbers and statistics? Because numbers and statistics typically aren't very persuasive to people.
Showman, you help with people with the way they present everything.
Yeah,
right?
Now you're getting it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how do you present an idea?
Okay, but I don't think anybody's ever heard that before. And who do you help mainly? Do you go and help the Globers on how they present their
No, I turn up here out of boredom.
Do you help the flat earthers in a way how to best present their? Doesn't
I
seem like you're helping that much.
I help anybody that asks me. Like, there was a few people when I was over at the 24/7 rooms who were like, "How could we present this better?" I'm like,
so who was the last person you helped then? Like, so we can get a resume going.
Everybody and anybody who asks me as soon as they ask me. So you pick a person. If you want to ask me right now, I will happily have a chat. I just love it that much that once COVID meant that I was working 1 day out of 5 versus 5 days out of 5, I suddenly had a lot of spare time on my hands. I've now got as much time as you want, and I just love it so much as a job that, yeah, I do it all the time. I was running sessions for people in the Chatterbox servers and sometimes do streams. Like, I just love it. It's good fun. It's fascinating.
Are you doing it now?
Nope.
Okay. So you doing part-time or freelance?
What do you mean? Oh, sorry. I think you mean, am I doing it right this moment? Right this moment, I'm playing a computer game while talking to you.
I've heard about that.
When you say, am I doing it now? Did you mean like my is right now you running a workshop? No. But like,
you exercising your brain, right? Keeping it ticking over.
Of course,
playing the computer game.
Yeah, I'm doing some dull missions in my computer games. I need something.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a bit of mental stimulus, right? That's why you come to these places, so you can
Plus, I learned so much. Like, I came originally just to like I think we all see ourselves as logical people. And so it's like, where could I find people who are open and willing to speak about something that that could engage in those kind of debates and that kind of persuasion, you know, that they are already doing that I can join in and listen to that community. And then, I don't know, I got addicted to it. There's something really addictive about this, isn't there? I think we'd all admit that, isn't there? Turning up and just listening like it's talkback radio, or suddenly switching on your mic and joining in.
You do realise you're talking about you, right?
Yes, yeah, that's what I meant to be talking about. I'm not sure there was any confusion about that.
No,
if that's not the case for you,
you love it, right? But you're doing the influencing thing.
Do you not love it?
I'm not trying to do influencing people.
No, but do you not love turning up to these rooms and having debates, engaging in discussions, you know, all that good stuff?
There's no debates ever goes on around here. They're just conversations. Yeah, there's no debates.
They're not debates. Okay, maybe we've got a different definition of the word debate.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we've got a different definition.
We have conversations all the time, and we definitely learn stuff.
Right. Do you find those conversations addictive? that learning stuff? Do you find that interesting or addictive?
No, I'm not an addictive type person. No.
So you don't. Okay. So how much time would you say you spend coming back to these kind of places in your day?
How much time do I spend talking to my friends? Like as much time as possible.
Okay. All right.
Is there something wrong with that, or
I didn't say that, didn't suggest that. I think there's lots good about it. I think anything's bad about it as well. I mean, I think the slightly aggressive way that you're talking to me is somewhat of
constantly learning. If you think it's aggressive, I mean, brilliant. You keep bringing it up. Try and influence people that I sound aggressive if you want.
No, I'm trying to influence you when I say that. I'm trying to influence you.
I mean, they've obviously.
No, I'm trying to influence you that you might recognise that, as I sometimes do too. I'm not. I don't mean to be sitting upon some ivory tower saying I don't sometimes mock or deride or.
Hey,
you know,
I'm used to
get
all
aggressive.
Sorts. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think it's understandable. You know, we get excited about things, but
people do.
Question: the two questions for me is like, what are you trying to achieve? Are you achieving it? And if what you're trying to achieve is like you're nailing it, then go for it. If it's not, if you're not sort of experiencing more happiness or whatever else it might be, you know, it's a question for you. What do you want to achieve? Are you achieving it?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks.
Right, good on you. So what do you bring to this discussion then? I want to fire that question back at you because it was a good question. What do you bring to this discussion?
Logic.
Right, what kind of logic? Tell me a bit about it.
Simple questions.
Right, what kind of simple questions and logic do you bring to this discussion or community or whatever you want to call it?
Well, it's just wherever we are, right?
It's just wherever we are.
Questions that you probably think you knew, but you don't. A lot of people.
You tell people the simple questions they thought they know, but they don't. Okay. You don't tell people. What is it you don't tell people? I don't
tell people things. We just are, right? Do you think? I don't know. When you think of this arena, you think of two different sides, and you influencing one person from one side to the other, right?
No, absolutely not. No, 100% wrong. That's again a question. Would be better as a question. You made that as a statement. You think you do X, right? Is a really poor influencing strategy. If you did want feedback, that's my feedback. That's a bad influencing strategy. Ask it as a question.
Okay, so when I came into this because somebody was obviously vile and horrible and accused me of some horrible things. So I came into it thinking, wonder why they're doing that. Why? And I've still been on the journey to realize that when some people say things, other people get really triggered and offended.
So are you saying when I said you're a flat earther, that was a vile and horrible thing and you got triggered? Is that what you're talking about? Or what do you tell me what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about somebody calling me a child abuser.
Oh shit, I didn't do that. Who did that?
Well, have you not heard people say that flat earthers are child abusers? Have you never heard that?
No, I wouldn't agree. So who says that? That's kind of fucked up.
Flat earth.
There's
loads of people that say that. Yeah, they say once they call you a flat earther, then they have the right to say if you're a child, you had a child, then you are child abusing. It's really weird, but I mean, yeah, that's why I'm here, right? Because I found it really strange that some people would do that, go to those sort of lengths, and then especially when they say, I'm not a flat earther because the earth is not flat. Sure. Literally, right? And then people still say, well, like you, yes, you are. You try and influence people because you think I'm lying when I say that, right? You think I'm misinformed. But I'm not.
I don't think you're misinformed. No, it's not what I think. But okay. you describe to me maybe could you describe to me what a flat earther is, such that you are not
nothing.
one?
It's not. It's a nothing.
So being a flat earther is nothing.
Yeah, it's something that's been made up by people. It's a name that people have given other people. I call them bigots because they want to label that group. Then they can say whatever they want about that group. Like, you know.
Are you English?
Yeah.
Out of interest? Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that a group given a name given to a group of people?
What?
English people.
Yeah.
People who come from England.
Yeah. Of course it is. Yes.
Yeah. Is it the same?
English.
For somebody to say, hey, you're English, because I actually am English by birth. I've got a British passport. So would it be the same kind of issue to say, hey, riding on eggshells, you're English, even if I self-identify as Australian?
Yeah. But yeah, that's a group name, yes.
Okay. So split the difference for me.
What do you mean?
So it would be okay to say you're English. It would not be okay, as far as you're concerned, to say that you're a flat earther. Split the difference for me.
The Earth is not flat. And then please describe what a flat earther is, please.
So okay. So I would say it is somebody that says things like water's always level, who doesn't believe the Earth is a sphere of 3959, who believes there's a cabal of people who are just hiding from us the shape of the Earth, who uploads videos telling people they've been lied to about the sphericity of the Earth. Obviously, they don't need to fill all of these criteria. There are many flat earthers who don't upload videos, for example, but conspiracy theorists for the vast majority of them. Many of whom are religious, but obviously, again, that doesn't describe all of them. In fact, most say I'm not religious. Sorry, have a sort of belief in a creator is how I guess it would be more accurate to say it. But the main thing is they do not believe we live on a sphere. They believe we live on a single-sided object, or one side of a object that is flat.
So you've never watched any of my videos then?
No, I haven't.
Because I don't think I got any of those that you just said then. So from that, we can safely say I'm not a flat earther.
Okay, you're not a flat earther.
Right, okay.
So what shape do you think the Earth is?
I don't.
You don't?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not obsessed with it.
You don't think about the shape of the Earth, or you don't think that it's a shape, or could you expound on it for me so I can understand it?
How about this? I couldn't give a shit.
You couldn't give a shit about the shape of the Earth?
Earth.
Okay, interesting. You couldn't give a shit about Earth?
Mm-hmm.
The people on it, the shape of it? You give me a bit more.
I don't know. I don't capitalize that E and make it a whole. Right? The Earth to me is just dirt. It's what you plant seeds in. And yeah, I don't really care. It's not a big deal to me. I just don't. I'm not obsessed about it. I'm not obsessed about the shape of it or anything. I'm just here to say level is horizontal, and I can prove it. Right?
Okay. There you go. So level's horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So it just sure. Okay. So how would you describe yourself? I would say I'm a baller or a glober. I would have until I got engaged in. Right. Okay. So if I were to describe it and I could say Bev is English, that would be acceptable too.
Yeah.
And if I said Bev is male, would that be acceptable to you?
Yeah, where's this going? This sounds.
Yeah, what the fuck is this about?
Well, I'm just trying to understand.
Just trying to influence. It's like, sit down on the couch.
Sure,
yeah,
up to you.
Hours up.
Whether you want to engage.
He's been engaging.
Will not move off this fucking landing pad, and it's really irritating me. Damn. Come on, honk honk. Let's get going.
Whereabouts in Australia is from, mate?
Sydney, I live in.
Well, there's quite a few people on the server, all from Sydney.
Yeah, there's I think 3 of us that I know of. One flat earther, another glober.
Cool.
Obviously, it's acceptable if I describe other people as flat or globe, I guess.
If they accept that, yeah, there's people that will say, yeah, I'm a flat earther. So then, yeah, you could say, oh, I've got a mate Billy, he's a flat earther.
Yeah, yeah. And what if they
say they're not?
And so what if you were talking then, Blood? And now that I said Blood, it sounds like I lived in London for a while. I'd be like, hey, Blood.
Blood.
Hey, Blood. Like if you were saying, oh, I was chatting to this guy Bev the other day on this Discord about flat Earth stuff, and they said, oh, is he a flat earther or does he believe in the globe? What would you say?
I
You'd say,
wouldn't
oh, he's
actually
Bev?
say that. I can't talk to Bev about flat Earth stuff. He's not interested.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, that's wrong. Like, I mean, say someone else. I don't know. I do talk to so-called flat earthers and so-called globe earthers.
Right.
But I mean, it's just a tag, no?
Yeah, it's I think a descriptive term. I mean, I definitely think there's something to what you and Bev are saying, which is it is far more useful to describe things in terms of how people self-identify. So if somebody says I'm an X, it's useful to use that, even if you don't agree with that. You know, like it's a whole gender debate on at the moment. Does somebody who is born male, you know, who identifies as female, are they he or she? Is it important to follow their self-definition, or is there a sort of social thing in play where how you define myself somewhat relates to how I define myself? You know, if I say they're a right winger, what I typically mean is they are further right wing than me. You know, or if I say someone's left wing, they're left wing compared to me.
Okay, look.
Many people really don't like the idea of training people to influence, I find.
Did you help Ranty?
Help Ranty. I had an interesting chat with Ranty. I asked him about his changing his mind, but
did you have a chat with him before or after?
What do you mean before or after? Like we've had one chat together, and that chat was about his change from the flat to the globe. But
all right. So you didn't manage to influence him before. You didn't help him with his switch.
No. Goodness, right. I will straight up tell you now.
I would have been claiming you were the guy that did it. You know.
No, I would 100% try to own that if I thought I had anything to do with it. But no. My impression of Ranty and our discussion with him and other discussions I've had with other people is he didn't so much go towards the globe as he went away from the flat Earth. In that it was almost, and I don't mean to sort of speak behind his back on this, he sort of floated it as a possibility but didn't acknowledge it as a truth when we were chatting, and it would be impossible to tell whether it's truth otherwise, so I'm just sharing with you my opinion. But I think a significant part of his change has been because he moved away from flat earthers rather than towards the globe model, rather than towards objective things like that, or towards particular globers, or was convinced by a particular person or their argument. I think it was more that
not Cats and his cooperation with Cats and the new channel.
Oh yeah, I don't think that was. Yeah, to be clear, I don't think that was like nothing to do with it. I think that was it just sounded like he was having a bit of a rough trot with people from the flat earth community, took a bit of a break, had a bit of a think, and then was able to sort of step back, and as a result of that step back, see things very differently.
It's nice. He's a big change though, right?
Huge change. Absolutely. It reminds me of when I went from being a 9/11 truther to not a 9/11 truther.
You started attacking the other guys, the other team, did you?
Yeah. Well, attacking isn't the word I would use. But certainly attempting to influence, or still remaining engaged in the conversation, but interested in influencing for the other side. Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of like you're invested in it, you know the arguments, and also some of what I would tell myself that probably you wouldn't agree with, and this is quite potentially biased from my new perspective on it, but started spotting the cost of it. I think there is a non-zero cost to holding the counter-culture opinions, which is no indication of whether they're true. But if they are untrue, then one is paying a cost for something that is false. And then, why would you do that?
Wow.
Why would you pay a cost for something that's false,
So it's known of within the psychology, right, of it all, that when you do flip, you is it because you experience that sort of I don't know whether to call it abuse or whatever, but like when you are on one side, you experience it. Then when you flip, it's almost as though you have to then start dealing it out. Is it? Or get even worse, right? Because you experienced it, so why shouldn't they once you flop over to the other side, right?
Depends what you mean as abuse. Interestingly, one of the things I spotted from my experience was I perceived a lot of aggression or abuse, or sort of people were out to get me. But what I realized after a bit of time, that I think is true in a lot of these discussions, is it was actually me being somewhat aggressive. I was sort of, forcefully sharing my views with people, and wouldn't just not take their. They would get to the point where they're like, I don't want to fucking hear about it anymore, Harry. And I'd be like, I'm not done. Like I became, that's what I mean about the cost behind it. There was when I was like fairly invested in being a 9/11 truther, that became like a sort of, either we talked about that or I was sitting stewing in the corner. I'd go and see family and I'd be like, I need to talk about 9/11 again. And they'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake, Harry, this again. Which I think is fine if what you're saying is accurate, which is why my whole interest in persuasion, right? I need to know if what I'm saying is accurate. If it is, all good.
Do you always feel like you're trying to persuade yourself on some things?
I think we're all always persuading ourselves and one another of all manner of things, be it what I want for dinner, or whether you should go out with me or hire me, or whether I did good work in this thing I did for my workplace. I think a lot of live. I think almost every time our gums are flapping, we are persuading. What I think is interesting, though, is coming back to the question you asked before, which is such a good question, is are we always aware of what we're trying to persuade? Because sometimes if we ask ourselves the question, if I ask myself the question, sometimes I'm like, and I go, what am I actually trying to persuade at the moment? It's like I'm trying to persuade this person that they're a dick, you know, and then I'm like, well, that's a shitty objective. And that's that to me is an interesting thing, is to be like, sometimes we have picked an objective, but it's a bad one, in my opinion. Or we haven't really picked one, but we're persuading anyway. We just don't know to what end. Like, what are you trying to persuade me of at the moment, Bev?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Like we just talked.
Exactly. Could have bet money that you were going to say that.
Trying to give everybody that's listening an insight that they've perhaps never gained before into the
there you
way
go.
conversations
That's an influence.
go on.
Giving somebody an insight is influence.
I wouldn't call it an influence. I think
yeah, we all have different names for it. It's what I would call an influence.
Doing something. It's just we're just talking.
Sure we are. I just think every time we're talking, we are trying to influence. Just sometimes we know what we're trying to influence. That is step one. That makes people better at influencing without having to learn anything else. It's like just pick what you're actually trying to influence.
Yeah. Well, at the minute, we are trying to help people understand what they're coming into whenever they come into this arena, community or whatever. Because there's all sorts of people in it, right?
Yeah.
For all sorts of different reasons. And people, especially new people, you might have noticed that there is no new people at the minute.
Well, I mean, I think it's to do with YouTube, isn't it? Like Flat Earth was growing at a rate of knots, and then YouTube suddenly.
I'm not talking about Flat Earth, right? You keep bringing that up. It must be on your mind. I'm just saying, it's Earth Awakenings, right?
Right, but the place I've met all of these people and the discussion we have 90% of the time, be it about gyro compasses or anything else, is about the flatness of the Earth. Whether you don't want to, I will. Here's what I will agree to do for you, Bev. I will no longer identify you as a flat earther. That doesn't mean I'm not going to describe this other people or this discussion as a flat Earth discussion. Would that suit you? I won't violate your self-identification.
Right?
No, this current one isn't. No, but whether this server is, I would agree. I would say it is.
Well, you can engage in all sorts of discussions that you have with all sorts of people.
I regularly do. On this. It's a minute part of my pandemic stuck at home life.
So that's what I'm trying to say. When people come into this, do you assume that they're just coming in for that, or could they not just be coming in for a discussion?
I mean, you can go to a million different places for a discussion. So the two are not mutually opposed, are they? It would be very weird for somebody to come into a voice chat, the VC business, and not be here for a discussion, wouldn't it? So obviously they're here for a discussion. A discussion about what? About vegetarianism, the sort of permaculture, about political issues,
about influencing people.
The existence of God. You know, there's certainly many things we might discuss, but the main one for this server, the main place I know all of these people, the observations that they go out to do, is usually about the shape of the Earth.
Not about influencing people, then.
I think that's what we're doing, but like I've said, most of the time we're flapping our gums. Pretty much all the time we're flapping our gums, we are influencing.
Yeah.
So yes, influencing people about trying to have them, you know, agree with our view about the shape of the Earth, I think is what a large number of people come here to do. And also sort of flex their muscle and learn new things and have a discussion with, you know, a bit of a debate, all that stuff.
Anything tangible?
Do you have anything tangible? That's a good question.
In a way to influence people onto your opinion of the shape of the Earth.
Describe for me what you mean by tangible.
Well, just some sort of evidence, right? You know, something that you can bring to the discussion other than you just trying to influence people. Do you have any way to influence them with anything other than rhetoric?
Yes.
Go on, what's that?
Loads of things. Where do you want?
One
of the main.
Start at your best one. Oh no, wait a minute. Start at your worst one. I don't want you to ruin
the worst one would be refraction. The toughest one would be refraction.
The word refraction.
The worst one would be refraction.
Yeah, but what do you mean by refraction? Or is that why it's the worst one? Because you just have a word.
In that people reliably make observations at a distance over water, particularly on warm days, that show that we see too far. I would say that is 96% of globe proof, sort of flat Earth evidence. I know you're not a flat earther, but
what is it? Did you just give evidence then for one of the most ridiculous arguments I've ever heard?
You asked me for my weakest one, so yes, I did.
But
did you want the strongest one, or which one did you?
For the globe, did you say?
The weakest one is refraction, yeah.
Okay, and the fact that you see too far.
No, that's the strongest for the flat Earth.
Oh, right. So no. Right, wait a minute. It's the worst argument for the globe, but you still have to mention flat Earth.
Right, because
I'm just asking you for because you're trying to. Don't forget, you're trying to influence. Oh, is that part of influencing?
Steel manning, yes,
sorry.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Steel manning the other person's view so that you can present their view.
Right. Who's
such
other
that they
person
might
now?
agree.
You're talking to me.
Right, but I'm not able to talk to you because you won't describe your view on this opinion. So I have to sort of generalize about people other than you who I would describe as flat earthers, which is not you. I'm not talking to you in this moment because I'm not able to, because I don't know your position on it, because you refuse to give your position on it. But for the weakest evidence for the globe is refraction, in my opinion.
Okay. And that you consider refraction as seeing too far.
I think refraction is the rebuttal to the question that Flat Earth asks, which is, what's going on when we see X? And the answer is refraction. And I think it's the weakest of the arguments because it's sort of, it fucks with our general perception of how life works around us.
And that to you proves a globe?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you ask me for what proves a globe, or did you ask me for the weakest evidence?
Yeah, I was what you would bring to influence people. It was
No, you didn't ask that question. Do you want that question?
I said it's like, yeah. What evidence would you bring? Tangible evidence.
No, you asked for my weakest evidence. I'll happily give you that evidence if you want, but I'm only going to give you the evidence you asked for. But if you ask me for evidence, what is your weakest evidence, and then try to sort of go, well, that's pretty weak. Yeah, it is. That's why I presented it. It is the weakest.
Okay.
That's why, I feel like we should be of accord on that.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I'm not even clear what
you're not required.
Is. So.
Exactly. That's why it's such weak globe evidence. It is evidence for the globe, but it is pretty weak because it's confusing and counterintuitive, and all sorts of stuff's going on there. So yeah, it's weak.
Okay. And
what is your weakest? What is your weakest evidence that the Earth is not a globe?
I'll probably do something like refraction.
Yeah, right. Interesting. Yeah. There we go.
Yep. That's pretty weak, isn't it?
It's certainly it's one of those tricky ones, isn't it?
Yeah, it means nothing.
I'm going to go with the weak force. That's the weakest thing that proves the globe to me.
Yeah.
How about any picture? It's pretty weak.
That's pretty weak. Yeah. Give you that.
Yeah, because any picture can be faked, so that means that no picture can be real. We all know this.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's one of the things I think is most interesting or important, or like if I try to talk about the thing you're talking about, it seems you're quite, I won't say triggered by, focused on, is the influencing thing. Is like I try to influence people to be consistent in their views.
Try and say I'm getting angry about it as well. That might help.
You seem focused on it is what I think would be maybe something we could agree on. I just try to influence people to be consistent on their views. That if they say a photo is bad evidence, then to be consistent on that is a photo remains bad evidence, even if it's evidence for me. Whereas I think what is all humans is, photos that comport with what I expect, those are good photos, but photos that violate what I expect, well, those are bad.
Just there to look at, aren't they, photos?
Well, no, the thing
I
is,
think you can determine really useful things from photos, right?
Did
if I take a
you hear
photo of
Lou
myself
Piff
and my
this
hair
morning?
looks, if I take a photo of myself and my hair looks shit, I can reliably guess that my hair looks that way, and go, well, it could be refraction that makes me look like I'm balding. But it could again be the photo demonstrates that I'm balding.
I mean, eggshells. Like, the thing is, if we want to talk about a picture like the Black Swan, well, pictures are great, but when we talk about a picture that's the picture of Earth, no, that's CGI.
Exactly.
We've got to remember to be selective about which pictures are okay to use and which are not.
Really? Yeah. It's just pictures, right?
Exactly.
They're just pictures. So there's no need to go off into something that we've all agreed is pretty weak evidence, right?
Sure. So you could either, like, there's a game I played with Jerry the other day. I think Jerry's still in the chat, which was, if we say we will not trust anything that relies on the assumption of light traveling in straight line, what do we get left with? And globe Earth, a lot goes missing, but you still get left with things like gyro compasses and Coriolis and stuff.
Percentage-wise, more goes missing from the flat Earth side than from the
my
globe Earth
God!
side.
It's just almost absent, isn't it?
Hold on. If I may just comment on
go. This woke up the chat.
One big difference between the two pictures that you mentioned, the whole picture of Earth versus the Black Swan, anybody can go out to a beach and recreate the Black Swan versus try to recreate a picture of the whole entire Earth on your own.
Anyone can do that with enough money. Yeah.
Well, no, I think the point he's making is fair, which is, like, there are many people that can and do go out and take photos that say, hey, we see too far. So it doesn't even need to be the Black Swan, which indeed every individual on Earth could go out and take that photo tomorrow.
At the same time,
we all agree that saying we see too far is a ridiculous statement, right?
Absolutely.
There are more than one space agency, and it's relying on more than just like one governing agency. So to assume that they're all like not trustable, or like, the whole thing is, you say, okay, several people have gone out and taken pictures like the Black Swan, but how many compared to how many different government agencies have taken pictures of Earth?
The Black Swan isn't a picture.
Is it not?
No, it's
not. Okay, so what is it then?
That's news to me. Okay, now I'm going to learn some business. The Black Swan is the picture not based on a logical argument?
Okay, so yeah, you're right. The Black Swan argument is different from the Black Swan picture.
Yes.
But colloquially, when we say the Black Swan, we are talking about the picture that you guys bring up in addition.
It's meant to be you get your own Black Swan. The argument tells you something about the geometry, right? When you take it like that, the argument, then it's go and get your own Black Swan. That picture, the one that will prove it to you, get your own. That's what the message is meant to be. Not QE's got a picture. No, that's not it. The Black Swan is a logical argument that you take on. The picture is there for you to find yourself.
Okay, so it's for us to be able to find our own swan, our own Black Swan.
Black Swan, yes.
If I could,
exactly.
For a second, if I could just
you can be the Black Swan that you mentioned.
Sorry, I just wanted.
No, you're good.
To mention that is calling that picture the Black Swan is an effect of being influenced.
Yes.
Just FYI.
Great influencing strategy too. Goodness, you know what's so interesting to me about QE and his influencing is, like, person to person, I find him disastrously objectionable. Like you
Dude,
almost tick off an entire.
Let's not talk about people that aren't here. Let's stick on the argument, right?
Can I
How
just
many
add
other
on,
people have you told that was an influence to link the picture with the argument? That's more interesting.
But I have to say that if you want to call the Black Swan an argument, I'm going to use that for space pictures. Anyone can go and take their own space pictures.
Please
They'll all be
formulate
your
a
own Black
logical
Swan.
argument. Go, please try and do it.
I'll do the exact same with Black Swan. I'll just replace what I'm seeing with what you see from space. It's not hard.
Go on, space. Do it. Formulate yourself a logical argument, like the
We're
Black
clearly
Swan
not going to get anywhere by me doing so, so I'm just not going to. But we both should know, if we are intellectually honest, that it is very simple to do so.
I postulate the Earth is something other than a sphere. I postulate the Earth is something other than a sphere. It is either something other than a sphere or it is not. I take a photo. The photo shows that it is something similar to a sphere. It is therefore a sphere. It is therefore not something. I beg your pardon. It is therefore not something other than a sphere.
If then.
Exactly. If the Earth is something other than something that appears to be a sphere.
If P, then Q. Come on, formulate your logic properly.
Sure. If the Earth is flat, then it will not look like a sphere. I have a photo of it looking like a sphere, therefore it is not P, therefore it is Q. It's still a fallacious argument. I don't know why nobody has ever picked apart if P, then Q is completely fallacious, because if not P is actually what the Black Swan shows. And P is not even a globe. P is a globe of a specific radius. Isn't it? Yeah, but what you're missing
is a completely fallacious argument, but they will never admit that.
You're trying to influence people that logic doesn't work.
No, you are.
Your special application of logic is not correct. That is what we're saying.
If P, then Q.
Right, but you're just still saying if P, then Q. But
it's the problem, isn't it? If not Q,
it is a modus tollens.
P.
But this is not actually a modus tollens, because show me how you have disproven a Earth of a radius 20 times the given diameter. Go for it. Because Q is flat, P is round. Wow. Show me how you've proven it's not P times 400 P. Go for it.
Where in the argument do you ever account for refraction?
This obviously triggered you.
Even forget refraction, and you just I'm asking you to explore this logically, which is
Eggshells. Are you upset? Are you angry? I just want to make sure you're not angry.
No,
he does sound a bit angry.
No, I get excited. I get excited. I'm on a good point.
Instead of addressing the argument, you're trying to say that he sounds angry. This just shows what you guys are doing mentally right now.
Yeah. So
wait a minute. He just said how did that not disprove a globe 20 times the size? And you, Gummy Bear, you were just talking about government agencies and the pictures that they already have of space. So if they already have pictures of space and they already have a known size, what are you talking about 20 times the size?
So government agencies are P or are they Q in this? Form that government agencies business into a modus tollens for me, because it seemed you were interested in hearing a modus tollens argument. Go for it.
Wow. Dude,
slow
down, will you?
And also, guys, I would please implore you to listen to the content of the argument, not the simple words on their own. Look at the content of the argument.
Yeah, it's what you're trying to disprove is a globe, or a globe of a specific diameter is one thing, or a globe altogether.
About the logic.
Right. So logically disprove a globe with a single photograph.
No,
go for it.
No,
I
invite you to. Talking about the formulation of logic.
Super fun. You'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it.
You seem to have got all mixed up about.
Yeah, one of us does seem to be a little bit kind of.
So the problem with your argument, the problem with your argument is that
whose argument?
In your Black
Swan,
the one
he just laid out.
In your Black Swan
not my
argument,
Black Swan. It's not my Black Swan.
In the Black Swan argument that has been proposed for the flat Earth,
you mean QE's Black Swan?
Whatever you want to name it. Right, the problem is that you're assuming that the Black Swan, in the Black Swan, you are assuming that if the Earth is a globe, then there would be no such Black Swans, but that is incorrect. Globe doesn't say that there wouldn't be such swans.
Even regardless,
Yeah, I
let's
think
say
you're struggling for logic as well, mate. I don't think
exactly. So let's do
what a black swan is.
No, I don't agree with that. But let's for sake, what I'm inviting Gummy Bear is that we delete the idea of refraction and we just say P is round, Q is a globe, but P, if P is round, then if P is a globe and Q is not a globe.
Oh, come on, you can do better than that.
Yeah, I'm stumbling over my words. You're fine. I'll get there. If you're okay. I mean, if you take objection to the fact that I'm stumbling over my words or the formal construction of my argument, I guess they're two different things.
Please stumble over your words, but what I'd like for you also to note is that if you're going to say that the radius and diameter is not known, then all government agencies talking about they've been to space and we've taken pictures of Earth are tossed out.
It is true.
That is possible, but to describe how that fits into the if P then Q argument, because it seems that what you do is you go, well, if it's not exactly this given radius, then it's Q my given non-radius. But it's an invalid conclusion given the argument given. Use the P then Q rather than going off to talk about government agencies must have lied to us. Just go. Forget the government agencies, because in the if P then Q, government agencies could lie in both scenarios. Both P and Q, they could be lying about the radius. There is no argument about that. It's a P and a Q deliberately to delete
the
that.
logic, is it?
But then I can just present to you. But then I can just present to you
about it.
The same question.
Exactly. Why are we talking about it?
Exactly. Why
you don't know how logic works, mate?
Yeah.
Why
Okay.
would they
So
lie?
P then Q it for me. What?
Why would they lie then, Eggshells?
Is that the P, or is the lying the P, or is they the Q? Describe for me in the if P then Q modus tollens thing. Which one's the P? Which one's the Q? Who's lying? Like, square it for me, because P is curved, Q is flat. I'm really clear on that. I don't understand who P and Q is in your modus tollens. So put it to me in modus tollens so I can understand it logically.
It sounds like it's getting confused between a math formula and a logical formula.
So this is what I would describe is a issue, which is you will flip between using logic. A modus tollens is a great way of wading through logic, and then discard the modus tollens when it doesn't seem to work. I'm inviting you to continue to use the modus tollens. That would be consistent and an indication that you are nailing it when it comes to the whole logic business.
I will give you then. So in the original, in QE's version, the P then Q is if P the Earth is a globe, then Q the horizon is a specific distance away. The problem is that is already a fail. That P equals Q is not correct. You've already failed in step one.
And why is it incorrect?
Because nothing about the globe model, what's the word? When something never happens, what's the word for that? I'm sorry. Like
precludes.
Nothing about the globe model precludes seeing a horizon further or closer than a specific distance, because refraction is a thing. That is why that P then Q argument is fallacious. It does not take into account the true P model.
Well, that's fine.
P's and Q's, did he?
That's your argument, Gummy Bear. But Eggshells was trying to say that what that does not disprove is possibly Earth 20 times the size, meaning we don't actually know the size of the Earth, because the if P then Q argument is if the size of the Earth is this, you cannot see further than this based on the observer's height, correct?
Yeah, and that is incorrect already. But yeah, I get what you mean, how it's different to what Eggshells presented, but it is still very closely related.
But when you because we don't know the size, or because of refraction?
Because the thing is,
we're missing my point. My point is not, one doesn't need to, like, if it's your modus tollens, I don't need to present the counterpoint to it. That's not how a modus tollens works. The modus tollens doesn't rely on your opponent saying what Q or P is. You're testing whether Q or P. Describe to me how that observation disproves that there is a radius, not that it disproves a specific radius. Otherwise, the black swan, the most it shows is, I don't trust the given radius of the Earth.
So yeah,
it's a logical argument put up for discussion, right? That's what
exactly. Yeah. I'm putting it up for discussion.
That's what we're doing now, right?
We are discussing
it. The problem with it is, go on, and say within the formulation of if P, then Q, you find exactly within there, and you say that's the problem.
So it's Gummy Bear and I have a slightly different idea of it, and there's a very good chance that I'm getting it completely wrong, or we're sort of both talking at two different sides of it.
So we can put it up there, and so you can
right.
See
Okay.
what it is.
So my understanding of it is, if P, i.e. Earth, is a sphere of radius x, then the horizon should be a certain distance from us. If it's not P, then it's Q because of the law of the excluded middle, right? The law of logic of the excluded middle.
That is incorrect to the way they're stating it. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay. So
that's not the PQ that they're using in their argument.
Well, can I, rather than you correct it, Gummy Bear, could somebody else here correct it? Because I've tried to formulate it or fix it in a chunk of different times, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure they get it as much.
So
as
we need a summary of the black swan. Is that correct?
Sure. So somebody can give me
So
that.
my understanding of it.
What's P? What's Q?
If the Earth P is a radius of a certain distance, right, that we know, a known certain distance, then the horizon can be no more than, and I don't know the exact numbers, but it's a formula, times
1.22.
Yeah, 1.22 miles times the observer's height, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? So
yeah.
They did it.
I'm with you so far. And then what's the Q? If not P, then what is the Q?
The Q is the horizon distance.
Yeah, right? No, so it's if P then Q, as in if globe is around, then horizon this. So Q is what you see on the horizon.
Now, if you want
P
to
is
put it up and have a look at it, that's exactly as he wrote it. I'll get you another one that I think that comes straight from his spreadsheet. That one there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, now that you say it that way, Gummy Bear, I think you're right. I've just always heard people saying it: if P, then a globe; if Q, then not a globe.
Yeah,
but I think that is a very interesting thing that I think.
And my whole argument against it is the fact that your P then Q argument is already failed. P does not equal Q, or P does not lead to Q. It just isn't. Because of many factors. Refraction is the biggest factor.
It says not Q. It's a modus tollens. Not Q, negating the consequent. Not Q.
No, what it's saying is if P then Q, and because not Q, then not P.
Therefore, not P. Yeah, it's a modus tollens.
Yeah, but the fail has already appeared in P then Q. Because P does not lead to Q in this scenario.
Yeah, is it incorrect? That's why it's not Q, not P, not Q, not P. That's the whole point of a modus tollens, logical.
I like you feel like you're describing it to us.
I feel like Gummy Bear is trying to say that.
I'm thinking he's not quite understanding what
certainly sounds like it. You aren't. I mean, I think Gummy Bear gets it. I think Gummy Bear got it. I didn't. I don't think anybody else here did. But I like it.
No, Gummy Bear is trying to say that the setup of the formula itself is incorrect, right? Is that what you're saying, Gummy Bear?
No, he's not. He's not saying the formula is incorrect. He's saying that if P then Q is fallacious because P doesn't necessitate Q. Is that right?
Exactly. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
So I was clear on what you were saying. I just
You're saying it's a
misunderstood the original
non-sequitur,
formation
then.
of the argument.
Yes.
You're saying
Yes.
it's non sequitur.
Yes. P
Yeah.
Q is a non sequitur to P.
If P then Q
Anyway.
is not a non sequitur, it's just how logic is formulated. If you want to disprove the premise, then go for that. And then
But
therefore
Premise.
not-
It doesn't have to do with the premise. It has to do what is supposed that the premise leads to.
Okay.
The premise
Yes,
is
it's like
P.
saying-
The premise is P.
Are you
What
okay
you're
with
saying?
that? Are you okay with P in that
Yes.
statement? Right. Okay.
Yes. P
So
is correct.
Okay. Right. So
But
what
when
part
you
of
say-
the Q?
Yeah.
Go on.
And what you're saying is that if P then Q,
Yeah.
I'm saying it is not true that if P then Q.
Okay. So the Q part of it is it says then, because that's obviously the then part of it. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than and a certain number, right?
Yeah.
Is that the part that you're disagreeing with?
Yeah, that is a non sequitur
Right,
from
so
P.
why is that wrong? Can you give us some insight into why?
Because the shape of the Earth is there are more reasons to the horizon distance than the shape of the Earth. Refraction being a huge factor.
Yeah, so you say that measurement must be more than or is allowed to be more than.
Yes.
Right.
Because
the
of
actual
refraction.
measurement.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like saying if P then Q, but if P was it's a dog and Q was it's brown, it will sometimes be correct, but the then part is the problem, you're saying.
But you realise the measurement is physical.
There's nobody even debating that, Bev.
Because that's what it is.
No.
It's geometric.
All right, I got to dip for a bit. I'll see you all back in a bit.
All right. Catch you later. Yeah, is it talking to Gummy, is it? You realise it is geometric because the if P, right, you've put a physicality to it and a size to a geometric shape. Right? That you've took that as your original premise, a geometric shape. You were fine with that. So then the next one, the Q says that there must be no more than a certain number. And I haven't done that maths. It's fantasy maths as far as I'm concerned. But would you not say that comports with the maths for your model?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
The if P.
Yeah. Because it excludes refraction and other possibilities than geometry. Because it only uses geometry for that number.
Though, yeah, the actual measurement is part of the size of the geometric object that you've took on if P, right? So if P is like an actual physical measurement, right? It tells you something about that's dealing with it. You're talking about the geometry. You're not talking about what it might look like if you look through a mirror and squint your eye a bit. You're talking about the actual geometry, which is what the Q is, right? It says, if this, then this. So the horizon must be somewhere that you're looking at, and it's got to be physical because you've already physicalized the object. So where would you say different numbers would you give to your model if you don't agree with those numbers that QE's put down? Then what's up with it?
Does okay? So in the wording of QE's original, does it say that the horizon should appear 1.22 miles times the observer's height, or be at 1.22?
Yeah, it says it must be no more than with the physical measurement number.
Okay, if that's what it says that it must be,
yeah,
then okay, never mind. Then at that point, then no, that's not where the problem is. Yeah.
Right. So where's the problem then?
So then the problem would be in the part where you go like Black Swan, like look at the picture and say, in this picture, the horizon isn't at that location.
That's where you've been influenced, right? It's got nothing to do with the picture. This is just a logical argument. So you either disagree or agree with the logical argument, right? Then, like I said earlier, the Black Swan, the actual picture is up to you. If you can go out and you observe the horizon being further away than it should be, right, according to your model, then you will have gained yourself your own black swan. You won't be relying on anybody else because you've already formulated the logical argument to give you the proof, right? This is where you make your proofs within the logic.
Okay, but the method of finding the black swan is optical.
It's up to you. That's yours.
Can we get a wait? Can I understand and maybe get a concession, Gummy? Did you then just have an argument about something that you misunderstood?
No, I had an argument with a different way that people has been proposing the black swan argument, because that is how many people, most people don't put it out the same way of without the picture you have to find your own picture. Right. It is merely the argument itself.
Right, but see,
this is the first time I've heard that.
Well, okay, well, all right. I suppose if this is the first time, because this is what Bev has been arguing for a very long time. So his argument has always been contrary to what it seems like you came in armed with. So you came in armed, and from the start of this conversation today, Bev said exactly what it was. So you didn't hear anything until just 2 minutes ago when you said, oh, if you say it that way. But that's the way he's been saying it the entire time.
I wasn't here at the start of this discussion, so maybe I miss it then. But that's not like the first time I heard it was earlier.
I've been in
when he was talking to.
No, I've been in chats with you before where we've talked about the black swan, and you came in, with your arsenal against that argument, and and from what I remember, it doesn't really matter, I guess. The last time we were in Brandon's and Bev was there and you were there. So it seems to me that people are just not listening to the logical argument.
Yeah. I mean, I've just never heard it, or maybe that's my fault that I haven't actually listened close enough, but I've never heard it worded that way before. And maybe that is my fault, but I just haven't heard it worded that way before.
And now that you understand it, what do you think?
Then my argument is that the method of finding your black swan cannot be optical, because it is talking about geometry, not the optical horizon. And so if you want to find a black swan, you cannot do so by taking pictures or looking.
Brilliant.
It would have to be through measurements.
I love it. Yeah,
Beautiful,
now you're
you
getting
got
it. See the logic flow. Once it starts, you can't stop it, can you?
Oh,
what you just said now is very important, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly where we started, was what's the weakest form of proof? And that was a picture of anything, one way or the other.
And therefore, too.
As Bev told you, the argument is for solid horizon.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if the argument is presented that way, then yes, I do not deny the argument. Yeah. I merely would disagree with the so far proposed method of finding the black swan, which most people say is the picture. But when it's like you guys say that's not really it, it's not that you need to look at that picture, then yes, I do agree with the argument.
Yeah, the proofs are there for you to find on your own. Nobody can give you. I mean, that's what the last few years with the black swan should be, that you can't be given somebody else's proof. The proof's there for you to go and find. The logic just formulates a way for you to know within yourself that it is a proof, and that you go and find it.
Yeah.
So you would agree then that
yes,
if you take that formulation and you do see something further away than you should, you just say refraction, right?
I that is what I would believe is the is the explanation, but of course I would have to look into and make sure that that actually is the explanation.
Yeah.
I can't just blindly say that that will be the explanation every time, because I, of course, haven't done it every time already.
What about if I was to give you some other logic?
Fair. You can try.
We call it this more simplified one, because the black swan, I don't like it because it's unformulated.
Mm.
So, okay. If the Earth is a sphere, spherical object,
Mm-hmm.
P, you'll take that as a premise, a P?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the if P, then Q, and you're fine with both of those?
Yes, I am fine with both of those.
Okay, then if I could say a water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, not Q, therefore not P. Then how would you deal with that one? Because that's a bit simpler, isn't it? Right.
Yeah. Well, the fact that a water level is locally level doesn't disprove that water can be curving on a like could be curving on a larger scale.
But the water, the surface of liquid water must curve. A horizontal plane isn't curving at all, is it?
Well, yeah, but you can still use something curving to establish a horizontal, a tangential plane. Just because the water has a curve to it doesn't mean it can never be used to establish a horizontal.
No, the water level is just two ends, right, of a tube. The water level, the tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Mm.
That one.
So then if you walk through that and try to counter it, I think, how would you do that, Bev? Negate the Q in a logical way?
Yeah, you'd have to prove, be able to prove that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal, or you would have to disprove water level as being a tool for establishing a horizontal, right?
Well, because my argument wouldn't be that it is not a tool for establishing horizontal. My claim would be that it's able to establish horizontal does not negate it being able to be curved, because I believe that you can use a curved object to establish a horizontal.
Well, a horizontal is a straight line.
Yeah, and I think you can define straight lines off of curved things.
But the surface of liquid water, the Q, it says it must curve. Well, if a horizontal can't curve, right? It's the difference between the two. If one it says it must, and the other one is a straight plane, then that can't. So, like,
well, no. One is talking about the nature of the water surface. The other is talking about establishing a horizontal of the surface.
Yeah, the surface of the water.
But establishing a horizontal is not the same as establishing the surface geometry.
Well, actually, you want me to get it up here? I'll get it up.
Yeah, if you.
The water level, the tool. There you go. Any device utilizing the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference. So the surface of liquid water. Doesn't seem to be curving. It's only logic, though, isn't it? Only modus tollens.
Okay.
You said before, I was curious, you said before local level. Like, how local do you think level is before it starts not being level?
Well, the thing is, two locals can have the same level, but all levels aren't the same. You kind of get what I mean there? So, like,
oh yeah, I understand that. I heard it before, but what's the distance? What's the distance like in your head? Like,
how local is local?
200 meters. How local? Yeah. How local is local?
The thing is, it's more of a like depending on what you're using to measure it. Because
okay, look, you're not answering the question, Gummy.
I am about to. So
no,
don't pressure him.
Because the way I would see it is, if you want to see a 1 degree deviation
God.
What do you mean? Oh my God!
Let him finish. Let him finish, Travis.
To me, if you want to see a 1 degree deviation from one end to the other end in that water level, the water level would have to be 69 miles wide to see 1 degree of deviation.
1 degree from what?
As in the horizontal from one side to the other. As in the angle of the water.
Establishing a horizontal.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, even at 69 miles, or even at 69 miles, you would only have a 1 degree of horizontal on
so
the two
one of them
sides.
would be lower, right?
Well, no, they'd both be on their local level, but if you try and compare their local level, they would be 1 degree
horizontal,
off.
But you're saying there's a degree difference between one end of the horizontal tool to the other end that's the horizontal tool. So one end has to be lower from what you're saying.
They'd both be lower to each other relatively. No one is objectively lower.
It's ridiculous to imagine that a water level will be lower at the end that you're not at. There's only two ends of it. That's the tool. How can one end be lower than the other relative to where you are, right?
It's only lower than your expected horizontal.
It is the tool for establishing a horizontal.
Yes, and I agree on that, but what I'm also saying is that the degree of error on this would be to the level of 1 degree if you make it 69 miles wide.
So you're saying it's level? The surface of the Earth is level, and at 69 miles, you start noticing something? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that it's a cumulative thing, and so if it's at 69 miles, you'd have a 1 degree off. If you're at half of that, you'd be a half degree off.
Why do you say that? Why do you say degree? Why is that? I'm sure I've heard that somewhere before. 69
degrees. So 69 miles per degree is...
Was that? Where have I heard that before?
So it's literally the circumference of Earth divided by 360 degrees. And that is also how much like a star's position will change in the sky. That's where you probably have heard it. 69 miles per degree of difference in the elevation of the star, in the angle of the elevation of the star. And that all has to do with the circumference of Earth divided by 360 degrees. And you'll get 69 miles per degree. That's where that number comes from.
Right. Okie dokie.
I don't think we've answered the question, though. Again, what local level is, because you took us out 69 miles and then cut it in half and said half a degree. But there still has to be a point before that half of a degree where there is deviation from level. So so taking us out 69 miles is taking us out 69 miles too far.
Well, it is constantly starting to deviate from level, but it does so at such a small rate. It's like I said, it is very close to horizontal for most distances.
It says it is horizontal.
And I would say that for the short distances that you use that on, you can say it is, because the difference would be negligible in any sense of the word.
What do you mean negligible? What's that mean?
In that during that distance, then maybe it would only be 0.1 degree, and that is doesn't change anything.
What if we don't measure degrees like that? We don't measure things like that in degrees. You know that, right?
Well, you measure the inclination of a plane by the degrees.
No, you don't.
Do you not? What do you measure by then?
The vertical difference between one plane to another, like one horizontal plane to another. It's the vertical change between the two. That's how you measure the drop, elevation change.
I was pretty sure that the inclination of a plane is always in degrees, but maybe I'm misinformed on that.
Yeah. You don't. You're saying the inclination of a horizontal plane, or the inclination from a horizontal plane? Or the difference between the horizontal planes, as in the measured.
Oh, okay. So the difference between planes.
The difference, the differential. The differential
Yeah. So
leveling.
if I have one plane and another plane, then the difference would be in the angle of difference.
No. Differential leveling is not angles. That you're thinking about trigonometrical leveling. If you're talking about differential leveling, you are definitely talking about an auto level and a measuring rod, not degrees. There's no vertical degree measurement in differential leveling. Look it up for yourself if you want.
Yeah, I am looking it up right now.
As you're looking that up, Bloods just post 951 the definition, and the Greek word alpha dolasticho, that literally translates to alpha tube. I thought you'd like that, Bev.
Is it a tube all the way back then? Or is that
That's
like
what
a
it
modern
translates
day?
to, roughly.
Is it the modern day use of the word, or like is that an old use of the word? Because that'd be great.
I don't know because he just posted it. But the way it reads out to alpha tube or alpha elastic, roughly something like that.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, that local level is what kills them. They have to imagine local level. But there's a problem there because in their model, it starts to curve right at your tippy toes. So we've got a problem there.
Yeah, I've got a video coming out with George later today. I think I might put it out later today.
Nice.
Did that yesterday, but the double rodding.
Oh, that's gonna be good. This is a real paradox for them because they have to start with the mental gymnastics.
R5? R4? I don't know. When should we put it out? What time is it now? 3 o'clock. 2 hours? 3 hours? When's best for you guys? 6 o'clock. How's about that? In 3 hours from now-ish.
Sounds good. Everybody should be awoke by then. Oh, wait a minute. It's Friday today. I almost thought it was Saturday.
Yeah, it's only an hour and 20-ish, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really find any holes in differential leveling, unfortunately. Might be able to find a passage somewhere that's been wrote in so they can use it.
You know that 1 degree, since Gummy Bear is looking at it, that 1 degree every 69 miles, the first time I heard that was a couple of years ago when I was destroying their horizon at 39.59. Obviously, painfully easy to do. That's when they came up, yeah, but you can't see it. It's only 1 degree every 69 miles. Yeah? Doesn't your model say 3 miles, Bubba? Things start disappearing?
Yeah, it's crazy. They'll be like, oh, none of this can happen on a flat plane. But the area you witness everything happen on is basically a flat plane because the curve is so small.
Exactly. Exactly.
For all intents and purposes, it's flat. And you see the sunset in your area, your field of view that is a flat area.
Yeah. Like that.
And every locally flat area is locally flat to every other locally flat area.
Bro, they rotate the Earth, right? Like, and not just like in its spin, but like to change the orientation, right? So if you take a measurement over here and then you walk over somewhere else, right? It's like the Earth has spun, and that other part you can't even you can't rely.
Yeah.
That place 6 feet away, useless, right? You can't use any information from over there. Everything will be different. The height, no, it'll only be
What
like
you
5
just
feet
said,
over here.
Yeah. What you just said, Ranty told me that word for word. I go, does it rotate? He goes, yeah, you're always on top.
Yeah. And that's why the Bob and Alice thing is actually so profound, because if you put, if you draw on a piece of paper Bob and Alice, one of them can only be the one that's at 90 degrees. But in reality, you've got both of them at that exact location from each other. Right?
Yeah.
Can you picture that in your head?
We've got a nugget. We've got a nugget in the SE Chihuahua on a skateboard in Livestream 2, showing you exactly.
It's called the infinite drop. Infinite drop.
It's better to use the water, Travis.
Yeah. Baller's
the
Canal.
Twin boat instead, yeah. Or the the Baller's Canal, because land with Bob and Alice, the land they could play along with, right? But the water, there's no way out of it. So I like going to the original, the twin boat paradox. The hump and the drop. There it is. The double hump drop. And we have one in crayons for the geographically challenged. Gummy, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing okay.
So did you do your analysis?
Sure.
And what did you?
I've done enough analysis to understand the argument and everything. I just need to think about how I would present it, or how I would talk about it.
Have you thought about your local level?
Well, yeah.
And you're still claiming 69 miles? Mostly
No,
level?
I'm claiming 69 miles per 1 degree. It's a continuous change.
And what happens at around 3 miles when you're standing at the beach at your model?
At about 3 miles would probably be where the horizon would appear in most scenarios.
So not 69 miles.
No, because you don't need 1 degree to get a horizon.
So you realize that the degree has nothing to do with anything, right? They just came up with that to counteract the 39.59.
It just doesn't have that much to do with the horizon.
You don't think it's like a vertical angle, do you? That 1 degree.
What do you mean by vertical angle?
Well,
from from your position.
When you're imagining that angle, you don't think it's an angle from your eye, from the horizontal downwards, do you?
No, it's the change in your up versus the up of that location.
So are you the drop, or is the horizon the drop?
Measured from where? Where's this 1 degree measured?
The verticals, they're different in 2 lines that are established the same way.
I don't know yet. Sounds confused. The difference in the horizontals?
Yes. So it would be the difference in the horizontals, different in the plumb lines, different in the verticals. All lines would have a 1 degree difference at 69 miles. It's like all of your lines, your plumb, your horizontal, your vertical, all of these lines have been shifted by 1 degree when you've moved 69 miles. That's what
I still feel like we're letting you off the hook on local level.
I agree. I don't want to push too much, but yeah, you really haven't answered that, bro.
Well, it has to do with the same thing. Is if your vectors change, if your horizontal, your vertical, your plumb, if they all change continuously,
do they?
No, but if they do, then there would be such a thing as local level.
Like the logic is, if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Right?
Yes.
And a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. So are you saying that horizontal curves, or if that horizontal curves, within the logical argument that you've come back with a rebuttal with.
No, so what I would say then is that that horizontal deviates from the true horizon, not true horizon, true horizontal by 1 degree for every 69 miles.
Okay, again, so your local, again, so we're having to split hairs, right?
No,
so
wait a minute. No, there is an easy one in here. It deviates 1 degree from horizontal whilst being horizontal. That you are measuring the deviance of 1 degree from, right? Is that what you're saying?
So the horizontal plane that you've created will deviate by 1 degree for every 69 miles from the true horizontal. And when I say the true horizontal, I mean that like the tangential to the plane, to what you're standing on.
What? What?
I mean, the term you're looking for is bendizontal.
Yeah, I think that's what he. Yeah, it's a really weird concept that you've got there, mate.
So
how can you have a deviance of the horizontal from the horizontal, and then call one a true horizontal? I mean, which?
Let's say we have a plumb bob at one, like right now we have a plumb bob, and we have one side of the water level, and then you have the other side of the water level 69 miles somehow, just for the ease of the numbers. Then you would see that the horizontal that has been drawn out by the water level would only be 89 degrees off the plumb. It wouldn't be the expected 90 degrees off the plumb. That's where that deviation of true horizontal.
But horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right?
Yes, the true.
They are 90
horizontal.
degrees. So that would sort of say that they cannot be at 89 degrees, because that sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that water level doesn't establish the true horizontal, but it's established very close to it because we don't use it over 69 miles.
But
or
you're
where
also
those degrees
saying
will.
impossible happens because you say it has to.
No, I'm saying that what you've established isn't the true horizontal. It is simply an approximation.
But everywhere horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, apart from when you imagine 69 miles.
Yeah.
Then
and so
it's
what
not
that means,
quite perpendicular to each other.
And so what that means is that the horizontal you're establishing with the water level isn't always the true horizontal.
Yeah. Somebody once said, one person's horizontal is another person's vertical. Would you agree or disagree?
In a technical abstract sense, yes.
Yeah, it sounds ridiculous to me. Does it sound ridiculous to you?
In most scenarios, yes. But like I said, in an abstract technical sense, yes. But in a useful way, no, really.
Could you imagine a horizontal being perpendicular to a horizontal?
I can imagine it, yeah.
Could you imagine a horizontal being parallel to a horizontal?
Yeah, of course I can.
Could you imagine a vertical being perpendicular to a vertical?
Yeah. They wouldn't meet, really, but yeah.
Could you imagine a vertical being parallel to a vertical?
Yeah, of course I can.
Got a good imagination.
Thank you very much.
Only 2 of those are actual reality, right?
Can
you guess which 2?
I'll guess it's number 2 and 4.
What number they were asked, and which ones are those?
It's the ones that you guys would agree with, the flat Earth related ones.
Oh, the ones you've looked over differential leveling, right? And
Yeah.
how that works. Does that have parallel horizontals?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the one that's true, right? In reality, because the surveyors definitely work in reality, and they definitely work with parallel horizontals, don't they, for differential leveling?
Yeah.
And the only other one, well, actually, the consequent of horizontals being parallel means that all perpendiculars to a plane would be parallel. And everybody knows perpendicular to a horizontal plane is vertical. So geometrically, verticals are parallel. Shock. Big shock. Don't worry, though. Doesn't make the Earth flat. There'll still be mountains and valleys for you.
The thing is, I wouldn't worry. Like, even if the world was flat, doesn't change too much for me.
It doesn't make any difference to anyone.
Well, the only thing it would mean would be, of course, that a lot of people have been lying. But even then, a lot of people already do lie.
Could
So
they be misguided?
Yeah.
Yes.
But
My
at some point, there has to be someone lying. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of people can be misguided, but at some point, someone is not lying. So
Could they not have been
influenced,
influenced, right? Against the will, but there are people that use tactics to try and influence people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of different reasons why people say whatever they say, right?
What about the philosophical implications of living in what amounts to a big terrarium?
Good question. That would indicate a creator.
You'd still be putting a hole to it, wouldn't you? And I think that'd be foolish. But I guess,
Well, yeah, like, I definitely more, what's the word, like, more convinced or like more propelled to believe in a creator if the Earth was actually flat.
No.
You'd be more inclined to believe in a creator if the Earth was flat? Is that what you said?
Essentially, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
What was easier for the creator to make it flat?
No,
or
but
illogical?
It would have more. It would be more logically sound of an argument.
I agree, yeah. It would be more logically sound if you made the surface level, if you placed water upon it. Yeah, I agree with you. It would be kind of illogical for a creator to place water around the sphere, wouldn't you say?
Well, he'd be able to do what the heck he wanted, but it would be weird for him to do so.
I agree with you 100%. Yep. So we live in like a weird, they tell us the place we live is kind of weird. I agree with you. Yeah. It doesn't make sense in many physical ways. Like if you were the creator, if you had the power to create a realm and put water on it and stuff, what shape would you make it?
Most, like, if I had infinite power and I could do whatever I pleased, then probably an infinite plane.
Yeah, agree, yeah. It would make logic, right? That's the logical, right?
Yeah.
Knowing the physics we know, the place where we live, that would be logic. Yeah, I agree with you, yeah.
I mean, I'm not so sure.
We almost have that power when we make video games, right? We sit down at a computer, we can make the video game be anything we want, and I mean, we do both.
I mean, that's why we got Minecraft, infinite plane.
I'd make it so I could see the entire thing at once just by looking at it. I wouldn't want to have to like manipulate it so I could see the back side of it. That would be annoying.
That's true. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, like you don't paint a picture on a sphere and turn it around, right? You have it on a flat surface, and yeah, exactly. I've never seen a spherical picture where you'd have to turn it around to see the back end of it. Yeah, right. The hand is absolutely correct. I'd make it so I can see the whole thing at once, see my creation.
Well, to be pedantic about it, if you are God, then you wouldn't need to see it, because you wouldn't have to see with your eyes.
Well, that's debatable, but yeah.
I mean, as a creator, you would be able to see all parts of it without having to have it in your line of vision, so to speak. But of course, it makes more logical sense for it to be like you say.
Yeah, agreed. I see where you're going at. Yeah. So you're getting into the logic step by step, bro. This is how it's done. Take your time, forget what the bull that you've been told, and think of things logically in your own way. Don't let anybody convince you one way or the other. Especially not us.
Yo, if they gave you both sides in school and presented it as a coherent argument like we can do, and we're not even anybody special. I used to be a janitor, SE's a fucking dock worker. I don't know we're not like the high ranked people. But if they had presented this in a coherent manner in school alongside with a globe, there'd be a lot more fucking. I bet you more than half of the people would be flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll agree with half, but I would, of course, agree that there would be more flat earthers, of course.
More than half.
Yeah, I'm not so confident about that, but definitely more than we have right now.
Well, do you think it's right in school when they show you that cutout of the Earth and how it's got all the layers in it?
1 second, I got a phone call.
All right. Like they're teaching you shit in school as facts, and it's not really a fact. It's like their best guess. It's a guess, but they taught to you as if it's fact.
If this were a Christian channel and Gummy were an atheist, we'd be all like almost having a convert right now.
Whoa, hold off. Cog
You know what I mean?
at some point.
No, I'm just saying. I think the logic of what we've had in the discussion today, I think, has given him some pretty serious food for thought.
It's what the logic should have done. Should have done it a long time ago. One of the problems I have with so-called Black Swan. The argument's something, it's turned into something that it isn't, and they purposely go away from the logic, because once the logic hits you, I mean, what can you do?
He got a little taste of it today. Gummy, you got a little taste of logic, bro.
I'm not sure if I got a taste of it, but we did have a lot of logical conversations, yeah. But I do have to go now. It was a good talk, and we'll talk another time as well. So have a good one, everyone.
Yeah.
Later, Gummy.
See you later.
Nice talking with you, man. I can't believe it. I think we made an inroad there. Is it just me?
Yeah, it's just you, bro. He'll be back tomorrow spitting the same globe shit.
I tried.
Listen, did you guys listen to that Ruhif thing last night with me and Ruhif?
Oh, what's he been saying?
That was good, bro.
Come on.
This guy's got a formula. He called it a code. I don't know why he kept calling it a code, but he had a code.
The K?
That was it was a formula for refraction. And I'm like, well, what's the K? He's like, I don't know. So he doesn't even know how this shit works. Oh man, he's a mess, this guy.
It was beautiful. I wish it was taped, man. He came in with a formula that he didn't understand, and then you went and you showed him that the K references R.
I don't even know if it does. Nice. I don't even know if it does. He doesn't know either, though. So we're both in the same.
He just makes something up and he has to go along with it. That's a surefire way that he hasn't got a clue what he's talking about.
Well, normally,
wait a minute, Jeremy. What you showed did say that the K was related to R.
Yeah, normally K is 7/6R. Right?
Yeah. The K value is something that Rumpus has talked about numerous times, but I think that it's just another variation of the 7/6R.
Yeah, but I don't even know if that was the same K in his formula. But he didn't know either. So whatever. Like I could just say it was, and he doesn't know. So who are you to say it's not?
Yeah, he had no clue. Yeah.
You can't tell me it's not. You don't know what it is. You just told us you don't know.
You remember when I asked him if he ever held a sextant, if he ever used the sextant, what he said?
He said no, right?
Yep.
Yeah. They're telling a story. They know a story. Somebody's told them a story a bunch of times, and they memorized the story. So now they have the story they can tell.
Ruhif has a video on his channel where he's taped 30-centimeter rulers to goalposts to do a 2-peg test. It's literally ridiculous, the shit that people will believe, right? You've got Ruhif sending Ranty up to Winter Hill with an auto level, like for no reason, right? Because it literally it's not anything other than like a prediction game that the boys are playing with each other. Whether they can get Ranty, they're just making stuff up. Ruhif is the king of it.
Oh yeah. Was it Biodual? Was it Biodual, Jeremy, that came in to say about the sextant to begin with?
Bro, Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, don't forget about the counting pixels on a picture. That was pretty ridiculous.
Oh, Bio last night. I heard you say he's good, and Bio is good. He's got that slick tongue. He's got that silver tongue thing going where they're good on the spot. I mean, Kosho had to come in and correct him last night when he was talking about light and physical.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not going along with the low paradigm thing, but
the tag team.
Yeah, Kosho is. So some of them, I don't know how to explain it. Anyways, with George though, I got to get him to say this bullet thing out loud where we got it recorded because we already got him saying the Earth does rotate under the bullet, the Earth doesn't rotate under the bullet. Then we got him saying if you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, they'll hit the ground at the same time. But I've since gotten all the Globers to disagree to that. So now all I got to do is get Ruhif on tape saying the Earth, if you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, they won't hit the ground at the same time. And I'll have this I'll be able to have this whole bullet video all lined up like he's having a bad bullet luck.
They did that on Mythbusters already.
You don't understand it?
The bullet.
Yeah, I'd say Mythbusters did it and showed it to be true.
Oh, so the ground and the bullet. So
they didn't actually hit it at the same time. They didn't hit at the same time though.
It's close enough though. It was like 39 milliseconds.
So they didn't hit at the same time.
39 milliseconds, well within the error.
Yeah, but it was real close. Yeah, it might have been the error of just dropping a bullet. So you do think they hit at the same time?
Sure.
Hayden still
Physics.
Because you saw it on Mythbusters and physics. Okay. Well, some
are
disagreeing with.
So your
ground would slant away, and it should take longer for the shot one because it has to fall a longer distance. Oh, so that's that 39-point error, maybe.
One inch.
Plus, they were
1 inch should
filming,
be
and
far
they're
enough.
filming at, when you film, it's like 24 frames a second or something.
I'm pretty sure they got
They
better
filmed
cameras
at
than
a
that.
way higher rate than that because they were using high-speed cameras. That's like 200 or 300 frames per second.
I don't know how fast they were doing. It was well within the error.
We know you make stuff up. We know, Paige.
No, I'm
You
not
make shit
making
up.
stuff up. This is well within. This is a well-known physics problem. They teach
No,
it
that's
to
all
high
right.
schools.
Peyton Eschill is right. It would be within an error margin because they're having to release the bullet and time it with the shot fire and all that. So there's going to be an error. Humans are doing it, but just as long as we know you agree with it, that's what we're looking for. Because some are disagreeing, right?
So to sum it up,
if you shoot it far enough, are you saying that the ground slopes away?
Well, they're just saying if you shoot it 4 feet off the ground, the one fired will hit the ground later than the one if you just drop it 4 foot off the ground at the same time you fire.
So. Physics would disagree with you on that one. It's a classic physics problem.
I mean, can we quote you on this?
Sure.
If you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, they'll both hit the ground at the same time?
Yes.
End quote.
Classic
All right.
physics problem.
Thanks.
So where it gets me is some bullets travel further than others. So where does physics take that into an account?
Doesn't matter. The acceleration downward is the same no matter if you're moving fast or if you're moving slow, as long as you're firing perfectly horizontal on flat ground.
So a 22 and a 50 caliber would have the same effect?
Yep.
No, I think he's saying the same grain, right? It would have to be the same.
Well, yeah, you'd have to use
size bullet.
Well, no, even then it still shouldn't matter because dropping everything falls at the same rate no matter what the weight. But yeah,
Well, then that doesn't add up because a 50 cal is going to shoot 10 miles before it hits the ground, and
10
the
miles.
50 cal bullet. Well, I'm just using it as an example. It's going to shoot a lot further than a 22.
Doesn't matter though.
Yeah, but it wouldn't hit the ground if it's shooting further. Yeah, but if it's shooting, no. You need to think about that a little bit.
Horizontal speed has no difference on vertical speed.
But it's traveling a longer distance. That means more time, right?
No, but it's still
more
got
time.
the same. It's still got the same distance down to travel if you're firing perfectly horizontal.
50 cal 4 foot off the ground.
Yeah,
it's going to go further and take more time to hit the ground than a 22 fired 4 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
Do you
But
agree?
they'll still hit the ground at the same time.
As long as Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And you say this does happen.
I think.
And you say this does happen. So, my bad. Go ahead.
The big thing you have to consider is that the weapon is horizontal, right? Of course, if it's angled up, then the 50 cal can travel much further than the 22. But I think that their argument is if it's horizontal, they're going to just drop at the same rate.
Okay, so even if the rate is the same, it's traveling faster. Things aren't the same.
What does the horizontal speed got to do with the vertical speed is the question.
Because I agree with you, a 50 cal will shoot a very long distance, but for the most part, you're going to be angling it up to get that distance.
So the premise here is the vertical speed. The horizontal speed has nothing to do with the drop, or has everything to do with the drop. You guys are saying?
No, it's regardless. It doesn't matter if a 5-year-old throws a ball and a 30-year-old throws a ball.
If you throw it perfectly horizontal, I'll agree with you.
Even if the 30-year-old throws it much harder than the 5-year-old, they're both going to hit the ground at the same time. That's the analogy.
I guess it has to be tested. We can talk about it all day long.
Right. Conceptually, I get the argument. I get it. Conceptually, yep, I get it.
Mythbusters.
So, yeah, you already said that. We all know that.
Okay, so what's the problem? There's your demonstration.
We're talking about not dropping, talking about firing 2 different calibers now. Because that's a different physical demonstration.
Yeah, but the principle's still the same.
Yeah, I understand when your calibers were the same. I kind of get the concept. I've never tested it myself, but
You'd have to get them to come out of the barrel at the same time. Which
that's why we're saying we would need a different demonstration.
Yeah, the property is the same. Fine, look for it. I don't know if anybody's ever done that test. You could do that test.
yeah, the Mythbusters do it with the same caliber.
Come on.
Mythbusters are idiots. They once showed that the shadows of the moon, the shadows could be diverging and converging, but they used a light in a warehouse to do it. The same way we're saying the astronauts faked the thing.
Yeah, I'm not at all saying that Mythbusters is. I'm using that as proof. Like it would be easy for me to believe, knowing what I know, that they're just doing that as propaganda, right?
Yeah, they do some very
I got no
shady.
problem.
They do some shady stuff.
Questionable at best, but it still holds. But like the theory makes sense to me.
Did you see how National Geographic did the exact same thing of showing the diverging shadows with a big light out in the desert at night?
Well, they got caught faking Earth curve, weren't they? The ones that were faking Earth curve with the helicopter thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
scientists and all that.
They did this other thing though, where they went out to prove that the shadows would diverge, but then they just used a big spotlight in the desert at night. It's like, wait a minute, what am I missing? You're proving the exact opposite point that you're trying to make.
Yeah, all you're doing is showing us that shadows can converge and diverge when you use the local light source. You got to use the sun.
And why wouldn't they use the sun, right?
Yeah, because I don't know. Good question.
Why wouldn't they just use the sun as their light source?
Because they did.
I don't get it.
And it didn't work the way they wanted, so they're like, "Oh, we can't do it that way."
Right. I mean, that's when the logic, that's when my common sense comes in and goes, wait a minute. Why wouldn't they use the same thing that we're asking if it works? Because it doesn't work. So then they had to use a close local light. I don't know. It's weird.
All the shit these guys replicate never matches anything that's happening. You know what I mean? They're trying to replicate shadows. They use the spotlight, not the sun. They want to do this test. They don't use real world conditions. Like it's fucked up.
The flag, the colored flag thing over the lake where you could see the shoreline of the distant, shore. That's obstruction bottom up by something other than Earth curve, right? But people still deny that you can have obstruction bottom up for any other reason. It's their scientists telling them, here it is. It's ridiculous. The doublespeak that really makes me question it.
Good point, Rick. Here, the funny thing is, they look at that colored whatever it is, but they don't look behind what the horizon is. It's unbelievable.
Well, I don't know if it was the editing issue or not, but they were saying, look, 1.5 stripes are missing. But if you really look at it, they're not. Even the amount of stripes they were saying were missing wasn't right. If you look at the colors of the stripes on shore, and then when they're telling you that 1.5 stripes are missing, it's actually not. It's only about 1/2 stripe that's missing. So I don't know if that was editing problem, like later on more stripes were apparently missing or what, but it didn't jive. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot wrong with that.
Oh yeah! As soon as I saw the horizon behind that, I mean, wow! It's what can you say?
Why don't they come out and make another show and tell the public the truth of what happened. You know, they made a mistake, or this is refraction, or it doesn't take away the ball, right? Well, it kind of does, but you could say it's refraction in the other way. You know, this lake, even though you can see the distant shore, it's because that shoreline is looming up. You understand what I'm saying? But then they would have to explain why some of the stripes were missing, closer to the camera than the shoreline. Well,
exactly.
You could come up with excuses for that too, but why don't they ever do that? They never come out and recant their, you know, what's been debunked. They just move on to the next thing. So you can't trust them. Plus, they got a spinning globe in the right bottom corner of the screen every time they put a Discovery thing on. So you know where they're coming from, right? It's a bias.
Bro, they've been doing it. They do that shit all the time on almost all the channels. Like, my kid watches Disney Junior a lot. Every chance they get, they show a globe. Anytime there's a desk in any scene, there's a globe on a desk. They'll constantly have puppies jumping around a spherical moon. Like, just any chance they get to put it in your head.
We were at one of my, we were playing cards, but it was at a church thing. And they have a bunch of TVs in this room. We all get together and watch different shows. I mean, you know, some people watch different things, but we put football games on or whatever. So there might be like 2 football games on, a couple of different shows, the Discovery Channel, blah, blah, blah. Kids are watching cartoons. And I'll point out, look, every commercial, bam, right? Globe or astronauts or whatever. Look at that. They're doing an interview of Enchanted Island or whatever, some game show. And there's a globe behind them. Look at Discovery Channel, spinning globe in the right corner. You don't think that's not by chance, right? It's amazing.
Reinforcements. Yep,
Look, I'm
absolutely.
gonna post a picture. I'm gonna post a picture of my kid right now in a live stream. Live stream to where the fuck are the chat rooms here? A live stream to text. I'll post a picture of my kid right now. Look at what he's wearing. Those are 2 different sets of pajamas. 2 different sets of pajamas. They both have the appropriate matching tops and bottoms. You know what I mean? Look at them. You know, I didn't buy that shit. One time I had a choice. You know those little things kids sit in? And they can like roll around on the floor and there's like a little table tray thing around them with goofy shit. I go to Walmart one time. I had to buy one of those when he was younger. They had one that was like animals and giraffe themed and shit. And they had another one that was like, they had like globes and shit on it. I'm like, yo, no way am I having them stare at that shit for fucking, you know, hours on end. I bought him the animal one.
But why would that be on a kid's pajamas so prevalently? Like, I'm with you. Every pajama has stuff like that. Dinosaur. Why would that be? Like, kids don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless you force it on them, kids, they want to see teddy bears and, you know what I'm saying? Ah, man, it's really weird. I never would have noticed it before, but now if you pay attention, you know, it is everywhere.
Yeah, you see that floor I put in? That floor is dope as fuck, bro. It's like this grayish, light tan brown kind of wood thing. I fucked up in the living room. I had too many seams lining up. So I mean, you won't notice it unless you like did floors or something. But I got like
Rick,
2.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna like to touch on that, like why they have, you know, so much in your face, you know, for children especially. Like, I think, and we were kind of touching on it the other day about how these so-called, you know, scientists that come up with these like crazy ideas, these crazy theories and stuff like that. It's almost like artists that were like groomed by, you know, elite societies and stuff like that, how they got their ideas spread, you know, so widely with such limited you know, media back in the day, right? There wasn't a whole lot of I mean, they had to print pamphlets and print books and stuff like that. There wasn't internet and shit like that. So it was a lot harder to get their ideas out there. So they needed a lot of money, a lot of resources, and a lot of influence. And power and money was a way to influence. Well, that became kind of like the ideal. Like, you know, if you want power and money, you got to be smart, you got to be resourceful and all this stuff. And that kind of plays into that, right? Like if you want your kid to grow up smart and all that, like he's got to know all these like ideas that all these smart people, you know, proposed back in the day. And it just perpetuates it, right? Keeps it going. That's my theory.
You don't even have to lie anymore. You have the people that have been lied to, telling truth lies or whatever you want to now call it, but like they don't even know they're lying. Yeah.
Well, they just think of it as like, well, that's a really smart thing to get into, astronomy and science and, you know, all this other stuff that we really have no idea what the fuck is going on. But, you know, it sounds really smart and it looks really smart, and all these really smart people, all these elite, you know, high dollar people that's what they're doing. I want my kid to get into that, you know, so I'm going to promote that into my kid's mind by giving him some freaking PJs with globes all over it.
Space pajamas, bro. Hell yeah.
The whole Santa Claus thing with kids, it's a lie, right? I mean, no matter how you shake it, I have people argue with me that that's not a lie, right? Because it's so widespread and well known, and we just do it as a tradition that it's not a lie to your kids. Well, no,
like it's harmless.
100% it's a lie, right? And I think that's how far we've gone. That's how far we've gone.
Wait a minute, it's a lie?
Yeah, Santa's not real, bud.
I watched them track him with the radars on the news, on the weather.
Yeah, isn't that funny that NASA helped and, you know, the government helped? And, you know,
Hey, if you guys tell kids the truth, you're taking away Christmas and all the fun of Christmas from the kids. Come on, you can't tell them.
You know the story behind that?
Rocky,
do
you
you
know
know how
behind that?
Do you know how fun it is to tell kids that Santa's not real, brother? It's a blast.
Well, I was gonna say,
you're so mean.
I watched my daughter tell somebody Santa's not real at like 3. I thought that was funny.
That would be more fun, I think. I think if you do it as an adult, you're just being mean. That's what everybody else thinks, anyhow. You're being so mean. You just stole the joy of Christmas from the children.
Yeah, so lying to your kid is not mean. Tell them the truth.
I would say if your kids know already, you should tell them not to be telling other kids.
Why? Do you want them to participate with the lie?
Spread the truth, bro. Spread the truth.
It's not nice.
Why is it not nice?
Truth, man.
See, there it is. Truth is not nice. Even you're saying it. That's
truth is confrontational.
That's how far we've gone.
Yeah,
truth is exclusive.
No, but we only
No,
tell
it's
this
subjective.
truth. You guys only want to tell this truth because it's not harmless. But other truths that will actually harm your kids, you will not tell them.
It's not harmless though. You're gaslighting the kids. That's what you're doing. You're teaching them that gaslighting is correct.
I'm curious.
Well, it's worse because they have to figure it out on their own that it's not real. No parent ever says, we were kind of just joshing. Every child that I know that's went through it figured it out on their own. That's worse.
I just told my kids Corona got Santa.
That's bad.
I think it's not harmless because it conditions them to accept the fact that society can gaslight you and for your own benefit.
You said it's not harmless?
What is the harm on that?
It's conditioning them to believe that society can gaslight you for your own benefit.
Do you have kids?
It's even worse than that. It's taken
I don't have kids.
Kids should be able to. Oh, sorry.
Here's the thing I think. So, like, yeah, it conditions you that, like, white lies are okay, right?
And then
Right.
when you become an adult, what does the government do? The government basically tells you white lies. You know, it's like the same concept of like, oh, it's okay because it makes you feel good. Like Santa Claus makes the feel good. So it programs you to be lied to by the government when you're an adult, like a child.
Not only that, but the two people in the entire world that a kid should be able to trust have been lying to them for the first however many years of their lives about the Easter
For
Bunny, the Tooth
years.
Fairy, the Santa Claus, all this shit. And then when they get old enough, there's a psychological thing that I don't even think we realize happens. That basically you can't
So
trust
in your
them.
eyes, it's better to say, well, there's no such thing as Santa Claus. And
Yeah, that's a story.
But then it
yeah,
transfers
and
over
then
to
don't
give
bring
them
any
gifts.
gifts, right?
What's
No,
better?
I didn't say that. We celebrated Christmas every year, but in a different way.
What's worse is it worse to tell your kids a lie and use it as a leverage to make them act right because you can't.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
come on, man.
Yeah, we tell this lie so they act a certain way, right? What does the government do? They tell us this lie so we act a certain way.
We act a certain
It's
way.
the
Yeah.
same thing. I could make a skit to where I equate a group of kids that believe in Santa Claus to the group of Globers and a group of kids that don't believe in Santa Claus to the Flat Earthers.
But even with the
That should
truth
be
of
the other way
Santa
around,
Claus,
though.
even with the truth of Santa Claus, you're still stuck in the lie because you're not even talking about the elephant in the room. That Christmas has nothing to do with, like, the lie goes so much deeper. Christmas has nothing to do with what the Christianity claims it has to do with.
Right. But you can make it into that a time, a season of the year that you get together with family and friends, and we celebrate the birth of Jesus. So no matter when you do that, or if you use Christmas to do that, it still can be turned into a good thing.
You could say that, but it's not a biblical thing to do.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, the lie goes deeper, but you're not telling them. I'm not lying to them about that. I do believe that Jesus was born on at some point. Whether it's, I don't think it's December 25th. That's just when we celebrate it. And I don't really know the true date. I personally think it's in September.
Yeah, but that's just. But to say you're going to celebrate Jesus' birth on Christmas just because you can and you don't know the date, to me that's an even deeper thing, because as Christians, you're not called to celebrate his birthday like that. Matter of fact, one could make an argument that celebrating birthdays is actually a pagan ritualistic thing, because there's only two accounts of birthdays in the Bible, and they were both pagan ritualistic, and people died on those 2 times
It's
too.
also a heliocentric thing too.
Yeah, it's way deeper than just, we'll just say that we're just gonna celebrate his birthday this day because the world says it anyhow, so we're just gonna follow along with them. I personally believe that's a mistake if you call yourself a Christian.
I agree with you. I've started to research that and shy away from it. I mean, my kids are grown now, so we don't do, we don't do the Christmas thing like we used to. But I did apologize for the lie. Right, that's kind of where I'm starting.
Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not attacking anybody on here or anybody any place, each to their own. It's just when you do read the Bible and start to understand it, especially if you start in the Old Testament and make that foundation, you'll find out that God does have days to celebrate, and December 25th has never been one of them, and he's pretty clear about his celebration days and how to go about them. But that's a whole other
but
story.
then in the New Testament, Paul says like we don't have to celebrate holidays.
Yeah,
It
that's
doesn't
completely
really matter.
taken out of context.
It is?
Yes, it is. all the disciples were good Jews, dude.
Okay.
Were they not?
I mean, he says clearly that it doesn't matter if you celebrate holidays or not. It's
if you take
it's
that out of
about-
context.
I
You're
don't
right.
think so.
Yeah,
I
it's all good. I'm not gonna have a big
As a
biblical
Christian,
debate over it, but I'll
feel
tell you
like
right now, all the
every day is
disciples
equal.
were Jews. Jesus was a Jew. If he completely perfectly followed the law, he also followed all the celebration days.
Oh, I'm not
And
doubting
matter of
that.
fact, the last thing that he did before he died was he was celebrating one of the celebration days the way that it was supposed to be done. So I don't know what to tell you. To sit here and say that they don't count all of a sudden, that doesn't fly. It doesn't work, dude. You're obviously taking some stuff out of context, but whatever.
No, I'm not disagreeing that. Yeah, Jesus did do that, but still, Paul says.
And you're supposed to live like Jesus. Oh, right. So Paul. So you're supposed to live like Jesus, but you think Paul has told you that these things don't matter when they matter to Jesus. Well, that seems to be a little bit of a contradiction.
I don't think live by Jesus, they meant like celebrate the same holidays he did. I think they talked about.
So don't celebrate the same holidays as his father told him to celebrate.
I don't think it was about celebrating holidays. It was about live like him in the sense that we
it's
should
actually not
love
holidays.
other people.
Yeah. Okay.
Not like follow the holidays.
Good enough.
So anyway, just a subject. I mean, that's like you said, to each their own. We have to. It's our own walk, right? So
yeah.
No reason to. I mean, I would never ridicule you for any of your beliefs.
If you want to celebrate the holidays, whatever, that's cool. Like, it's not bad. I'm just saying, like, as a Christian, I don't think it's like it's an obligation or anything. That's all I'm saying.
So
it's not holidays though, really, when it comes to God's days for celebration. It's not holidays.
What is it?
We
then?
generally think of holidays.
Okay.
Well, they're ordained days by God to do certain
holiday
things.
celebration.
Well,
holy day, would that be better?
If that's the way you want to go with it, sure.
I think they took these holy days and turned them into holidays for the market, right? To sell things and all that. I think that's kind of the point.
There you go.
So, everybody kind of knows that, but you can use any bad into good, right? You can turn any bad situation into good. Hurricanes, people's needs, homes destroyed. You can turn that into a good thing. Let's take people into our house and show them how things can be, or that maybe they need that. Maybe that's just part of the walk that people need to go through, or have your kids go out there and teach them that they need to go provide for people that have less, or you can take any bad situation and turn it into good. So let's not there's no reason to ridicule somebody for trying to do that their best way. We're at different stages.
I think anyone was being ridiculed.
My bad. Can you imagine
I
if, like,
it didn't come across as ridiculing anybody.
Well, ridicule is a bad word. You know what I'm saying. There's no reason to
disagree, maybe, but I wasn't calling anybody like either going to hell over it or anything like that. I was just trying to make my point from my view.
Can you imagine if we had a Bill Gates or Elon Musk or one of these goofball motherfuckers that thought like Rakia did, and they were out there, spending tons of their money trying to make people's lives better that were, suffering or whatever? The world would be such a better place.
They probably do think they're doing a good thing in their eyes.
Yeah, I think they do. A lot of them are, say they're philanthropists or give a lot of money, and they do. A lot of them do, but I think sometimes it's for different reasons. The limelight, they get a huge tax break. They create these charity organizations that are tax-free, tax-exempt, and they can funnel a lot of money through there. There's been a lot of corruption, found. Anytime there's money like that, there's going to be corruption, but a lot of them do use their money for good, whether they want to or not, or mean to or not.
So some of them do, no doubt, but they could do a lot more to help.
I've heard you say they could end world hunger, and you're exactly right. One of the trillionaires could end it, and it's.
I think it's $14 billion a year or something.
Yeah.
To end world hunger. That's nothing, bro.
Yeah. I mean,
well, you got to think about it almost like it's almost like the big pharma, right? Why would you end world hunger when the charity that you're running and you funnel money through it is providing a way for you to hide money? Why would you?
Yeah, and I kind of feel that way too. It does seem like that.
That's exactly what it is, because think about it. Like, when I first got into truck driving as an independent contractor, right, I got all my money back. And my friend, who's an independent contractor as an electrician, he's like, dude, you got to spend as much as that as you can and write it off. I'm like, what the fuck? So I either get my money stolen from me or you force me to buy something I don't want to buy. Either way, I can't keep my money. Right?
Hell no, bro.
Right.
Well,
so
buy
the whole
something you want to buy then.
No, the point is, I don't want to. I don't. Yeah, I get that. Which is what I did. But my point is that there would be a way for me to figure out. Okay, I'm going to spend all this, find some way of getting a receipt enough to be able to turn it in, and then return everything so I get all my money back. But you think I actually spent it on my business? That's what I would want to do. I would want to figure out how to funnel it back towards me. Right? You know what I mean? Because again, I want to keep my money. I don't want it to be stolen, and I don't want to have to spend it.
I heard something interesting about art the other day. How rich people buy like multi-million-dollar pieces of art,
right?
And then something about they take that and then they go donate it to a museum, and then that art doubles in price and all this shit. And it has to do. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it has to do with basically sheltering the money.
Yeah, they'll have some artists draw a line on a canvas, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's brilliant! I'll give you 20 million for it." And then they spend the 20 million. Their art appraisal friends will value it at 40 million, and then they'll donate it or something. Or
and then
sell it for less, and it's a huge tax write-off.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. I think like then it's $40 million that they've donated. Yeah, right. So they get a donation receipt for $40 million, and then they put that towards their empire, and then they don't have to pay taxes on that.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah.
They do that every year here in Mexico. The TV station, the biggest one, it does something like for the children in need, and they gather so much money, they write it off as taxes, as a donation, so they can write it off.
Right. Yeah, Jeremy got it right with the pictures too, the art. That's what they do. I couldn't remember how they did it, but
because think about it, if you're rich and wealthy like that, and you're doing this, you have a whole bunch of friends and people that you probably give some of the money to appraise this art or whatever, So they're like, you go to a guy, they're like, "Yo, I need this picture appraised at $34 million." So they appraised it at $34 million.
Yeah.
I once had a guy come into my house. I had an accident in my house. A pipe broke under my house. And the guy came in and he's like, "What do you want me to do here?" I'm like, "I don't know, whatever you do, like see how much damage there is." He's like, "Yeah, but what do you want to happen?" I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" He's like, "Well, do you want to keep this trailer, or do you want to just fix it? What's here?" I'm like, "I don't know, whatever needs to be done." He's like, "Well, I can use a lot of funny numbers." I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, yo, people just be making numbers up,
Yeah, they do that. They overcharge for the insurance companies, even like a car accident and shit. The companies that fix the vehicles or the house or whatever, when it's insured, they do things completely different.
Yeah, the guy was
things like that.
Cool. He was just writing me an appraisal to see how much the check was going to be in it. But if the check was over a certain amount, the trailer. It was a trailer, so it would have been considered totaled or whatever. So, he's like, "I can make it go either way." I was like, "I don't know. I really don't want to trash my trailer. I'd rather just fix the shit." So that's what he did.
The medical field, like I'm self-insured. When I go, someone needs stitches or a broken arm or whatever, which hadn't happened in a long time, but I would just pay for it. But I've gone, a couple times, like my daughter cut her finger, and go get stitches, and they're like, "Who's your insurance on it?" Like, "No, I'm paying for this, out of pocket," and the price is way lower than what they would have charged the insurance.
I had a
people
doctor's
wonder
office.
why insurance is so high. It's crazy.
I had a doctor's office.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
I had a doctor's office, and at one point in my life, I didn't have insurance, so they would charge me half. I'm like, "Yo, no wonder why I can't afford insurance." You know, the insurance companies have to raise their rates because they're getting fucking charged double.
Yep.
Same here in Canada. Like, let's say you go to the doctor and you need prescription or something, some drugs, and the doctor will say, well, do you have insurance through work or not? And if you say no, they'll give you an off name brand that's the same drug. It's just not a name brand. And if you say yeah, then they'll write out the prescription for the name brand, and the price will be literally 2 to 3 times more than the non-name brand, but it's the same shit. Probably comes from the same factory.
Yeah, there's major problems with the medical industry as we know it. Major problems.
Yeah, for sure.
The conflict of interest they have is insane. They're running a business. You want more customers. Your customers are sick people. You want more sick people?
Yeah. Pretty simple.
Definitely a racket.
Well, they always latch on to the most profitable theory. Fossil fuel, germ theory, whatever's more profitable in the long run.
It's all about money. We got to get rid of money, man. I know it sounds fucking nuts, but
it's not just about money. I personally think it's because we don't take responsibility for ourselves. I mean, 90% of the reasons why people go to the doctor is because you're not looking after your own self. I mean, if you cut a leg off or something by mistake with a chainsaw, that's one thing. But if you eat McDonald's and Dairy Queen for 30 years straight every other day, and you all of a sudden you got diabetes and a heart condition, well, that's because you didn't look after yourself right.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. And people don't like to make sacrifices as much as they should. I mean, you know, to be self-insured, you know, I took a little risk and you know, had to do things to homeschool kids. Back when I did it, I took risk and had to pay more money, and you know, my wife didn't work, you know, things like that. You know what I'm saying? People aren't willing to do that sometimes. So they just fall into the system, and then once you're in that system, you know, you're paying for healthcare, you're working you know, 2 jobs or whatever, one to pay the health insurance and one to pay, you know, the light bill. Like Jeremy said, I'm, you know, he was barely paying his daycare. You know, one little aspect of life, having a kid, much less saving for retirement and college and, you know, whatever. So it's you're caught once you get in that system, man. It's tough. I think that's what it's set up to do.
Well, I was listening to an interview from a while ago with Bill Cooper. He's the guy that wrote A Pale Horse. I don't know if anybody knows who he is or not, but anyhow, he talked about
Behold the Pale Horse.
Yeah, behold the pale horse. So he's dead now, anyhow. But there's an old interview of his that I was listening to, and he was talking about, well, if you participate with the government and have them give you benefits and whatnot, whether it's cheap or free housing or money for childcare, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But once you step into that arena, basically you're going home. It's like a kid going back home to mom and dad or whatever. And then once you step into that and start taking from that, basically the government's your parents. And when they tell you to take out the garbage or that you have to be home at a certain time or whatever, then you have to comply because you're basically, it's like living at home again, and you got to abide by the rules of the house. And so that's where I think a great majority of all countries kind of fall. The governments get so big that they get to have that power, right? So we need to look after ourselves more. Rather, it's not just money, like Jeremy says. I think, I don't mean to be disagreeing with you too much, Jeremy, but I think it has a lot to do with personal responsibility. It's money I see as an inanimate object, and it's how we use it that kind of gets us trapped or not trapped.
would that be similar to what we've talked about before with the medical industry and not being able to sue the big there? It's almost like the seatbelt laws, right? So if the federal law is that you have to build your cars with these kinds of seatbelts, and that seatbelt can even end up killing someone in an accident, then you can't sue the manufacturer because they were forced to provide that safety measure, right? You guys follow,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So in the same line of what you were just saying, if I don't want to participate in the certain aspects of what the federal government says I have to do, right? And they say, well, you take advantage of the system, so you have to do what we say. And then my question would be, am I allowed to exist outside of that system? No.
I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Right. Well, then, again, that's kind of like the insurance aspect. If you're not allowing me not to put a seatbelt in this car, right? Because everywhere I go, you're forcing me to do something I don't want to do, which goes all the way to what I'm doing with my son right now, who's 16, and he's not gonna go with with what I'm saying, obviously, because the society that he lives in, he doesn't like that kind of conflict. But my question is to all of you to think about: my son's 16. At what point does he have to start doing what the government says? Because right now he's not in the system, right?
Right now he does, even like. So I came up with this. I was talking kind of a bit about this yesterday with a friend of mine, and I came up with I think it's a decent explanation of the way I see the world that I just had come up with yesterday. And I feel like, Americans, Canadians, everybody around the world, but especially even more like Americans, it's the country of the free and all this. And Canada, I think, used to kind of somewhat think that they were pretty free until recent times. But I kind of feel like we were never, ever actually free. The system has always been in place and kind of looking after us. So the way I explained it is let's say you have 1,000 acres that you're living on, but there's this huge, big ass fence that's electric that goes around the entire 1,000 acres. There is no way out of this property, but you live a great majority of your life in the center 500 acres. You don't even realize the fence was there until one day you decide to go past your normal boundaries that you had really no use to go past. But for whatever reason, you decide to go up past those boundaries. You find this fence and you try to, overtake it, and you get the shit electrocuted out of you. And that's how I feel that we've always lived. We've lived in this matrix that we thought we were free until we decide to get to the edge, and then we find out, oh, wait a minute, we're not as fucking near as free as what we thought, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's almost like The Village a bit, which is an interesting
theory. Or the Truman Show, even, or whatever, right? Like, same kind of concepts. The Matrix, there's lots of shows out there that describe it, but I think to me, it's always been there. We just didn't realize it until recently.
You're only given liberty. That's why we have a statue.
Statue of Apollo.
Well, you get here, we'll give you some liberties. You're not free.
Yeah.
Well, and the definition of liberty is temporary authorized absence from naval duty.
Yeah. Have you guys heard part of that Admiralty law, maritime law story goes that there was the reallocation of sea level in the United States or in America to the highest mountain, right? So on paper and theoretically, they raised sea level above all of our heads on paper so that they could then enforce on paper maritime admiralty law.
Yeah, you're lost at sea in their eyes.
But again, just to go back, I think it's just a profound question to think about. You know, again, my son who's 16, I'm teaching him how to drive, and I've told him numerous times, I'm not letting you. We're not going out on the road. You're not ready. I'm going to take you here, and I'm going to take you here, and I'm going to get you I'm going to get comfortable with you here. But right now, we're not going out on 95. You are not ready. Like, this kid would kill himself, right? So that's my responsibility. And I enjoy actually teaching him how to drive. But my point is that what if at some point he says, you know what, Dad, I think you're right. I think I'm going to be independent, and I think I'm going to not get my license, but I know how to drive. Like, drive under the speed limit, make sure all your electric works, give them no reason to pull you over, because they're going to see you out there on the road and they're going to think that you belong to the system. So they're going to enforce the system on you. But if you get pulled over and not have identification, what are they going to do? If you're not going to identify them with a state-issued license, they can't enforce their laws because you're not a part of the system. Right?
I'm not so sure about that. But
think about this, okay? So my son is 16. If he gets the balls to do this and a cop pulls him over and he says to the cop, you're infringing on my constitutional rights, and the cop says, show me your identification, and my kid says that's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, that is my property, you have no right to demand it of me, and I'm not going to give it to you.
Well,
hold on, let me just play it out. I'm sorry. Okay, so he says, look, if you don't provide this stuff, I'm going to arrest you or whatever. So then I move my son to the Fifth Amendment, and he says, okay, can anything I say or do be used against me in the court of law? And if the cop says yes, then he says that I have the right not to incriminate myself. Right? So at what point does my son lose his constitutional rights when he has never stepped into the commercial motor vehicle?
I'll tell you when. Depending on the officer, when he's had enough of the conversation, he fucking smashes your son's window, tases him, and handcuffs him way too hard with his knee on his throat. That's when.
I get that, right? But that's not law. That's tyranny.
I agree. I agree 100%. That's what's going to happen.
No. I get that. But see, the thing is, as well, is that so the cop says, look, if you don't do any of this, I'm going to smash your window. Then, again, I would want my son to be able to say this. He's like, look, if you do this, then I am going to personally sue you. And these are my terms. Right now, you have arrested me because you have not allowed me to go about you've threatened my property, my life. I'm afraid for my life right now. And all of these infringements on my rights have $100,000 fine for every minute that you're holding me against my will. And if you then touch me, it now moves to battery, and that's $1 million. And if you then kidnap me and put me in a cage, that's $5 million. So if you want to go down this road, then we will see you in court. Personally, I'm not going to sue your department. I'm not going to sue your county. I'm going to sue you, Officer Joe Smith.
Except it doesn't. Yeah, I was really into the natural law and all that stuff, and I don't think it works out quite like that for most people.
I know. I think that's because most of us. Either we've heard stories where it doesn't work out, or people just don't have the balls to do it.
I personally talked to a guy that did it, but the outcome and the knowledge that you have to have is so vast.
I know.
It's like
I know, but yeah.
Well, the other thing was real quick. The other thing was his knowledge. Like, he 10 years of study, memorized, and all that stuff. But what he ended up getting down to was he was confined to a certain area, because once you go outside of where the cops know you, not to fool with you, then you deal with it all over again. So you end up being confined to a small space.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. Which is what what he just said with the electric fence, right?
Yeah.
If you move out of if you move out of 1 acre, you're just getting closer to the electric fence in another location. I mean, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, and you know, like I used to kind of romanticize about everything you're talking about. So don't get me wrong. Like I'm not
Sure.
really arguing with you or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it would be a beautiful thing to be able to do that. I don't know. I kind of lost.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
the will to even try something like that.
yeah. Well, there's one guy that's doing a lot of this stuff, Alphonse Fagiola, and he's helping a lot of people in Pennsylvania primarily because that's where he's at. But his counsel is, look, don't even touch maritime law. Don't even touch straw man shit. You just deal with them as men. Like if you came at me, how would I deal with you in an assault charge or in a property damage charge, right? So like if you damage my property and I say, okay, look, you owe me $5,000 and you say I'm not gonna pay you that, what's my recourse at that point? Right? And that's where we take this. We don't deal with any of the statute maritime, bullshit, because we don't know that system well enough. But the simplicity of reality is that if we deal with people as men, that is a very simple system. You caused damage. This is how much it costs. You need to make a remedy for it. That's all. That's it.
I hear you. It's the judges, though. It's multiple layers, right? And I don't know. I've seen videos where people get away with shit in the courtroom with even some of the other stuff you said that the guy said don't bother with. And then I actually just finished watching one yesterday that I seen before. But yeah, the dude was like, oh, I'm the person, I'm not this, I'm not that. And the judge kind of got funny with him and said, well, you can tell the person and the entity and all these other, because he wrote down everything the guy said he wasn't, who was being charged. He said, you can let all these entities know that they're going to be in jail for the next while. So yeah, it's like, I mean, ultimately these judges can do whatever the heck they want, and they have the thugs to make it happen, regardless if it's lawful or not, right?
Yeah, I mean, I basically tried this out, and I got as far as simple traffic situations, but I fought a ticket, and the officer showed up, so I had the officer on the stand, and I thought I did a pretty good job of just being calm, cool, collected. And finally, when the judge stepped in and took over, I think because he saw where I was going, basically my question was, where is your evidence? I was asking the officer, where is your evidence that these rules apply to me?
Mm-hmm.
Simply because I was in this location at this time, right? Because my actions caused no damage. It was all I did was drive in a lane that was electronically closed, right? But there were no pylons, there were no barricades or whatever. It was closed because a car had broken down, so they shut down the lane. But as soon as I passed the car, the lane was open. And I'm like, well, the lane's open, I'm just going to move over. So I drove the rest of the way across the bridge with no problem. This cop chased me all the way across the bridge. And he said, didn't you see that the lane was blocked off? And I said, yeah, but I figured it was for that broken down vehicle. He said, you're right, it was. And I said, well, then there was no reason for the lane to be shut after I passed it, is there? Right? So, I mean, in all reality, simply because there was an electronic X, right? I didn't cause any damage, all that kind of stuff. So he writes me a ticket. But basically, the judge ends up saying, these rules apply to you because I say so.
Yeah.
That's all he could do. And I said, where's your evidence? He said, I don't need any evidence. I'm telling you, these rules apply to you. Yeah. And what could I do? I couldn't do anything after that.
Right.
What do?
That's what I'm saying. Where the next judge might give you a break and say, he's, say to himself, well, he's trying, so I'm just gonna.
Well, that's not how
let
the
them.
law works. They have to show you a penal code or something representing this citation or something. They can't just say my word's the authority here. That doesn't work
No,
that
I
way.
get you. I know.
That's what you think. It's funny. I have a friend that's going through a real tough time with some legal stuff. He's a firefighter, got injured at work. They're not taking responsibility for it, blah, blah, blah. And when he tells his story to people and whatnot, people will say, well, they can't do that. They can't do this. And he was telling me the one day, because we talk about this stuff and I know a bit about some stuff. And he's like, well, people are telling, I tell them what's going on and what's happening and what they've done. And they always say, they can't do this, they can't do that. And he said, I'm getting real tired of hearing people say that, because they did do that and they are doing this, right?
Well, the problem is because I'm in a similar situation, right? And it has to do with the circuit that you're within, that court circuit. And how courts are perceive the law is generally based on the higher circuits. So, like, unless it's something that they can defer to from like a superior court case, then 9 times out of 10, the judge will just kind of take his own stance on the situation and give you his verdict or his decision or understanding. But the problem is, if you're not in agreement with that, like, you can always challenge it and take it to a higher court system.
Yeah, you can. You're right.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? Because when you do that, now they perceive it as you dipping into tax-paying dollars, wasting court time. So what happens is they'll threaten you with a higher and a more forceful.
Yeah, you got to pay court fines. Yep.
Well, yeah, you'll pay court fines, but the thing is if you're found guilty, now it's not just going to be a small little slap on the wrist like it could have been. It could go from a misdemeanor to being perceived as a felony.
Right.
So it's kind of scary on how they do that, because it's almost as if they're incentivizing you to pursue justice the proper way and not just accept, the judge's discriminatory perception upon it.
Yeah, you're going to get punished but that's the way the whole system's set up, generally speaking. You make more money, you get taxed more, you go into a higher tax bracket. You want to own a vehicle, you got to pay registration. You want to own guns, in Canada at least, you got to have a special license and all this shit. You want to own a boat, you got to register it and do this and do that.
I got a DUI about, I don't know, close to 20 years ago. And I hired an attorney due to the fact that the attorney said that, for DUI cases, typically people will get X amount of, time in jail. It's typically time served. After you get out, they release you, after a day or so. But he's like, if they decide to, you could face up to 3 to 5 years. So I'm like, well, I better hire some kind of, court or some type of a lawyer to protect me. Anyhow, so I did that. They can't come to find out the prosecuting party didn't follow suit like they were supposed to in turning in the evidence on time, which automatically threw their evidence out. Now, if I were to have pursued that, I could have probably won. The problem is if I were to pursue it even further and I would have lost, now I could be facing up to 3 years in fucking prison over a simple thing. Now, that's not fair, man. That's not a fair judicial system at all.
Oh, you found the electric fence, did you?
Yeah. So they fucked up. I should have been dismissed, but unfortunately, out of fear of failure, I decided just to take whatever sentencing they provide.
Yeah. So again, that's what happened when I was done with that court appearance, and I went. I had to pay court fees. Well, again, isn't it a public service? Right. Our taxes paid for. Right. Our taxes. Right. Exactly. So again, they set up a false system that they force us to participate in.
Yeah.
Well, what it is you and I both literally took our sentencing under duress. And this is supposed to be illegal. You're not supposed to pressure somebody into taking a higher sentencing than what they normally would have gotten, due to the fact that if they challenge it, they could be facing twice as much time or fines and such. This is literally what you call a 2-tier justice system by definition.
Can I ask you something, guys? I agree with you, right? every single thing. But do you guys think that this system that we have today started this big, or it was a small community?
What do you mean?
I think
Yeah,
that
when it
originally
first started, did it start like a huge thing, or it
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 was
went
like
grow
this.
it grew up? Hold on, Daislo, I'm not done. It grew up as we were getting bigger as a society.
No, it was always there
Yeah.
for us to
Well,
succeed
It was
or
always
no, he
there.
has a point. He has a point that with the complexities of such a large community, things have grown overcomplicated, and law and the perception of law wasn't always this complicated. So like if you look back, here's an example of like the Andy Griffith show, right? That's how shit should be, right? Like you've got a small community, you've got X amount of citizens, and you per X amount of citizens, and this sheriff is part of the community. He doesn't perceive himself outside of the community trying to wrangle this wild bunch together. No, he's part of the community and resides within it and treats people as such. And we lost that connection. Law enforcement nowadays perceives us as like some sort of like wild critter that they've got to wrangle up and corral like some sort of a cowboy and treat us like we're animals.
And
This is what I. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say one sentence. I would simply say, in my opinion, the fence has always been there.
Yep.
Well, let me say it this way. Let's say you live in a community, right? You don't want to have any rules apply to you or whatever, but you live with a couple neighbors, which, they're doing things that are gonna disrupt your way of life. Now, how you go about, trying to fix that? You gather more
Communication.
people. I mean, yeah, but people.
You've got to try to find compromise, right? Like this is
I agree.
the basis of humans like interacting with one another on a normal level is trying, because like we're never going to agree on everything, right? Like we have to be able to agree to disagree in a non-combative way to where we can find compromise. Like this should be the apex of humanity, is always looking for this common ground where we can respect each other.
Well, that's the thing, right?
I think if we threw all the laws out and went to natural law or anything like that, however you see it in your mind, I think eventually over time, whether it's 100 years, 1,000 years, 50 years, whatever, eventually over time, we would be right back. Yeah, it's just by necessity, right?
This boils down to the
that,
family.
That's why I asked you how you would
family.
do it. Hold on. That's why I ask you how would you do it, because let's say you have somebody or a couple people who are doing, let's say it easy, drinking and driving and causing problems on the community. Then there you go. You got to create something where you're going to say, well, you know what? We're not allowed to do this because it's disrupting our community, a small community. Then you have, another couple guys who are doing disruptions on your community. All you want is peace for the community, right? But there's always people who they just want to do whatever the fuck they want and live as they want and not caring about what other people like or dislike.
So,
then you gotta build rules for those people.
You know what Daislo was saying about like how the court system operates under duress. There's also the fact that it's inherently they have a conflict of interest, right? The state is interested in prosecuting you, getting your money, and they're the ones that have set up the whole court system. So it's just all a conflict of interest from the bottom to the top.
And it's also what they call an adversarial system as well, which is not good, I don't think.
And
I think though that part of because I've had conversations with a very liberal friend. She's a PhD nurse and absolutely just hook, line, and sinker into the system. Whenever we talk about this,
that's an oxymoron. You said she's a doctor nurse.
She's a PhD. She has a PhD in nursing. I'm sorry, she has a PhD in nursing. So she teaches.
So she's a doctor nurse.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, the whole point is, like, how are you going to make this system work? You know, because if we don't have rules, you know, then it's just going to be mayhem. Well, the question is, who told you that? Who told you that if you don't have our rules, people are just going to start killing and raping, right? So that's not. Hold on. That's not okay. That's not necessarily true, right? And so
I agree.
I've said this before.
I disagree.
I said this before, and I'll say it again, that if we were to start a community on our own, that's not to say that there aren't going to be any rules, right? But
this is what I was getting at. Sorry, go ahead.
People break the rules, though.
I know, but listen.
I'm in agreement. I want to answer to that.
Okay.
I want to answer first.
Okay, hold on.
Well, I mean, you're in agreement with him, Daiso. Why are you going to answer?
Because I didn't get a touch on this, and I was interrupting you, and I was trying to, and I had to step back, so I just want to chime in after.
On paper, right? On paper, this is a contractual community, almost like a homeowners association. These are the rules. If you want to live here, these are going to be, and you're going to agree to this. It's not going to be like we're going to come down on you heavy-handed or whatever. If you violate this, if you damage someone's property, this is how the community is going to handle it. We're going to set up a random person, you know, like a lottery. You're going to put your hand in, and if you get the black dot, you're the judge today. And then we're going to have 12 other people, and it's just a rotation, right?
So just to chime in, hopefully you're done. I think a lot of these basic issues, right, like within a small utopic society like you've described, could be easily addressed with the installation of morals and values coming from directly from the family. Like, you have a responsibility when you bring someone into this world to provide them the common sense and the basic requirements of respect towards one another. And I feel like current society has lost this touch, like with translating this to their kids, because they're so caught up in the day-to-day rat race. But you know, at the end of the day, man, like, if parents were just to give children morals and values that they could base themselves off of, I think we wouldn't be seeing a lot of these like stupid issues. Like, it would just be understood, like, hey, you know, you broke the rule, you messed up, you pay the price, and you're going to willingly accept that because you understand what you did was wrong. And
may I answer now?
Put a lot of this. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's why Amish communities work so well.
Just the fact, Travis, just the fact that we have these laws, it means that somebody has done those things that we are prohibiting as a society. We don't come up with things just out of the fucking, you know, out of our head and say, oh, well, let's do this. No, the laws are there because somebody has done that shit. And some people say, well, this is not right.
I get that. I get that. But my caveat in that instance would be, I think that there's a difference between, I don't know how to say this. I'm talking off the top of my head. So there's a difference between, I guess I'll say it this way, a thought crime and the actual crime. So if I don't cause you any damage to your person or your property, then I have not violated any law.
I agree with that, but that's what I'm saying.
Okay, hold on.
No, because this is right here's the point. That's what I'm saying. That means that these things have caused some damage to somebody. That's why they were implemented. Maybe not you.
Maybe not damage you from speeding.
Yeah.
Maybe
okay,
not
right.
you.
Right.
But
okay.
somebody.
Right. Okay, hold on. All right, silent. But my point is, but now the thought crime versus the actual crime. So then let's take speeding, or what I was going to say was jaywalking. If I cross the street outside of the parameters of the crosswalk, who have I damaged?
Yeah,
you might damage my car.
It's not the fact that you damage somebody; it's the potentiality.
Hold on. Do you send to court? Were you sent to court when you didn't damage nobody?
Okay, look, I think that's getting too far out of it because I was sent to court. Yeah, I got pulled over. I've never gotten a ticket for jaywalking. I have gotten a ticket for driving 7 miles over the speed limit. So yeah, I have gone to court, right? But
I got a ticket for no bicycle helmet.
Okay,
like 4 days before my 18th birthday. Who did I hurt?
Right. Right. That's what I'm.
All right. Well, then let's ask you guys. We should put in the laws. Let's ask Travis and Dyslow if they were hurt or they hurt somebody whenever another person is doing something to another person.
I
The,
don't know.
the world doesn't revolve around you guys. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you.
Here's the issue in my.
Can I throw something in? I just want to throw something in there real quick. Like, on the surface, I agree with what your guys are saying, and I've taken that stance and position as well about if you haven't hurt anybody, you haven't done a crime. But does that mean, like, what if you're in a society where people can drive around shit-faced drunk every single day, and it's not a crime until they actually hurt somebody?
No, unacceptable.
Right.
I'm going to give you perception, right? An unbiased perception of my situation that I addressed with getting a helmet ticket 4 days before my 18th birthday. Sure, I didn't hurt anybody. Sure, I found it unfair. But now looking back at it years later, here's the thing, man. Okay? If me being a minor, right, not being able to have the wherewithal as an adult would have somehow crossed the street, right, and got hit and died, right? Because I didn't have a helmet on. Now, guess what? My faults have my burdens have been laid upon someone else due to the fact that I wasn't following the rules. I maybe would have been dead. Maybe this person wouldn't have to have dealt with that because I would have been following the rules, but I didn't. And now this person has to suffer the rest of their life knowing they killed somebody.
Sure. So what if you were wearing? Wait a second.
Like that,
what if you were wearing a? What if you were wearing a helmet and that exact same scenario happened and they killed you? They still had the. They still. Do you think they're going to say, "Oh well, at least he was wearing a helmet when I killed him"?
Well, it's the prevention, right? It's trying to prevent something from being a worse situation by following a certain rule.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I get you. I'm just trying to say, like.
That's all it is.
They can always make the case for tyranny. They can always make the case that, oh, this is for your own good.
Right.
Like
and
a
you
vaccine.
Can take that. You can take that. Yes, you can take that to absurd levels.
I mean, they can exactly, but the helmet thing is because somebody has. Well, you can think about it is actually preventable that you actually hit your head and die. Right.
Yeah, but if you hit your head and die, that's on you.
That's my choice.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is I wasn't an adult.
It's not. Hold on.
Well, then it's on your parents' side.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. But here's the thing: when you die in a street, there's consequence to that, right? You hit your head. Now you cause traffic. You cause ambulance. People have to work to pick you up. People have to. What do you mean? Come on.
Somebody might be late to work.
Well, no.
Just comparing
once again, if you die with a helmet on, does it make it okay? Or at least you had a helmet on, so the traffic, the late for work, all that shit doesn't matter because the kid had a helmet on all of a sudden?
You can't make laws, right? You can't just have every what if be a law, because then nothing will ever get done. Okay, what if I fall out? What if I slip and fall? I can't go outside now because maybe I'll slip and fall. Like you gotta just let society go. Just let it.
Right hand. I bet you guys, if you 3 or 4, whatever, how many people in this group, that advocates for this kind of living,
personal
right?
responsibility.
Yeah. I bet you if you guys were living in a community, live alone on your own, I bet you guys will have fucking problems among you.
There's always gonna. This is an inherent issue with humanity.
Do people still drink and drive?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I bet you some of these guys will say, "Well, I can drink and drive, buddy. What? What? You gonna put a law on me? What?"
Well, I'm gonna tell you something.
Well, no,
I actually convicted a drunk driver about a month ago. This lady this is her 5th DUI. I caught her driving drunk up on the sidewalk, being a fucking nuisance to society. And honestly didn't know she was drunk. I thought she was having a stroke, so I was trying to help her, but unfortunately it didn't work out to her advantage. But these people shouldn't be on the road, okay? If you have an alcohol problem,
have all of these laws, right? You have extensive laws, right? Like with gun laws, I don't know, there's something like 25,000 gun laws, and yet people still possess guns illegally.
We can make it this simple, guys. I bet you. Oh, I'm sorry.
All you've done, right, is given the government the power to fuck with people that they shouldn't be able to fuck with, under the guise of protecting people from guns, which you can't really ever make go away. Just like you can't make.
I agree with that. There's got to be some kind of balance.
May I say something? I was gonna say that. Hold on, God's Capo. I agree. There's some laws that you guys actually agree with, Travis. I bet you do.
No.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I was going to say. Like, again, imagine we start a community and we simply have the do no harm thing, right? You until there has been property damage or physical damage, there's no responsibility and there's no penalty. So then,
Travis.
Wait. So then, let's imagine that we get to the point where we're frustrated and we say, "Oh man, how we're gonna have to start regulating shit." So, like, what's going to be the very first thing that we regulate that's that is victimless, right? What's going to be the very first?
I mean, you can apply your logic.
Hold on. The do no harm thing is relative. Who's gonna set what it means to do no harm?
That is
what it means to you do no harm, it may mean something different to me.
It's always circumstantial. Sure, I get that.
I mean, you can break this down on a smaller scale and apply it just in your home. Like, what if your
Who's gonna do it? You
is leaving? What if your kid's
sons?
leaving the house and the kid isn't closing the front door? And you have a rule to where every time you leave the house, you have to close the front door. But look at your kid's leaving the front door open. Nothing's being stolen. No harm, no foul. But you know what? There's no incentive for him to close the door, even though you tell him that, look, there's an advantage to having our door shut and locked. And he's saying, look, no one's stealing anything. Who cares? And you're going, well, flies are coming in.
And so it happens, right?
In.
Well, what about a more do no harm thing? Like, let's say your neighbor likes to play his stereo at 5,000 decibels between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. It's really not doing any harm to you. So is that okay?
He's being a dick, though. That's just, bro.
Yeah, he's keeping you awake. He's preventing you from waking up in the morning. He's disturbing your peace of mind. This is disturbance.
Okay, so now during the day he does it.
Yeah, but you see, you can twin it that way, but he would say, well, I'm not harming you. You can say, well, yeah, you're harming me. And there you go. There goes the argument.
When people are saying this concept, do no harm, they're assuming, when they say that, I'd like to think they're assuming that the average person is a decent person and they're not going to blare their stereo because they know that it would have an effect on you.
If people were decent, you wouldn't need the laws to keep them
decent.
This is the whole point.
And that's what these people are saying. Yeah, that's why the do no harm thing would work if you're a decent person. But unfortunately, the world's full of people that aren't.
As we know, in society, there's a bunch of fucking degenerates. Go ahead. Right ahead.
I was just, bro, this was already, I think this conversation happened, and that's why God was like, yo, here, you don't kill each other, right? If we're making hard laws, like no taking life, that's it, right? We can all agree on that. Okay, so now we talk it out, right? So now you get rid of wars and it's all talking with one law, with one agreement that we don't kill. We're now you don't steal. If it's not yours, don't take it. It's easy, right? Come on, not yours, don't take it. Don't look at your neighbor's wife and stuff. That's easy. He's got don't look at her. He's got a nice car, so what? Get your own car. To me, these are all just like self-explanatory, simple rules. And then if everybody agreed to those, the 10 Commandments, I think the rest would, be pretty easy.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let me ask you. Well, we have a law that says do not kill. Then how the fuck we have a law that says you're allowed to kill your baby in the womb?
That's the whole thing. There are no laws if they choose, right? Oh,
but
you're 18, you're an adult.
It's not don't
you
kill, it's don't murder.
Well, but also, everything is.
Hold on. Abortion is not with intent, God's Cap.
Well, I'm not talking about abortion. I'm just talking about generally. No, I'll tell you why, though. No. Please give me a second to explain. People like to quote the 10 Commandments and say don't kill. Meanwhile, within the same Old Testament books, God also says if someone comes to your house in the middle of the night to do you harm, their blood is not on your hands, meaning you have full authority and ability to protect yourself to the point of killing them.
Let me just say,
that's not killing. That's
Old
not
Testament
murder.
was-
Sorry, that's.
I was just saying, Old Testament's different than New Testament because in the Old Testament, God made himself knowable to everybody.
Well, you're
So
talking
if
about the Ten Commandments, so when you brought it up.
Right. Oh, yeah, but it being applicable in the Old Testament.
It's Old
This is
Testament.
how I see it. Old Testament, God was much more harsh because there was no question of whether he was real. He was there.
Are you
he
telling
showed
me?
himself.
Are you telling me if you're sleeping tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning? I don't know if you're married or not, but in this situation you are, and you have children, and some thugs literally kick your door in, and you're telling me you don't think you have the authority to protect yourself to whatever extent?
I think it's the ultimate test from God, and he's like, I've said don't kill, and now I'm going to test that, and because for me it comes to not putting all my eggs in this life, right? Like I believe in an afterlife.
Do you have a fire?
Do
Do you have a smoke detector in your home? Do you have a smoke detector in your home? Do you have a fire extinguisher in your home?
No.
Do you wear a seatbelt when you drive your car? Do you wear a seatbelt when you drive your car? If you're wearing a seatbelt when you drive your car, you're living in fear now, I guess, right?
I don't wear a seatbelt. I have no,
Oh yeah. So you don't have a smoke detector, you don't have a fire extinguisher, and you don't wear a seatbelt. You sound like a brilliant man.
I make a choice every day.
That's you're just living on the edge, aren't you?
Wait, hold on.
Surrounding
There's a
themselves in
difference.
bubble wrap. Somebody
No,
who walks around
no.
surrounding
That's
themselves
not
in bubble wrap because they might
There's a
fall down.
difference. There's a difference in living in fear, and there's a difference in being prepared and being smart. God doesn't call you to. I mean, if we're going to talk about the Christian God, anyhow, and I don't want to get all too.
You tie your shoes when you put your shoes on. Do you tie them?
I think we're crossing the line.
Just walk around with your laces hanging out.
Guys, slow down.
Yeah, I don't recognize. I mean, I recognize your voice, but I don't know who you are. But the one who said, "Do you have a fire? Do you have a fire extinguisher? Do you have this?" You sound like a really smart man. I think that when you made that comment, you've lost your argument, right? You're now attacking the person rather than the argument. So I don't see any value. Hold on, I don't
know
see
who
any
I'm talking
value
to.
in.
I meant no disrespect, other than the fact that the logic isn't there that he's applying, right? Like,
well, then
you're openly saying
the argument, then not telling him that he's not a smart person. Address the argument of logic.
I didn't say he's not. I didn't say he wasn't.
Pretty sure that's what was said. You don't seem to be a very smart man.
I just want to say, Travis, to be fair, I've used that same tactic to make that same point that, hey, if you have a smoke detector, what's wrong with having a gun or whatever, a first aid kit, a fire, like same thing. You're not living. I don't know. Everybody perceives things differently, but I didn't feel like he was attacking anybody. He's just trying to make the point that, hey, if you do any of these things,
like,
they're
there's
similar.
Preventative measures.
Oh,
a responsible person has to take. A responsible person has to take. I'm just trying to say, a responsible person has to take preventative measures, right, in order to be responsible. Like, you can't say you're responsible. You're not willing to look 10 steps down the road. Like when you play chess or you play checkers against somebody, are you just reacting to what they're doing, or are you actually anticipating things? Because if you're not anticipating,
let me address that.
If you're not anticipating,
yeah, I am. Let me
then
address that.
You're not using your wherewithal.
I anticipate my house not burning down by turning the stove off, by making sure no waters, you know what I mean?
Said everybody that
hang on.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Hold on. I've been alive for 38 years, right? Never burned a house down, never needed to use a fire extinguisher. Do you know why? Not because I'm lucky, not because I've just been willy-nilly walking around juggling torches and it just didn't work out. No, I use preventative measures to the point where I don't need to be so lazy and so irresponsible that I rely on some smoke detector could go beep, beep, beep when my house is burning down and not
just so you know.
it. And hold on. So you're you're taking all of the responsibility of yourself and putting it on a smoke detector. And then when your house burns down and you're like, damn it, that fucking smoke detector battery, bro, instead of kicking yourself.
Well, actually, you're
so
doing
what you've just done. Hold on, I'm just going to address him really quick because he's saying it towards my argument here. What you've just done is you've placed the value of your home above the value of your life. The smoke detector, right, and the fire extinguisher aren't there to prevent your house from burning. It's there to prevent you from burning up in the home. So now when you've just placed your material possessions above the value of your life, what are you really living for? Are you a materialist?
No, you're living in something that doesn't happen. My house is not on fire. I don't need an extinguisher because it's not on fire. So I'm going to live in an ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure. You're going to live in, I don't need to be responsible because I have a
You don't believe accidents happen? You don't believe accidents happen?
It's called insulation. It's called insulation. Like you're what you're doing is you're putting up barriers or preventative measures from the ultimate goal being had, right? Like you don't want to die, but you don't want your house to burn. But you would rather your house burn than you die, right? So
no, I didn't get that from what
you're
you
at work
said.
and your house burns down. What did your smoke detector and fire extinguisher do? Absolutely nothing. So
They
the
wait-
idea, hang on. The idea is that there's a way to live safe, and it's not to be safety is our number one goal. Safety can't be number one. If safety is number one, you would do nothing, because doing something involves risk. So you have to weigh risk versus reward. And for me, the risk of a fire is way lower than the reward of having to replace a battery and buy smoke detectors and be beep, beep, beep every 3 months when the damn batteries.
Well, by invoking risk, by invoking risk like you've just done, was you just created an odds game. You just created an odds game, right? And in doing that, in creating this odds game, we need to prevent the possibility from losing the most important thing. It's not the home, it's your life. So in doing that, you're trying to decrease your kid's life. You're trying to decrease these odds from being a possibility.
They can't get out of a burning house without a smoke detector.
No.
Fucking dying
Can
there.
I please?
Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair to say. You know how many kids die?
Bro, if your kids
You
are
know how many
stupid,
innocent
that they're
people
waiting
die
for
in
the-
house fires?
What about a baby that
Hold
on,
too many people speaking, guys.
Yes, dice roll one at a time, man. You keep talking. Just you guys gotta
Can
go
I
one at a time.
Yeah, can I say a couple of things right to hand, right quick, please? Listen, right to hand. There's a couple of.
Don't change the subject because he
No,
just
I'm
said
not.
some
I'm not.
valuable stuff.
Yeah.
He just said some valuable
trust
stuff,
me.
and
I know.
And
I know.
people
Just
that
let
die
me-
in house fires are stupid.
Just
I
let
don't
me
think that was
say-
very nice.
Let me say what I gotta say, and then you can see if I change subject or not, and then you can add or whatever. But listen, right to hand. A couple of things. For starters, a fire extinguisher is technically they're not designed to save the house. They're designed to get you out of a fire. I mean, if you get a little stove fire and you got a fire extinguisher, sure, use it. But technically, a fire extinguisher is made to exit a burning structure. Secondly, a smoke detector is made to alert you while you're sleeping. People generally die in fires because they don't wake up to the smell of smoke. The smoke detector alerts them. Thirdly, house fires don't always happen from a stove that's left on. They can happen for a lot of different reasons. A furnace malfunction, electrical malfunction. All these other things can cause a whole other list of reasons. So it's not just about being responsible. Also, you talk about if your child's too stupid to get out of a burning house, maybe that child is in a crib. Maybe it's a baby, whatever. And to say something...
Why am I leaving my kid in a crib unattended? That's on the parent.
Unattended. In the middle of the night, dude.
Bro, if I have a kid, it's sleeping right next to me in the crib. If I have a kid, it's next to me in the room. Hang on. You spoke, bro. Yeah, I know. You spoke for a while. Now let me rebuttal without interruption. So it's on the everybody here, everyone here, all I hear is something else should be responsible, right? It should be the smoke detector. Hang on. Bro, let me talk.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you, please. I'm saying, please. I sat and listened to you.
Go ahead.
Shut up. Just shut up and let me talk. When I hear you people talk, all I hear is it's okay for me to put my kid in another room and sleep wherever I want because I got a smoke detector. It's all right for me to just plug 65 things into one outlet because I got a fire extinguisher.
Dude, I gotta stop.
Hang on.
Hang on. But everything I said.
Bro, this is ridiculous.
Listen, I'm interrupting because that's not.
Bro, I think you know what?
Let's not yell over each other.
Keep your mouth shut. If you can't keep your mouth
if you
shut while somebody
represent my
talks,
point,
no problem.
Both of you need to be muted. Both of you need to be muted.
Fucking A, thank you. So I'll sum it up quick. I hear people not taking responsibility and trying to say, well, because I've taken the responsibility, air quotes, of putting this safety measure, this fire extinguisher, the smoke detector, or the crosswalk. A crosswalk is even a better example. It says walk, right? Should you not look both ways and just go right across the street because the crosswalk says walk and there's a red light? No, I look both ways before I cross the street, whether the crosswalk tells me to or not. Do you know why? Because some people don't pay attention. And this is the point. Personal safety responsibility will always be on me. It will never be on a smoke detector or a fire extinguisher. And that's why my kid will never die in a fire.
Your
Listen,
physical
man, preventative measures is not, it has nothing to do with trying to place blame or point fingers or say someone was responsible or irresponsible. It has to do with trying to prevent things from happening. Like, we all know, like, there's a million ways to frickin' die, man, like, on a daily basis. And anything you can do to prevent the possibility of that from happening, or somebody else being to blame for your death due to your irresponsibility or ineptness, is going to be to the most advantageous, like, for society. So these small little rules that we complain about, at the end of the day, are there to prevent either you from being injured or someone else to be responsible for your injury due to your failure of looking 10 steps down the road and just having this tunnel vision that you speak of, because it seems like you're living everything in the now and not looking down the road. Like, it's one thing to look down at the ground and make sure you're not going to fall in a hole, but it's another to never look up and see which direction you're walking into, right? Could be a volcano, could be a danger zone. But this is important, right? To try and have preventative measures. It has nothing to do with placing blame of responsibility to the next guy.
Can I chime in now, since
Hang
you
on, let me
made
respond to
that
that. I'll respond
on
to that
my
real quick.
fucking comments?
Let me respond real quick to that. So he said it's not about placing blame, but he's going, we do something to prevent. Now, the smoke detector is not doing anything to prevent a fire. Okay, the smoke detector, it does nothing to prevent the fire. And this Smokey the Bear, right?
I said that already.
Only one, hang on.
Right.
Oh, look at this fucking triggered asshole, dude. Smokey the Bear, the only one that can prevent kitchen fires or forest fires or any fires is you. Right, so the whole idea. Hang on, God, come on, dude, control yourself.
It wasn't me. Relax. It wasn't.
It is you
me.
now. So the idea, like, it is when you say you're not passing responsibility, but then you're saying this thing is preventing something when it's not. You think it is, so you are now getting, in my mind, lax, right? Because you're like, okay, the smoke detector's in charge of the fire thing, so I don't.
Do you know how many detectors save people's lives a year?
All right, hold on.
Innocent people's
Let
lives
me ask
a year?
you guys something. What is the point here? Right ahead. You are against what?
I'm against people telling me that I gotta have a smoke detector.
Nobody told
he's
me.
He's against locking his door. He's against seatbelts. He's against safety.
No, guys, no. He's against you telling him that he needs to do these things.
No, well,
isn't that what you guys were fighting for at the beginning? For people telling other people what to do?
Listen, if my kid, comes to your house,
holy shit.
If my kid comes to your house,
don't send your kid to my house, bro.
Before with the law,
listen,
why are you sending your kid there?
Right ahead. Hold on,
listen, if my kid comes over in a hypothetical scenario, all right,
why is your kid coming over to a house you consider dangerous? That's the problem. You let your kid go somewhere where before you investigate it, you let your kid go there. That's on you, dude. That's on you.
You're not even letting me give my scenario. You're just taking a piece of it and running with it. That's not fair.
Without a parent.
Can I finish my scenario here, bud? I just want to lay my scenario out, dude, really quickly. Kids go to other kids' houses for sleepovers, right? Parents shouldn't have to have a fucking 100 checklist, dude, to make sure that the house is safe. It should be knowing that you have a freaking smoke detector and you lock your damn door at night because it's common sense. My kid comes over to your house and you're not locking your door. You ain't got no smoke detectors. You got no safety in that freaking home because you guys just live like a bunch of heathens. And my child dies in your home. Is it my fault? Or is it your fault?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Right ahead. Let me respond.
No.
It is absolutely 100. You are responsible for your children. You are 100% responsible for your little children. And if you're going to put your little children out, let me tell you something. I got baby chickens, okay? Now, Hawks got a couple of my baby chickens. Now, I can sit there and blame the Hawks and change nothing, right? Let baby chickens keep dying. But no, I blame myself and said I should have been better and kept them in, and I made a different enclosure, and I bought screens. And you know what? Since I took
there you go.
hang
a
on,
different enclosure.
hang on.
Hey,
The
stop
day I
yelling,
started
dude.
taking-
You're
stop
totally
talking.
triggered.
Stop
You need to
talking when I'm
settle
talking.
down.
Guys,
No, but
let
you
him
just keep
hold on
talking
a
You're
second.
not
Hold on,
talking,
hold on,
bro.
right the hand.
You got
Hold
just
on, guys. Just let him finish, please.
I just don't understand what it is about me that makes people have to interrupt. So when the moment my baby chickens, the ones that I'm caring for and I consider myself fully responsible for, the moment I did that is when they stopped being eaten by hawks, because I didn't blame the hawks, right? I blamed myself. I changed and did what needed to be done. I didn't blame some other person's parent and be like, damn it, that guy's parent should have been better so that my kid didn't do that. No. It's ridiculous. Or if you want to do that, fine. But
So if you invite me over for a birthday party, or you invite my kid over because we're neighbors and he comes over for dinner, do I gotta have a fucking 100 line itemized checklist for everyone to check off before my kids got to go anywhere? Like, do I got to live like that because there's people out there that don't take safety as a precaution?
You don't,
You
but I
gotta
will.
Do I have to? Do I have to be responsible?
My
Do I
answer,
have to
you
be
don't.
responsible
You
for my
don't.
child?
You don't, but I will, because I care about my kid. So I will make sure
So,
that when,
okay,
but
so
hold on.
anytime-
I will make sure before my kid goes somewhere, I'm there first. And I'm going, what does this place look like? What's in here? What do you believe? What's your name? Who's your kid? Do you have a kid?
Of course,
Who's your
I
husband?
agree.
I'm going to ask those questions. You know
I
why? Because I
agree.
care.
There's
Because I
basics.
care. I'm not just going to send my kid willy-nilly on the hope and faith that somebody in society is going to watch out for them, because I'm not at that point. But if you want to, go right ahead. And when something happens to your kid, blame the other person.
So I'm going to meet you. I'm going to meet you in the middle, and I'm going to say, I agree. Like, you definitely want to know where your kid's going. But at the end of the day, who's got time to do a home inspection
who's got
on every
time to be
single
responsible
building
for their kid?
Like,
This
no,
is why
seriously,
people are shitty in
dude.
society, right here.
Listen.
And this guy's a cop.
Listen,
And this is a
Hold
I'm
on,
telling you,
hold
when you
on,
go to
right the hand.
this could be.
Let him finish.
I've been wanting to say something.
This could be applicable.
You're next.
This could be applicable with a grocery store. This could be applicable with any single building you go into. Now, what you're telling me is that your kid's going to wait outside before you go into any single building, and you're going to do a safety walkthrough, and you're going to check every individual, their background, the whole nine before you go in there. And God forbid if something happens in that building that you misperceive, now it's all your fault. That's what you're telling me? There's accidents don't happen? Like, there has to be things in place to prevent stuff. Like, you
I've been to Walmart before.
tell
I know
me, honestly, that you're going to go through every single building and do a damn inspection before your kid enters in there.
Hold on. Before, I've been to Walmart, right? So before me and my kid go to Walmart, I've been to Walmart. Now, if there's some new building opens up and I have no idea what's inside, I've never been in there in my life. The first time I go in there, I guarantee you I'm not bringing my child. And if you do, you're nuts. You're nuts,
Listen,
bro.
Silent Zero One.
This is the problem. This
So
guy
I think everybody
who's out there telling people what to do.
here
Hold on, guys.
I'll wait until they can govern their fucking self, Jeremy.
Hold on. Let's. Silent Zero's been trying to get in patiently. Let's give him a go.
I just want to point out that this conversation started before with Dicelo. They were arguing how they don't like laws being imposed into them, and now he's arguing with Right the Hand about how he needs to do these things in their fucking house.
Amazing.
It is fucking amazing.
Is he roboting or is it me?
No, I got what he said. And I think Dicelo,
what was he saying?
You can take the position, if you're talking about safety, you can take it, like I said, to the level of absurdity. And it's always a reason for the government to crack down on you. That's why you live in California, right? And if you're going to start a business or you're going to have a building, then there's a million regulations to follow. And, does that foster business and prosperity, or does it just foster control?
Oh, no, it's a balancing act as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree. There's a fine line. There's definitely a fine line where this can go way overboard, right? And just become a huge burden. And California has done just that, right? And there's got to be a happy medium, right? Like, we can't all just be eating from a straw and having our food blended because God forbid guns and butter knives are dangerous. Like there's got to be some responsibility upon the individual. But I'm just saying at the end of the day, there's got to be a common understanding that if you're going to build a structure, right, like you got to follow some sort of code. You can't just have a haphazard of a decrepit building waiting to fall upon somebody. And everyone's got to sit here and do crunch calculations upon structure
I
loads
think
and
the point
such
is
before
that
they
if
can
you
walk into a simple building. This is ridiculous.
if you build a building like that and it collapses on people, then you're responsible and you're liable, and then you get punished.
Of course.
Well, that's
Of
why
course, but who's
people
to
adhere
say?
to a code, because if you don't if you don't show that you're compliant, then that mitigates any
Exactly.
insurance. Insurance is about minimizing the risk to the business, and that's the whole
Yeah,
point
because
of it.
what
And
you
you're
just
right.
said, Bendy, was
So
what
I
you just
just
said was very subjective.
recently heard
right?
this example. Okay, they require these GFI outlets, right? But then they trip all the time and they become an annoyance. And so rather than put these more expensive ones that are going to trip all the time and cause a problem for the electrician down the road, they just short circuit that and put cheaper ones in and avoid the rule.
GFI don't trip all the time unless you've got a bad earth in your system.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Because we have all my breaker board in my house is RFDs, which is the same as the GFI standard that you use in the US. And it means, and the only time they trip is when they trip an earth. If you've not got good earth, that's why they'll trip. So that's a problem in the base wiring, the way it's being put into a building.
Exactly. If you don't want to run GFI, Bendy, then you better make sure that you're running Romex or some sort of insulation so that if you do short circuit, right, you're not going to start an internal fire within the structure. This is why they have preventative measures in place,
No, like
safety
I said,
protocol to prevent this from being an issue.
This was one particular like brand of these things. Like they were required by this code, and then like I said, the electricians were finding they didn't work, and so they put cheaper ones in to avoid the headache of, having to go back and service these. And it's like just by having this code rule to enforce to have these specific items that they've actually undermined it because they made it difficult for the contractors to comply.
But you know what these things actually do?
Let me say this.
They trip much faster than the standard fuse.
I understand what a GFI
And
is.
the only reason they trip is if you have a poor continuity to earth.
All you have to do is come to like another place other than the U.S. I guess like a third world country and see how they.
Well, I use this example. I've been to Thailand. We're on the same side of Silent Zero.
Just come to a third world country like Mexico and stuff and see how they build their houses with the cables and shit like that.
You have to
and
be
you will
able
see
to
why
compare,
you
dude. You have to be able to
why
do.
you need this these codes and shit.
I've been to Thailand a lot, okay, and so I understand, you have the different building codes, but I like to use the traffic as an example, right? Like we in America, we have all of
Let's
these
not red herring.
rules.
Stay up on the topic here.
We have all of these rules, we have all of these laws, we have all this traffic enforcement, and you know what? People don't fucking pay attention when they drive. You go to Thailand, it's like a free for all, right? People they're just driving the way they want to drive, but everybody's paying attention. They got one hand flashing their lights, they got one hand using the horn, and they're paying attention and they're signaling to other people what their intention is. And so I think you can have too much safety, and I think it doesn't help you. It doesn't. Well, because
And how many people live in Thailand?
You have these nice roads here with nice wide lanes, and then what do people do? They don't drive the speed limit. They drive 20, 30 miles over the speed limit because
Have you
it's so
actually
safe.
driven on the road in Cali, Bendy? The roads in California are horrible. Generally, the freeways
I live
are
here.
horrible.
I don't know why you guys are speculating
About the roads. Let's not change the
tell you.
subject.
Yeah, good point.
Let's not change the subject, man, because we were talking about construction in California, and coming from a contractor in California, which I am. All right, I can tell you, I've been to Mexico and I've been to other parts of the world, and I feel far more safer in a structure in California than I do in other places where they're not doing ground load testing, where they're not doing structural engineering testing to make sure things are safe, safe to enter in upon an earthquake or whatever type of event. I mean, there's no comparison, man. Like, yeah, we jump through a lot of hoops. We have a lot to deal with as a contractor out here. But at the end of the day, it's well worth it because of what you get.
Well, I think also the risks in places like California are different. The same way as I can't imagine what it's like living in the tornado corridor of America, because we don't get storms like that in the UK. But when I was in California, even though I was all the way down in San Diego, we felt quakes quite often. And it was the weirdest thing. I never experienced it anywhere in the world. The UK is kind of like safe, is kind of what it is. We don't have anything here that really kill us apart from each other.
And floods.
I'd like to put my finger back on what Ninth Man said, or what Ninth Degree, because does anybody agree that whoever's died in a house fire is a stupid individual? I just want to make sure that I heard that correctly.
Why would you try to go there like that? It's a simple thing, right? It's a simple thing. If you want to have rules, right? You want to have society put all of these rules on you to try to keep you safe. And he's just saying that safety is your own responsibility, and no amount of rules is going to fix that.
To a degree, at the end of the day, you have to be responsible, but we all have to have common understanding, because it's like, it can't be subjective. Like, if the speed limit to you is X and the speed limit to me is X, and we're driving down the street and you fly past my house doing 100 miles an hour.
Who drives the speed
and
limit?
we all break the
So
speed
then
limit.
what's the
but
point?
Here's the thing, man. Like,
what's the point?
The
All it
point
is, it gives the cops a reason to pull you over and to charge you money for the city.
No, but I
That's
think
it.
the majority of the time I drive the speed limit, and especially when I'm in town. Now, on the motorways, I go a little bit faster than speed limit. Most people do, but not to the excess. I saw a crash on Monday because some dickhead, while we were having a complete downpour, decides that the line of traffic that he was in, that was doing about 35, 40 in a 60-mile-an-hour zone, because all our little wiggly roads in the UK are 60 miles an hour generally. He decides to go flying past, planed his car, flipped it, and it rather coolly ended up in a parking bay.
So the law didn't prevent him from speeding. The little sign on the road didn't prevent him from speeding.
No, it prevented 90% of people.
The same way as laws against murder don't stop each other from killing people.
Yeah, it's not always about It's not always about preventing somebody from speeding, Bendy. It's about justification of who was in the right and who was in the wrong.
So I'm fine with he committed a crime when he crashed his car. He committed a crime, right?
No, he committed a crime when he exceeded the speed limit.
Oh, well, if that's a crime, then we're all guilty of crimes every day, then, right?
Especially.
So then maybe you should learn to follow the rules a little better.
Yeah, I mean, it was a torrential downpour.
Learn to follow the rule a little better.
Okay, but admittedly, you all
it started off as a suggestion, right?
You all break
the speed limit in the U.S.
right?
Unless you can separate the pedestrians from the roadway, then there's always going to be an inherent risk, right? And until you can do that, then sure, we have to monitor the speed limit. All right.
So
Otherwise, someone's gonna get killed.
I think it's all about discernment of the right place and the right time. If the roads are empty, why are you going to stick? You know what I mean? Why would you stick to the speed limit? But if it's pouring down with rain,
I mean,
but it's a law. Why does it? Why does the
there's a
law
line of traffic.
change? Why does the law change regardless of traffic conditions? Because it's a law that
I'm not
says
saying
you
a
can,
law.
you
I'm
can
not
only
talking
drive
about
the
law.
speed
I'm just
limit.
talking about discernment in people. That's what I think. Thing he was getting at is that if someone chooses, it's okay to go 100 mile an hour when it's raining, and most other people think that's completely wrong. Yeah, that's a truth into itself, like without law. You know what I mean? Like, but some people are
so that guy that drove 100 miles an hour in the rain.
It's called common sense, man.
Yeah,
he paid a price for that, did he not?
Yeah, but he almost made other people pay a price for his action as well, and that's why collectively we say you're a dickhead, which is pretty much what I said to him when he got out of his fucking posh Audi, and I had to wait in the rain for an hour to give a statement to the police because I wanted to make sure they knew what a fucking dickhead he was.
So again, collectively, you've made this decision: speeding is bad, and yet we all speed.
Again, it's not the fact that speeding is bad.
Bendy,
it's the fact
your
that
logic,
you drive to the condition
your
of the
logic
road,
isn't
generally.
there, bud.
The same way as we put RCD switches in,
You're not
because it
applying logic,
prevents
Bendy.
people. it prevents people from being badly electrocuted, or GCFIs as you call them in America.
I'm saying if you're looking at Big Brother to be able to keep you safe in every situation, you're
We're
fucking up.
not.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody said that at all. Why are you trying to straw man the argument? But like, you're on a bad hill
Well,
with ninth degree.
I just look at the fact, right, that there's like literally every American is committing felonies every day because there's so many laws in the country, right? But the law is not administered evenly or fairly. It's not administered evenly or fairly. It's administered arbitrarily, right? Admittedly, everybody's violating traffic codes constantly. All day long, you're violating the traffic codes. But are you getting pulled over? No. But if you live in my shitty neighborhood, you are getting pulled over. And why? Not because they want to keep people safe from driving, but because they want to shake your car down and see whether you have things that you're not supposed to have.
I think there are problems in the US, and I think one of the problems in the US is quite often you get the justice you can afford, and I think that's wrong. Personally, I think systems like plea deals are wrong. I think 3 strikes and out is wrong. You know, we have a very simple saying in the UK: "Let the punishment fit the crime." That is the core basis of our judicial system. Now, again, we got a fucked up system. I'm not trying to say it's perfect, but I prefer to deal with the cops here than the cops in the US, having dealt with both.
I'd like to, I'm just curious. I mean, it's not about your speeding and your life and stuff. It's about everybody else's. And if you think in a hypothetical world where there were no speed limits, what would the roads be like? I think you'd end up with a country like.
Well, I don't know. If you've ever driven places like Italy or like Thailand, like I said, people mostly
I've
just
driven in
ignore
Italy,
the traffic code,
and
right?
people in Italy do not ignore the traffic laws.
Okay, Somalia, 6,000 traffic deaths per 100,000 vehicles. America, 14 deaths per 100,000 vehicles. Would you rather drive in Somalia?
Well, I would say the roads, right, are probably far more dangerous in Somalia just because of the conditions of the roads.
And you think if those roads that are dangerous, they have controls on them, they might actually be a little bit safer. They're telling the guy, don't go around this turn at 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, there are different variables. There's a whole entire educational. There's an educational variable that's much different too. I mean, we got a lot of variables there intertwined. Let me in a well-educated area, would it be so necessary? Probably not as necessary, because people would realize their what they're the cost of what they're doing. There's more value to their life. They see a future. You got people driving around out there just all kind of fucked up. They don't see the future to their life, and they're just robbing people and doing all kind of crazy shit.
Yeah, and that's because but in America, you see an awful lot of evidence where the police break the law and there's no consequence. And I think that's coming back to start slapping them in the face. And I think Colorado was one of the first states to start doing that. And I think that's part of the problem, because if you get stopped, you should be able to invoke your Fourth Amendment rights to be safe and secure in your papers, and your property, and your car is your property. So yeah, you might have sped. So great, you get a citation for that. Believe me, you get away with shit in America that will get you banned for years here.
Now, at 16 years old, if there was no traffic laws, no speed limits, what would you have done when you got your license? How many people do you know would test their cars out at 200 miles an hour through residential areas?
Well, I have friends that would drive 100 miles an hour, and there were those traffic laws.
Yes, but how many people would do it if there were no laws? It would be 100% teenage boys.
I don't know. Where's your evidence that it would be?
I would guarantee you it would be probably about the same amount that they already do.
This is not an argument. You realize this, right?
Because they all do it. They all already do it.
Not all
with the law against it. Well, of course, not all the time, because it's scary. It's scary and it's a big risk, and you realize you shouldn't be doing it so often once you get it out of your system, right? So I mean,
yeah, look,
same thing.
Right. So they rear-end each other at every crossroads they come across, because those intersections is where an awful lot of accidents happen. Fuck it, I'll do 120. Who cares about a red light? Wow.
No, I mean we would just designate. We would take here, guys. You could just take it out here. No, you don't have to sign a bunch of papers and go. You go you drive it right out here in this designated area, a track, and we would put more tracks out and shit, and let the kids get it out of their system.
I'm running late for work. I'm gonna do 100.
And we would say no suggestions. We would still say, hey, and we suggest you don't go over this limit because you will fucking die. And that's worse than a ticket.
I mean, I guess you could put an overarching law in there.
There's another way to get this done. You know how they say there's more than one way to skin a cat. That's true in psychology too, dude. We can get people to stop without the fear of paying a ticket.
This is no different. This is no different than the government giving free heroin, methamphetamines, and cocaine right now on the streets. They've got literally tables set up and lines of people, and they're handing them whatever they ask for free, so that they can use to kind of disincentivize the nostalgia of drugs being something of.
Can you?
Why is someone interrupting me? Go ahead.
Not having a speed limit is the same. Not having a speed limit is the same as giving out hard drugs.
He's not saying the same.
Not having laws. What you're saying
equal.
What you're saying
You're saying
and
likening
advocating
to
for is
the
law
psychology
to
behind.
not be in your life. Right? We need to have common sense and something to base justice upon. You can't just have lawlessness and expect people to all objectively agree on common sense. This is when we fall into anarchy. So essentially what you're advocating for is anarchy.
If you want to make people stop, doing stuff, you've got to make the penalty so harsh that they're not going to do it. Like, let's say if we said, if we catch you, hold on, if we catch you going, okay, well, wait to the end to tell me. So if they said, hey, if we catch you doing 120 miles in your car, we're cutting your right foot off, right? I bet you people would stop doing that because nobody wants to lose their foot.
Yes.
Here, an awful lot of the traffic here is maintained by the fact that if you breach a speed limit severely, you lose your license for 12 months. If you're caught drink driving, you lose your license for 12 months. If you're caught doing stupid shit, you lose your license. And the fact that we have a system of ANPR that's pretty good means that you can't do what you can in the US, which is just drive around everywhere without license, without insurance. Because the whole point of me having insurance is to protect us. New York's a bit different, but New Jersey.
Over here, a lot of the fines and stuff is just they're biased against poor people. Like, okay, if I go 75 miles. If I go 75 miles an hour, and the speed limit's only 55, you're going to get a ticket, and it's a monetary.
Yeah, that's because
thing.
you're
You
in a Pinto and I am in a BMW, right? So my car is less likely to just.
Sorry, Jeremy, I didn't hear the end of your statement.
50 miles an hour.
Finish.
I'm kidding.
Grim, he didn't finish.
No, I think I'm just. Yeah, we got this.
No, we don't. We haven't done
Jeremy yet. Justice system.
The fines and shit are biased towards poor people because if I make $300,000 a year, I can go 20 miles over the speed limit all day. All it is a fine. I got to call my lawyer. That's it, and a fine. Whereas
you pay a percentage of your wages, Jeremy.
Yeah, some countries are like that, and I like that because I've heard like Denmark or Norway or Sweden or some shit. They have the percentage thing, so it's like, if a guy makes $3 million a year and he gets caught fucking speeding or whatever, the ticket could end up being hundreds of thousands of dollars or something.
Yep. Same here.
How about Dana White gets pulled over?
Good idea.
For going 75 in a 65, and he's driving a $300,000 car, and the highway patrolman just lets him go with a warning. And if he were to do the same thing to the guy that's just trying to go to work with ladders on his truck, he gives that guy a $500 ticket. Where's the justice in that?
There is.
Well, that's
do you think? Wait, hold on. I just wanted to touch on something.
Digression.
Right, I'm looking at it like this. Right, if I'm seeing a guy driving a $300,000 car designed to hug and ride the road at maximum speeds that well exceed the limits of your vehicle, the poor guy who's driving a Pinto with bald tires trying to do the same thing, he's more likely to wreck, and he's being more reckless. So I would look at it like there could be more than one side of this sword here. Like they're looking at like, well, you're more likely to cause.
Could be a Dane Cook fan. I mean, I like Dane Cook.
Over here in Finland, the tickets are issued based on your income, so you can get a speeding ticket for tens of thousands of euros.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
a
They need
good
to be like
idea,
that
right?
because
Yeah,
they
I
need to
like
be
that.
like that. Like I was saying, the penalties need to be hard enough so where just
But
one
over
whole
here,
class of people doesn't have to just uh, obey it
Amen,
because
Jeremy.
the penalty will be so harsh that it's like, you know, a half weeks of your
Absolutely
salary. Or
right,
if you get a speeding ticket and you have to pay a lawyer $200 for the fine, $200 for a lawyer, that's could be a week of your wages. Whereas
This
a
goes to
rich person,
taxes.
that's literally nothing. Whereas a rich person, that's
So like a
literally
really
nothing for
short.
them.
Yeah, for a
This
fine to
goes
be
right back
effective,
into
it has to
taxes,
hurt.
dude.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
the
a fine
penalty
to
has to hurt. If the
Hey,
penalty for bank robbery was 2 weeks in jail, people would just be robbing banks all over the place. You know what I'm saying? You got to make the penalty harsh enough to where people won't want to do it.
Hey,
That's
criminal
one
of the
already
things
doing
I
it by
thought of, just real
stockings
quick.
already. I'll tell you if it's a 2 week fight, if it's a 2 week jail sentence.
Just
Look
real
down
quick,
Wells Fargo, Greg.
Any crime, but the laws have to be limited.
just real quick, I
Yeah, but
thought
that
one of
understanding in the retrospect is disincentivizing to businesses. Like, for example, taxes. Like, if you were to apply that logic upon taxes, I agree, it would be justful, right? But the problem is now you're going to have businesses fleeing towards other locations that are more incentivized for them to kind of get away with not having to pay money. Kind of like Jeff Bezos didn't pay
Right. What's
a
wrong with us?
dollar.
And we're supposed to
last,
boycott
you know.
that shit. As a
We let
country, we're
Copernicus
supposed to
get
have
in because he's been
unified.
trying to say something
See,
for ages and he's been way too
I'm
polite
sorry,
to push
Druss.
it. Can you let Copernicus
What?
get in? I
Can
know
you
he's been
repeat
trying to
that?
say something about 4 times. I'm your Copernicus? Okay.
Oh yeah, it was
Travis.
just real quick. I was just gonna say one of the things I thought of,
Are you
like just
fucking
with
kidding,
traffic,
dude?
right? Yeah, hold on. Just real quick with traffic, it would be interesting if I opposed a traffic ticket and then the judge found in my favor, he should then fine the cop. Right? That would be an interesting tit for tat because cops can write tickets. Hold on. Cops can hold. This is the problem. Cops write tickets. I go in and I fight it. I also then have to pay the court fee, even if I get let off. Right? So I'm being forced to go into something that I might be able to argue my way out of justly. So the cop can write it, sure, but if I go in and win, then he gets fined because it was an unjust. Because he's making me have to take off time from work to come in and defend myself for something that he was incorrect
I agree.
Right?
I don't know
I
about
agree
finding
with
the
you
cop.
100%.
I don't know about
The
finding the
problem
cop personally.
the
I
problem
think
is
that
the
I
cop,
think that you should get
will never
reimbursed
be
for your
fined
time though.
personally.
Yo. I don't know about finding the cop personally, but I do think you should definitely get a fee for your time. You know what I mean? They should now pay you
Either way,
no.
sure.
Anyways,
Either
go
way.
ahead,
No
guys.
way,
Go
man.
ahead.
That's wrong. Because listen, man, listen. When these cops get caught doing the wrong thing, all right, what happens is it's not the individual that gets charged, that individual cop. It's the actual state that pays for it, right? Out of the tax-paying dollars. So there's no incentive for officers, right, to do the right thing when they're not personally liable. Whether somebody, all right, they kill your child, he's not going to be doing the time due to the fact that he was on the job.
Yeah,
He's
that shit's
backed up
got to
by the
come out of his
state.
pension.
They're not
Yeah.
personally liable, and this is a problem. This is a fucking problem because it falls back onto the community's responsibility, and it should be up to the officer's individual
All right.
responsibility. Sorry.
All right, let's say you're at work. Let's say
Listen,
you work
wait,
at,
he's got
let's
a
say you
great
work at-
idea. Like if it just came out of their pension, Jeremy, like anytime they did an infraction, like a fucking false
Yeah, I'm about to
imprisonment.
No, I feel you. I'm about to respond to it. Yeah. So let's say you work at a McDonald's restaurant and a throughway stop, and all the meals are like $10 a piece, right? And now you're behind the counter, you have a whole meal in your hands, you slip and fall and ruin the whole meal, or you make the order wrong, whatever. Something happens and you fuck this whole meal. Should you be responsible for the 10? Like that'll be like an hour's worth of your pay almost. So should they hold those people responsible?
Well, there's an insurance available for that. There's an insurance on that
So there's a
situation that
difference.
backs that up.
Yeah, there's a difference between a
and
private business.
Yeah, right. No
Yeah,
person was
you're taking
no
away from the responsibility
victim.
of the government.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
In the
business.
case of having
let's
to bring
keep it in
and waste his
context
time,
of
he's
the
a victim.
citizen versus the government. Because
I'm
now
not
you're
in-
placing business versus citizen.
Well,
So
that's all
that's out of context
To
of what
get a
we're
line
talking
on what we're
about.
saying, what I see what would eventually end up happening here is that there would be an insurance that all the cops would pay into, so that it wouldn't come from their personal pensions, and they would pay a particular insurance because they know they're going to do infractions. You know what
Bro,
I'm
when
saying? It would
cops
be
get
like a preemptive approach to not letting it become a situation in which it would bankrupt them. Go ahead.
when cops fuck up, people sue the government and they
And
win
that's
all
what's
the
going
time.
on
So
with our government right now.
they do get reimbursed for when
When
But that's
cops
what
do
he's
wrong
saying
shit.
is that money comes from the taxpayers, not from the individual that did the misdeed.
Bro, nobody
Right.
would be a cop. Nobody would be a cop if they had to do that.
No,
Every time they issued a wrong, every
well,
time they lost a
because
speeding
if
ticket in
you
court,
had
they had to pay. Go ahead.
if you had an insurance program, right, then the cops who did it over and over and over again would become uninsurable, and then they wouldn't be cops anymore. But I can tell you the system's not going to change because it's not broken, it's fixed. It's exactly the way politicians, judges, and prosecutors want it to work.
I think every person in
Well,
high
this
school
is the
should
point that I'm
actually take a
making. This
course
is the
to
point
be
that
a
I'm making is none of these people
cop.
that you just laid out, none of those people are trialed as you and I. There is a two-tier justice system right now currently taking place because like Comey and Clapper and any of these high-ranking officials within these branches of our government, whether it be the CIA, FBI, or ATF, when they're caught doing crimes, they don't face the same laws you and I. They go under tribunals and they're protected under sanctions to where they're not individually prosecuted like you and I. They're not going to face the same time. And even if they do face time, they go to separate prisons. Like our whole system is incentivized for these people to get slaps on the wrist and commit huge billion-dollar heists while the guy that's stealing a candy bar is paying life sentences and these people get a slap on the wrist and back doing it the next day. This is unjustful. Needs to stop.
Well, that's not a thing that says that the laws should be more lenient on us or non-existent. They should be held to, the other people should be held to the same account.
Yeah, they're not though. That's the problem.
Well, that's
The
okay. That's
average
not a big
man,
problem for the rest of us. And basically, we're
the
talking about
average man
the average person and what are we trying to do for society. I agree that those guys should be punished.
and the average man lives under the threat of nuclear war while these governments are mutually working behind the scenes to profit and do science together. The average man lives under the threat of duress
there's places right now where communities live and support themselves, no currency, and they're happy. You know, they're so happy that they don't want the outside to come in because they're happy the way they are. They're still like that today.
Can you be happy without the jet ski? That's the question.
Yes, yes, you can.
Absolutely.
You sure can, because ignorance is bliss. But as soon as you ride a jet ski, you'll realize you were never truly happy
But that's
until
not
you were
true.
on that
But that's
jet
not
ski.
true. That's
No,
not
but
true. If you heard
that's
what I
how
just
human
said.
nature is, though. That's the human mind, right? It's a
Listen,
thing
listen.
like
In one
if it's not
generation,
there, it's not there.
in
You
a
don't
single
know what you don't
generation,
know.
yeah, but they knew it. In
You
a single
can't know what you don't
generation,
know.
they went from living off the land to having everything at their fingertips. What they could point at whatever they want and have it. They said that it's far
No, only
better.
once or twice. They were
No.
addicted to
But
something
here's
they
the thing.
couldn't
Here's the thing, though.
sustain.
Like, here's the
They got
thing. So,
addicted to something they couldn't sustain. It wasn't a
yeah,
sustainable life
that's
for
true.
them. That's what happened. It was a failure. But if it wasn't such a
But this is
failure
where
to
we're
them,
at
they would
today.
have liked it.
But
Because
this is
I
where we're
swear
at
to
today.
God, I know I've been in both, and I like being able to have a fireplace in my instead of always having to build a fire outside.
I
I
agree. I
like the
agree with
warmth of
you.
an indoor home, other than having to be in the elements. You're right.
I agree with
So
you, but a lot of that you can provide for yourself. You don't have to have a corporation giving you this system, right, of consumerism in order for you to go and make a cabin for yourself and live that life if you so choose. But nowadays you can't do that. You can't go into nature and say, I'm gonna claim this tree in this spot and I'm gonna survive here. It's not gonna happen, dude.
Yeah, that is
So
the issue.
you're stuck now in this system that you have to abide to, that's not necessarily compliant with the common demand of the average person, man, and your God-given
there is some
right.
land actually you still can't claim as long as you pay the taxes after developing on it
So maybe
Taxes.
in
underground.
the
would be
U.S.
Yeah, but you don't own that. The fact that you pay
You don't
land
own anything
taxes is
anyway. Yeah, we
exactly.
got as soon as we
Exactly.
accepted religion into our lives, we learned
No,
that
it wasn't religion.
there was a great owner of the world, and then there was a great a guy who's going to hold everything for him until this guy comes back, and it'll be all his
It wasn't
in
religion. It was the
Aladdin.
system. It was
Dude,
man's
that's
system.
Definitely, the kings
When
and
you sign,
queens
when your
and
mom
the idea of
signed your
kings
birth
and queens and
certificate,
ownership
Okay,
and
guys, we're not
slavery,
hearing either
all of
one of
that
y'all.
comes from your books of religions, right? All of those
when your mom
ideas are in there,
when your
pushed
mom signed
like a
that birth
media.
certificate, when your mom signed that birth certificate, she signed you into bondage. She signed you in to the system of man and
Yeah,
essentially gave you up to the state. And that's what
right,
happens
because
is
they're
people
forced to do all of that, right? I get it,
and
right?
well under duress we go back to a system that puts people under their against their free will and forces them under duress, all while the system appliers aren't held to the same scrutiny. This is what I'm talking about.
But if people knew the law, is that not a double-edged sword for them?
Right.
What was that?
If people knew the law, isn't that a double-edged sword? You know, we're born into bondage, but we can tie them with their own rope that they try to tie us with.
Well, this is where you get into sovereignty and declaring sovereignty over. Well, it's some of it's common law, but a lot of it is your God-given rights. People aren't aware that you have God-given rights as a natural-born human upon this land. You got to get into Black's law. James Maxwell talks about this a lot, and people don't understand what your real straw man is. You have a straw man that's attached to the physical you, that is essentially you on paper. That's you within the system.
They want
And
you
this
to identify with that.
want you to identify and comply. So anytime you sign something with your name, you're signing a contract. And when you sign your name with a capital letters, your first name capital and your last name capital, this is conceding. This is called conceding to a contract. You don't know this. Your teachers never taught you this. But if you were to sign your name in lowercase, this is why your teachers always make you sign in the capital, i.e. Capitol Hill, but it's another topic of conversation. If you were to sign your name in all lowercase and underneath put lowercase r/r, you are resuming yourself from any legally binding contract. You have said that I'm willing to adhere to a degree, but I'm not going to be entangled within your contract. And they can't necessarily say that you're non-compliant, but they can say that you're aware of their binding factor. And this is when you start dipping into more law and sovereign law. And yeah, man, law is very scary. Law is a very scary thing that people just are very unaware of and take for granted, and hiring a public attorney and defender and just conceding to things that they didn't necessarily. But nothing you have is your own. You're not even your own. You're the property of the state unless you declare you're not. And until you declare you're not, you're a ward of the state, as well as your children, as well as your home, as well as your car, as well as everything you have. It's not yours. And people don't get that. How does it feel to be property? Every time you step on that brake pedal or that gas pedal, man, that's that yoke tugging at you. You just don't even know it's there. I got to get back to work, guys. It's been fun.
Happy working.
I'm still listening though, so if you want to talk, carry on.
What are you guys, sleepy today? No, I'm talking at this.
Bring up a subject.
Man, I don't know. What do you got?
No, it's a genuine subject.
Maybe in a little bit. I'm driving my driving my kid home from the COVID test.
It's a free world, apparently.
Free to do what? I think that freedom we think we have is a little misguided. Maybe I don't know the proper word, but it's not there.
Pseudo freedom.
Quasi pseudo freedom. There you go.
Well, actually, seeing as there's ears listening, I got a problem with Discord. When I click on one of the voice chats that I'm in, only like half of the people in the room come up, so I can't see everyone in the room.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a device error with your cell phone or computer or whatever you're on, maybe.
Yeah, I'm on mobile, but it's been like this for a couple of days. Maybe I just need to turn my phone off, turn it on.
It could be as simple as that, or you might need to do a factory reset or something. Who knows? Update Discord, delete Discord, re-download it. You got some options.
Do you guys ever get the feeling that there's like people here that don't want truth to be said or to be heard?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I feel like I face it every day with like key individuals that try to run away from the truth that I make and like either deafen themselves or like, I don't know, man, like try to paint me with a bad brush, man. Like I had to leave the other server after years because of I got attacked, dude, and I wasn't even in the wrong. And everybody kind of piled on and drew swords on me, dude, because of things that I've pointed out about them where their logic was wrong. And now it's like everyone's offended by me.
Well, no one wants to be announced as an idiot, do they? But yeah, it's being humble.
I don't have a problem saying when I'm wrong. I'm not right about everything, but you know, when I am, I'd like to share what I know.
Absolutely destroyed Ruhif last night. Oh, we know how refraction works. We know how it works. My guy, what's the formula? He shows the formula. I'm like, what's K stand for? He's like, I don't know. So you do know how it works, but you don't even know the formula? So you don't know how it works. Stupid, man. Stupid. You can't get dumber. These are the smartest, dumbest people I've ever met.
So what does stand K for?
Who cares? You can't get done telling me you know how something works, and then you show me the formula for it, and you don't know how the formula works. Duh. You don't know how it works, clearly.
Okay, well, then neither do you.
I wasn't the one claiming that to know how it works. Ruhif was. Right? Smartest, dumbest people I ever met.
I see.
Yeah, it's tough. Your boy took a beating last night. It's all good, though. You guys will bounce back. That reminds me, does anyone have weather balloon data of the Black Swan region at all?
You'd have to check back with the original video to see whether or not Bo posted any of that data.
Well, no, what Ruhiv said last night now has me curious because according to him, it's okay to just have weather balloon data from the region. Like you can just know the area. You don't need to know it through the optical corridor. You can just have the data from like the whole region or area you're in.
Yeah,
So
great.
I'm wondering,
Have him produce the paper that says from the experts that they know that the weather balloon data corresponds to what you would consider, the data for the corridor. Because otherwise, who the fuck cares what he says? Because that's what Rumpus says basically, is all you have to do is get a decent profile of where you're standing, and then you can just project out the entire distance and assume that it's all uniform.
yeah,
I mean,
so not measured. That's not measuring. That's called guessing.
Yeah.
Not even a scientific guess. Like in a hypothesis or something. That's just a guess.
Right. So so like I showed the PhD that I had my interview with. We talked last week, and I showed him video of the Channel Islands, and there was a dynamic going on out in the distance where a mirage was breaking up, and he said, well, there must be a temperature change going on there. Okay, so is it going on out 12 miles away? Is it going on out 8 miles away? You don't even know where that event is happening. Because I'm standing there on the shoreline, and I'm not experiencing some kind of temperature change differential, blah, blah, blah. Right? So obviously something is going on out there in the event that's not happening where I am. So they make all these fucking claims. They have no clue what they're talking about. Besides that, if you're talking to a baller, and my question is, I don't think that Bo made a claim that there was looming happening. I think he just put out the video and put in his data and let it be what it is. And so people started making claims about his video after that. But if someone's going to claim looming, I'm going to say, great, show me. Because even Andrew Thomas Young in his stuff doesn't tell you what temperature, pressure, humidity has to happen for looming to occur. He just shows you a diagram of his quote unquote ray tracing, right? He just traces the rays and says this is what the light's doing. But he doesn't even provide the data that tells you what conditions are necessary to produce those rays.
It gets worse than that. After he says all that, he'll tell you that those light rays aren't even real. It's not even a real thing. There's no such thing as a ray of light.
Yeah, I know. It's a convention. It's an idea. Yep. I know. I've read the material. So anyway, if someone's going to claim that there's looming happening in the Black Swan, my request is, great, show me the data that you have that tells you what weather conditions are necessary to produce this.
Well, no, I'm just ready to shove it down Ruhif's throat with the weather balloon data, because if it's good enough just to have a thing in the general area, I'm just wondering what the Black Swan days look like and the weather balloons and shit. So. Even if you did measure it, you would have to. You couldn't even measure your optical corridor, because if you're just looking at something miles away, You have to know if your optical corridor is bending or going straight. If you're just following the, the surface of Earth over the water, you don't know if that's curving or not, because you can't prove that. You'd have to already presuppose that it's curving or flat. One of the two. We know they're not presupposing it's flat. You have no idea where the optical corridor even is to measure it. I haven't even gotten that far with them yet, but there's so many problems even after they measure it. It doesn't end there. Believe me, you think they're going to go measure it and be like, oh yeah, see, we did it. No, that's where your problem starts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've read in two different sources I'm sure where Rumpus is just parroting that if refraction were able to remain unobstructed, you would be able to see your own back. I've read that in two different sources. One from 1929 and the other one probably, I don't know when the other one. I'd have to look and see.
Fucking hilarious. When he said that, I was like, what the fuck?
No, it's I found it in two different sources.
Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous, brother. Whoever wrote it the first time was ridiculous. Or the second time. You can write that all day long.
Oh, right, but even
just as ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, but think about that. So this guy that it was written in, Humphreys, he had no citation for it. He just makes the statement himself. So what? He's the authority. He knows, like, where is his citation that he can justify this? It's not. It's just a fucking concept. It's a fucking concept. Which, yeah, sure. You can describe your concept and say any. If I had a unicorn this big, it should be able to make a whatever.
Yeah. No. Absolutely.
I mean, I wouldn't see why you shouldn't be able to argue that refraction should carry an image up over a mountain, bring it back down to the other side, and show it.
Yeah, like I said, they got major issues with this refraction thing, especially since they're claiming that they know how it works and all that. So, like I said, once they measure it, once they even do measure it, which isn't even fucking possible because you have no idea where your optical corridor even is, because in order for that to be the case, you would need to get the actual position on the thing you're looking at, which you can only get by making a straight line to it. Otherwise, you're not going to know where the optical corridor is. It's guesswork.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
They've literally made this shit unfalsifiable, bro. Like, there's nothing about this where you could even do anything to falsify it. Short of making a straight line. Go ahead.
You keep saying that it's impossible to know where the optical corridor is. And you might be right. I don't know. My question is, how is that different than determining your ballistic corridor when doing long range shooting?
So does the bullet make a straight line, or is there wind? Is there all kinds of effects happening?
Right. Yeah. It travels through a whole corridor full of shit you have to deal with. And we do. And we know how to calculate that stuff. Fieldcraft's the thing.
Sure. So
if we can do it for one, why can't we do it for the other?
I don't know. You know that? Do you know the actual position, or are you just guessing with the bullet? You go out there and hit it first time with the bullet.
Yes, that's what you're trained to do.
All right. I'm gonna take you to the Black Swan site and the second oil rig, rig's back there, and we're gonna see if you can hit that with a bullet.
That's actually
or is the second oil rig not a physical thing that you can hit? Because it's just an illusion that it's even there. What do you think? Is the oil rig we're looking at in the Black Swan, the second one, is it physical or no?
Yeah, no, I understand. I totally get what you're saying.
No, is it physical or no?
Yes, it's a physical object.
It's physical. So it's there, physically there.
Yes, it's a physical object.
So it's physically where we see it.
I don't know about that. I understand what you're
It's
asking,
not
and
physically there.
I honestly don't have an answer.
Well, according to you guys, it's not physically there. I wouldn't be surprised if you're right on that, because it moves all over the fucking place. So who knows where it is?
I know that wouldn't really matter for the way you take distances through a scope, because you don't ever look at horizon, you look at size change. But
sure.
This wasn't me trying to do a gashi. This was just
No, I know.
I don't know the answer.
Well, they use the bullet thing on me a lot, and it's like, well, let's take the bullet to the Black Swan site. Are you gonna hit that? Are you gonna hit that second oil rig or not?
See, I think I probably would. I mean,
but it's not even supposed to be there. Geometrically, you're not even supposed to be. I mean, maybe if you shot it over your supposed curve, but
right. Well, bullets fall in an arc, right?
yeah. If you had a bullet that shot straight, if you had a railgun, let's pretend you have a railgun and it shoots pretty much straight. I don't think there's a lot of drop with a railgun.
Yeah, there's.
Not like a bullet, though. Not like a bullet.
Yeah. It's got almost the exact same drop. It's just moving so much faster that it doesn't.
That's why the drop's not the same.
Right.
Well, that's why the drop's not the same. The bullet, the railgun can go way farther before it drops the same amount as a bullet will.
Yep. Yep. It's an interesting question. Let me think about it a little bit.
Pretend you had a bullet that shot straight.
Welcome to Thought That, man.
Pretend you had a bullet, a hypothetical gun where the bullets all shot perfectly straight.
Sure.
You gonna hit the oil rig, the second oil rig, or no?
Oh, every fucking time, yeah.
What? No, you're not supposed to be able to hit it, bro. It's supposed to be hidden behind your Earth curve, all of it. You should never hit it on
Supposed
the
to be
globe.
physically there. See, I had the same question for when the Chicago picture came up. If you had a gun that could shoot that far, are you actually going to hit one of those buildings, or are they not actually there?
Yeah. If it was physically there, you would be able to hit them. If it's not physically there,
it is physically there.
So we would hit it if we had a.
So it's not a mirage.
It's physically there.
So it's not a
No,
mirage.
it's physically there. Listen, or you'll stay, in oblivious forever. Okay, just listen. The building is the same height as it is, regardless if something's in front of it or not. The question is if you shoot something and it's gonna, if the bullet doesn't drop for whatever reason, it's just gonna stay the same height above the earth. If you're 10 feet above the earth and you shoot something and it's staying the same height above the earth, it doesn't matter if the earth is in front of you or not. It's staying 10 feet above the earth.
No, we said the bullet shoots in a straight line, like a laser beam bullet or something. Think Star Wars, Star Trek shit.
And
so go into space.
Our bullet also has escape velocity, so that if it would eventually make it out of the pull of gravity. Right?
No, the bullet just goes straight. That's all the bullet does. It goes straight line.
Right. It would have to have escape velocity, or else it would just fall back to Earth.
This is just hypothetical gun. The bullets shoot perfectly straight.
You're saying that this gun is not affected by gravity and it doesn't fall; it just goes in a straight line.
Yes, we have the ability to shoot a bullet. We have the ability to shoot a bullet in a perfectly straight line from A to B. So we're at the Chicago. Hold on, we're at the Chicago. We're at the Chicago site. I'm going to shoot at the bottom of the building. Am I going to hit it? Is it physically there? Am I going to hit it, or is it not physically there and I'm going to miss it? That's a tough one. I know, Kosha. I know.
Oh shit! I pressed the mute button. I pressed the mute button by mistake, asshole. No, but the straight line gun that you're talking about, it wouldn't be able to hit the surface of the Earth past the geometric horizon.
So if I shoot at the
thing would need to be higher than the geometric horizon for it to hit it. Yeah.
Okay, so if I shoot at the building, so if I shoot at the bottom of the building, since it's supposed to be hidden by your geometry, I'm not going to hit the bottom of the building because it's not actually physically there.
I just told you, if the geometric horizon is going to be the most, the last part of the Earth is going to be able to hit. If it's taller than that point, then it will be able to hit that. But if it's not taller than that, then it's not going to have any opportunity to hit it.
Why wouldn't it follow the curve of the Earth like an airplane?
Because Jeremy's hypothetical didn't allow for that.
Yeah.
Well, but it doesn't matter. You should have overridden his example and said that gravity would have. Yeah, gravity would have taken over and carried it along. I mean, that's what you guys do. You make up shit because you think the Earth is curved.
You do be making up mad shit, Kosho. Did you hear what I did to Ruhif last night? I felt embarrassed for your whole team, huh?
You talked to him? I was just while you were talking to him. Did you do something? Did you rape him or something?
I mean, like verbally, yeah.
No, you told him when you were telling him about how George you told him how Rumpus something about the Black Swan and Mordor, something like that. Did you do so? Did you say anything different other than that?
Well, okay, let me give you a summary. Ruhif was claiming that he knows how refraction works, right? So we were talking, and then I thought about it. I'm like, well, let me just see the formula that he's using. You know, you guys, some people claim to use Snell's law, some people, use other various formulas. So he gave me a formula. It was about 3 pages long. So I'm looking over it, and I see a K in it. I'm like, well, usually the K stands for 7/6R. So I'm like, well, what's the K stand for? He's like, well, I don't know. And he's like, I don't know how this formula works. So he had just gotten done telling me that he knows how refraction works, and now here he is telling me he doesn't know how it works.
Value. Yeah, he's talking about applying the K value. I mean, I don't know.
You missed the whole point of what I said. Kosho, you missed the whole point of what I said. He said, we know how refraction works. Then I started grilling him about the formula, and he doesn't know how it works. He doesn't know how it works.
I mean, he's made a model of it. So, I mean, I don't understand why you're saying he doesn't know how it works.
I don't know how. He doesn't know how it works. He didn't know what the K stood for in the formula.
I mean, I don't know what it stands for. I know it's the K value, and I know you apply it to the...
Are you sure? Because he was saying it wasn't... He was saying it wasn't the K value, and it had nothing to do with the radius. You don't know about...
I didn't say... Listen, asshole. The K value is not the radius. 7/6R is not the K value.
Whoa. Well, listen,
7/6
Kosho.
is when you multiply the radius, okay?
Kosho, man. There's no reason to...
I'm in the middle of saying something.
There's no reason to call Jeremy an asshole, bro.
It's okay.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
It's okay.
He knows that.
It's not the radius, but it does have the radius in it. And your boy Ruhif was... The K value doesn't have the radius in it. It's 7/6R.
No, 7/6. What? Yeah, 7/6. You multiply by R to get your new radius.
Yeah, there's your radius. There's the radius of Earth built right into it.
7/6. 7/6. I think is the K value in that example.
Well, anyway,
you cannot utilize that anymore, man. You cannot use that anymore because a radius is a straight line, and in your model, all the lines are bent.
Christ. Listen, the 7/6R is a simple estimate that you can use whenever the conditions are fair. It doesn't mean that that's what the radius is. It means that this is what you do to the radius in order to calculate what the refraction is going to do.
Hey, can you tell us what
so
the
7/6 is the number that you're thinking about then, Jeremy. That's 7/6R.
Yeah, can you tell us what fair conditions look like, please?
Yeah, if you go above 100 feet and you're looking at something that's not above water, then it's going to be pretty consistently 7/6R is going to be consistent.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I asked for what fair conditions are, please. Thank you.
The ones I gave you. If those are the conditions of your observation,
you described no. I'm asking about the conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, well, those are the conditions. If those are the conditions of your observation, then you can use 7/6R and feel pretty confident.
So you are defining conditions as coordinates, position,
Try this.
elevation,
Try
right?
this. Maybe if you were a little bit less, I don't know, retarded, you'd realize that I'm not talking about the conditions of the atmosphere. Maybe instead of questioning me,
He's
grilling me on
asking for
what
it. He's
conditions,
asking for it.
why don't you just ask what kind of conditions I'm talking about? I'm talking about the conditions of the observation, not the conditions of the atmosphere. Conditions of the observation.
Yeah.
That's a triggered Kosho.
What does conditions of the observation mean?
Like the, your altitude, what you're taking observation of, these sorts of things. Like if you're taking it above 100 feet, then it's a pretty safe assumption that it's U76R.
Yeah, but at 1 foot elevation, we can see for over 10 miles.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Now rewind it about 10 seconds and then go over what I said, because I just said 100 feet is where you'd want to use it. 1 foot.
Yeah, but we can see it with 1 foot.
Get something funky.
We can see with 1 foot, so it means 10 miles.
I just said 100 feet, man. Why do you keep saying 1 foot? We know.
Yeah, but we can see it from 1 foot. You don't need to go to. You don't need to go above. You don't need to go high.
Hey,
It was measured.
Kosho.
The radius was measured from the ground and from the top of the mountain.
Yeah, Kosho, did you make up that value, or did you get that from somewhere else? Where did you get that 100 feet from? Is that just a generic guess for you?
No, I mean, to me, that's about a fair altitude.
To you,
for,
yeah. Take a fucking hike.
Yeah. I'm the one you're asking, right? Yeah. So when you want
if
them, right?
Yeah, if I'm gonna give you information that is not based on me, I'm gonna provide a citation. If I'm gonna give you information that I am just guessing at, I'm not gonna give it to you because it's got no value, dude. What you're giving when I ask you
that's the height I would start using it at.
When I ask you what fair conditions are, you should say, I have no idea. I don't know anything about this field.
See, what I'll do is I just won't speak with you, man, because there's no point. I was speaking with Jeremy.
Because you use the term.
Don't dictate how I speak.
You use the term fair conditions. I don't know if you know this or not, but that's typically used of meteorological descriptions, right? It's going to be fair conditions today. So when I asked you then what fair conditions look like, you give me a geographical location. You've got to be up 100 feet, blah, 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 blah. Okay?
The conditions that I would use.
Those aren't fair. Those are not fair conditions.
Air refraction.
Those are not fair conditions. Those are locations. Right? Anybody else here with me? When you hear the term fair conditions, you're thinking about weather. Am I right?
The environment. A condition would be the environment in which something's in. But I also I'm not taking any sides here. I just came in, but I did hear what Kosho said, and it did sound like he was describing more of a location rather than a condition.
When he used the term fair conditions?
Right. Well, in his explanation...
It sucks to be this confused that even when someone explains to you what they're talking about, you're still sitting there and like...
No.
I'm telling you what I'm saying. It's fine that you didn't understand what I initially meant, but this is what I'm saying. So just... I don't know what else to tell you, dude. But...
Yeah, again, though, when you're trying to help Jeremy and us or whatever understand what creates the ability to have 7/6, right? And then you use a term, fair conditions. That seems to imply...
It's a futile effort to explain things to you. I won't make that mistake again, all right? And I wasn't making the mistake because I was speaking with someone else.
Then you should never talk because you don't speak clearly.
Yeah, well, the person I was talking to has not said anything since you've been fucking griping about this. So, regardless, 7/6R, you don't use it close to the ground. I mean, everyone has heard that.
Who says that?
Everyone knows that, but everyone has heard that before. So,
who says that? Everyone knows that. How does everybody know that?
I didn't say everyone knows that. I specifically didn't say everyone knows that. I said heard that. I know that everyone here doesn't know that because you guys are still disagreeing with it. I said everyone here has heard that. Not everyone here knows that.
No,
I specifically said that.
No, I just heard that.
I could not fairly say everyone here knows that because you guys obviously don't know that.
Okay,
but you guys have heard it 1,000 times.
Okay, fine. If you want to think that, that's fine. But where did we hear that from? Who's the source?
Yeah, who's the first person to make it up? In other words, because I know they didn't get it from anywhere where they did any kind of testing or anything. So. Coach, who was the first person to make that up? Came in a little hot today, all right? Also, hello to it.
Dude, when I'm speaking with assholes, I'm going to be an asshole back, dude. I was speaking with you, and other than what you were saying about Ruhif, I said,
yeah,
Ruhif
got slaughtered, bro. He was made to look like
I think
clown.
you probably explained it differently than what happened.
I made him look like a straight clown last night. I felt embarrassed for him, honestly. I had to stop because I was like, ouch, this is almost like cyberbullying or something what I'm doing to him.
Ruhif's a fairly smart guy. Like I said, he's made a refraction, demonstration, on it with the, I forget what program that was in, but so I can't really speak on it. I wouldn't say that he doesn't, like, for instance, like when you ask what the K value, I don't know exactly what the K value is. I know that how it applies. I know where it applies, but I don't know why it starts with a K.
Do you want an answer to that, Kosho?
Sure, I mean, yeah.
From what I was able to understand, it's officially called the lambda value, but because that's hard to write on American keyboards, we use K. I didn't know what it was. I had to look at it. I had to look up the K value. So,
is that the same as? Is that what's the difference between that and the refractive index?
Oh, that's special K.
that I believe the lambda value or the lambda value or the K value has to do with heat rather than light. But I might be wrong about that. Like I said, I'm just trying to catch up to you guys here.
Have you ever used Walter Bislin's simulation thing, like where he has all the different dials you can turn and all that kind of stuff? I don't know if you ever used that before, but it's got all that stuff on there. And I've always noticed that it had a K value and it had a refractive index, but they were, roughly, they were both between like 1 and 2, right?
Right.
The point is not that. Go ahead.
I was off topic.
Oh, no, look, I was wrong. I just found it. K value is the reciprocal wavelength of light. Is K equals 1 over lambda. That's the official definition.
Listen, what is the official globe formula for calculating refraction? Does anyone have it? I want the official one, not the half-ass one somebody made up in her mom's basement or whatever. Like the official.
You have to use that one. What's it called? Differential Snell's law. The Snell's law by itself, applies to like the simple version.
You're talking
but
about
when you have a continuous
square
medium. Right. So when you have a continuous medium, you have to use differential Snell's law.
That's called the inverse square law, bud.
So that's the official formula for measuring refraction on Earth?
I don't know if it's a single formula, but
like, where's the official one? I want like the official one, not
it's not
the
a
one
single
that.
formula, dude.
How many formulas is it?
But you have to believe. If you believe it will it'll happen.
I mean, I just want what the experts use, the official one. Like when we go play basketball.
And then George,
there's a certain basketball on the NBA court that you have to have. You know what I mean? You can't just bring in any willy-nilly old street ball from your mom's garage, right? You got to have the official NBA basketball.
Thanks for that, man. But George had brought something up. I forget what he called it. It was called starts with a C. Something's law. I was.
Bro,
So there's that too.
All I need to do is get George to just say the bullet, the drop bullet and the fired bullet doesn't hit the ground at the same sentence, and we're gonna have a ridiculously silly clip of George saying all kinds of double speak about bullets. It's gonna be great.
Hey, Kosho, have you figured out the difference between 2D and 3D yet?
I'm glad the guys are not talking about me.
You should probably start there before you move on to more complicated subjects.
I'm reading something right now. It says if you have 4 points, those are all 0 dimensions. And you connect them with 1-dimensional lines, you're gonna end up with a 2-dimensional square, a 2-dimensional surface, which you can then put 6 of those and make a 3-dimensional cube. Wow.
That's cool. Let me see your line. Let me see your 1-dimensional lines.
Where do they sell that
That's
at
not
Home
what he
Depot?
was asked.
I would really like to build my house like you've just laid out for me.
Yeah. How do it show? Can you show me a picture of when you connected the points with the lines, the 1-dimensional lines? Can you show me a picture of that?
Look in a geometry book.
And a geometry book's going to have a picture of a 1-dimensional line in it.
Yeah.
Oh, what's it look like?
Do you always
Like a
project
line.
your
all
feelings as fact?
all straight lines.
What's a
The reason why
1-dimensional
straight
line look
lines,
like when you envision
the
it in
reason,
your head? What do you
yeah,
see?
Jeremy,
Hold on,
Jeremy. The reason why the reason why straight lines are lines in general are 1 dimension is because it only takes 1 dimension to describe any point on that line. You can describe any point on that line using just one coordinate.
I feel you.
What type of line you're talking about?
Abstraction.
I have a physical line here in front of me. You're saying it's 1D?
I'm saying
Are you
that
okay?
if you
Have you taken your medication
hold on,
today?
hold up a second, dude. Ask one question at a time. Ask me about my medication when I'm done answering the last question, right? But yeah, you said you have a line in front of you. If you have a line in front of you, you can describe any portion of that line using 1 dimension, using 1 coordinate.
Wow.
Descriptions are not explanations. That's all abstract concept. We're looking for tangible reality here, bud. The fact that you can't differentiate rational, logical reality from a concept scares me.
Yeah, well, when you take a geometry class, which you probably never will, you'll learn that cubes are made up of squares, which are made up of lines, which are made up of points. And there's 3D to 2D to 1D to 0D. This is how it works. I mean, if you want to make up your own math model and use that instead, go ahead. It's the one that we use as humans. So,
have you ever held a line in your hand? Have you ever been fishing? Have you ever held a line, a piece of string in your hand? Is it 1D?
I was doing lines off your mom's last night.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
Is it 1D?
This is the
Was it 1D?
show, huh?
Was it 1D or was it 3D or 2D?
Hey, Kosho,
definitely double D, man.
Hey, Kosho, can you clean yourself up, man? I'm getting a little bit tired of you. Right
That
now,
was good
seriously.
though. He said double D. That was the double D one was pretty funny. But yeah, seriously, get it together, Kosho.
Yeah. So, Kosho, what is a point?
So, can I ask a question?
Something that you don't make.
Okay. Why? Okay. I'm gonna. The next time, I kick you.
Travis, you're lagging. That was kind of funny though. Come on, bro.
Hey, Jeremy, I posted the differential Snell's law.
Kosho, what is the point?
And this is, hold on, and this is the official way that you measure refraction on a globe, right? If you're using anything else, it's nonsense, right?
Well, give me a minute to try to remember the one that George had told me about.
I mean, I just want the official one. How do you not know it? Do you know how refraction works? I've heard a lot of
You can use differential. You can use
of...
differential Snell's law. I'm telling you. But if you want to know the one, because George had brought one up that that he says he talks about using practically. So I'm trying to remember what it was called.
Kosho, George, I would not use George. He does not know what he's talking about ever. If he told me a recipe, recipe to make tuna fish, I wouldn't believe it.
So you guys have been talking about this 2D and 1D question. I've seen lots of citations that basically say what Kosho's saying with the surface being 2D and whatnot. Have there been a single citation that says the surface is 3D?
Well, the surface that we're talking about is the surface of Earth. We asked anyone to mail, put it on a box, a 2D, piece of the surface of Earth, please.
Right. So we're talking about a definition of a word, and the definition of the word surface.
No, we were
how
talking
many
about the
dimensions.
surface of the Earth.
No,
yes.
sure. Okay. Well, in that case, we're no longer talking about a hypothetical surface. We're now talking about tangible things.
Yeah, correct. We like to differentiate reality from the abstract.
That's always what we're talking about.
They say the surface. They say the surface of Earth is 2D, so they brought it out of the abstract and into the reality with the surface of the Earth being 2D.
As soon as they say surface
of Earth,
that's basically okay. Surface, Earth, any object, it doesn't matter. That's a dimension there, isn't it?
Surface is a dimension. No, surface, things have surfaces.
Right. And if it means not in its depth, right? Isn't that what surface means?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Is the surface itself an object?
Surface is a boundary of an object.
Right. So not within its depth. So there's your dimension. That's what you guys are looking for.
Okay, look, if you can provide, again, it doesn't matter to me necessarily, because even if you find me a book that has a definition of something that's conceptual, I don't necessarily have to agree with it if it doesn't comport with reality. Okay, hold on. The surface of the Earth, in and of itself, has depth. The surface of my skin has depth.
So I'm not going to go through.
The surface of a box is the beginning of its depth.
Right. So not in its depth. So just the
It's
surface.
the beginning. It's the start point for down, for in.
Do you have a single citation that agrees with you? Which was my original question.
I'm just describing reality right now, bro.
Okay, so you must have a citation that agrees with you, right?
No. See, I'm my own source.
Okay. You don't. Oh,
no.
Okay.
No. I'm describing again reality. I'm having a conversation with you, and I'm describing reality.
I'm sorry, Travis. I didn't realize you were an authoritative source. I wouldn't have bothered having this conversation.
You're an authoritative source, bro. You can have your own thoughts. You can disagree with somebody who's an authority, in the field. You might read a paper and say to yourself, I don't agree with this.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
You have that right.
I wouldn't attempt to redefine a field and the words that are used in a field because I don't like it.
Okay. When did I say? Hold on.
That's exactly what this conversation is, dude.
No,
That's exactly what the conversation is.
No, sir. I'm sorry. Okay.
This conversation. No.
Kool-Aid. When did I ever say I don't like it?
Travis, if you're gonna mute me, I'm just gonna fucking leave. You're gonna be a big bully like this.
I muted you. You're just talking. You were just talking to interrupt him. I muted you.
He literally talked over me.
Okay, I'm trying to
definition, according to math, is a surface is 2D. until you can find me a single citation that refutes that, you guys are just going, no, I don't like it. But it doesn't change the fucking definition.
And that's what we're asking. Can you please send a surface of anything 2D, please? Can you post it? Can you put it on a box and send it to me, please?
I just wanted to ask: is the surface an object on its own?
The surface isn't the object. The surface is an attribute. It's a property of an object. Yeah, exactly. It's a property of an object. But do you guys understand what degrees of freedom mean? Like if you have 2 degrees of freedom or 3 or 4, that's basically synonymous with a
I'm more
dimension.
interested in asking you a question. How many sides has the circle?
That's fantastic. But I don't remember. So yeah, the degrees of freedom. This describes a spatial dimension. So when you have 3 degrees of freedom, like X, Y, and Z, that means 3 dimensions. You only have 2. What was the term I was just using? Whatever it's called.
Degrees of
freedom. Yeah, degrees of freedom. Thank you. You have 2 degrees of freedom, then you only have 2 dimensions, and all surfaces only have 2 degrees of freedom.
Freedom. That's a concept, my friend.
Sorry, quick thing. Can someone give next the screenshot posting privileges?
Yeah, and again, Kool-Aid, your characterization of me or anyone else saying I don't like it is absolutely unfounded in this conversation. No one has said that.
Well, you guys have yet to provide a single citation that backs you up. Whereas Kosho just posted, there's half a dozen there?
We don't have to
9,
provide we don't have to provide citations when we're having a discussion simply about describing reality, right? If I'm going to make a claim about something else that...
No, the question isn't about describing reality. The question is, what is the definition of the surface of an object? And the surface of an object is defined as a 2-dimensional shape.
Right, and we have the ability to disagree with those definitions, just like you can provide me with a definition that says that level is equidistant to the gravitational potential. That's not what level is, bro. And I don't have a citation to tell you that.
Right.
Or you could just show us the depth.
I know you don't have a citation to prove that. That was my entire point.
No, I don't have to have a citation.
You guys going, I don't like it.
No, it's not. Again,
the rest of math agrees that this is the way these words are used, and this is the definition of the word. You're going, I don't like it.
A cup of water doesn't like it either.
Okay, again, stop saying that, or stop characterizing us as saying we don't like it. That's not an argument. It's not substantiated. Okay? I'm not going to be able to provide you with any citations for the claims that I'm making about observations that I have made, because the science out there is saying things completely different. So I am my own source. That's perfectly valid.
Yeah, let me support your point by saying and ask him, do you think that when Einstein and all these people made their thesis or theories, the other people ask him for citation from other people?
Yes, they did.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Think a little, make your brain work a little bit logic of what you're saying.
Let's take Einstein. There's a great example where he wasn't able to work out the tertiary geometry behind one of his theories, and had
you're
to
in front
go
of Einstein,
to
though.
Okay,
Listen,
I guess I wasn't in the middle of a sentence. Fuck me.
No, because you're not answering my question. Let's say you're in front of Einstein, and then he cites or he says his theory, and then you ask him, citation, please.
Silent. Let him finish, and then if he didn't answer your question after, just tell him after.
Whatever.
I'm just saying we gotta.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
No, we gotta let people finish their sentences. That's where a lot of the problem lies. I do it myself sometimes.
Papers include citations.
The problem lies when I ask him a question and he doesn't answer, he's gonna finish a sentence of something that I didn't ask.
It's fine.
What is the point on that?
I know. Let him try to answer it again, and then we'll see. And then you can address that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the answer is yes. He was asked for citation. There's a
Can
famous
you
story.
show me a citation of that?
I almost got a sentence out. Fuck. You guys figure out how to have an adult conversation.
Seriously, how are people supposed to take us serious if we can't even converse with people?
Jeremy, would you agree with Travis that definitions don't matter?
I never said
I agree
that.
with Travis. I agree. That's what Ruhev said. I agree with Travis when he says we can disagree with the definitions, because otherwise this whole argument would just be over. We could either show you a definition of we also have conflicting definitions. Like we could show you a definition of horizontal equaling level, or you could show us a definition of the word planet being a sphere that's floating in space. And that's why we're here, because we disagree on these definitions of words.
We can show you a picture of that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you say that there's like the Earth being defined as a planet and a sphere or spheroid, then that definition isn't like you would say that that's not correct. So would it also be okay for us to say that the definition of level being horizontal is not correct?
You do. That's why we're here. Like I said, if we didn't. If we agreed on all these definitions of words, we wouldn't even be here right now. I mean, I'd have to say the definitions of words are very important. Some people think they're not important at all, which is, crazy. How do you even converse with someone if the meanings of your words aren't important?
Do you understand what's meant, though? Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
I made a simulate. I got. Actually, I have it in my computer. I'm in my bag. I might be able to pull up. I made a simulation that was going over this concept about degrees of freedom, and everyone knows a line is one-dimensional. Even if it's in the three-dimensional space, even if you have a line in a three-dimensional space, the line itself and all the points on it are described using only one dimension. And they can only move in 1 degree of freedom. So that's describing the line that is a one-dimensional, construct in a three-dimensional reality. And it's the same with two-dimensional, anything two-dimensional as well. And all surfaces are made up of one-dimensional lines, and all three-dimensional objects are made up of two-dimensional surfaces.
How many dimensions? How many dimensions does an idea have?
Great question, Greg.
Yeah, how many dimensions does a concept have?
Depends on the concept.
That would be 0. An idea and a concept have no dimensions whatsoever. Right? So if you have a physical line, if you have a piece of rebar or a 2x4, a 6-foot 2x4, that has 3 dimensions. No part of that has two dimensions or 1 dimension. It's 3-dimensional.
It's a line. It's a solid.
Excuse me?
A 2x4 isn't a line. It's a solid.
Yeah, right. A line, yes, correct. A line is a concept. It has no dimensions.
Yep. So a solid is also, because in geometry it has lines and points.
No, I'm sorry. Can you restate?
The line is not solid?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you say what you just said again?
But if you have a solid and you try to apply geometry to it, you need points and lines. So you're saying that you can't apply geometry into anything?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that.
What did you say then? That a 2x4 is what? Solid?
It's a 3-dimensional, and he point out the dimensions of the 2x4. He asked you, do you guys pay attention? Okay, I'm not going there. And
but sign zero. Sign zero.
Oh.
Go ahead, sir.
What's
Let's
up?
say sign zero. You do know though that because this is the truth that 3-dimensional objects are made up of two-dimensional surfaces that are made up of one-dimensional lines with zero-dimensional points. It's just how geometry defines this.
No,
How
that's
do you,
false.
Travis, how do you know that a 2x4 is three-dimensional?
Has all the axes.
Axes? Can you show me an axis?
Those
Can
are
I show you?
that's a description. That's a
There's a
description of an
description.
object. Okay, look.
Just like the one you say, like a dimension.
Yeah, if you can't show me a
A
dimension, how do
line,
you,
a physical line, has a length, a width, and a depth.
what?
You
It only has one dimension.
That's how you order them, by length.
What's the volume of a line? That doesn't make any sense.
What's the what?
The volume of a line, but it don't answer that. It's a dumb question. Lines
It
don't have
depends on
volume.
the line.
They only have
Depends
length.
which line you're talking about.
No, there are no three-dimensional lines.
We're talking about a 2x4.
You guys need to understand that your 2-dimension is nothing more than a concept. If you're going to talk about something in 3-dimension, i.e. a line, your smallest conceivable line can only be that of your smallest base unit of mass or matter, i.e. the atom. Anything past that, you'd have to come up with something different, like quantum mechanics has done, and taken things down a rabbit hole. But in order to have anything in physical 3-dimensional reality, it has to be exactly that, 3-dimensional. Unless you can give me a piece of 2-dimension and hand it to me, then this is nothing more than a concept.
You're exactly right. 3-dimensional objects have to be 3-dimensional in 3-dimensional reality. So a line in reality, if you had a straight line somewhere in reality, any line whatsoever, you could describe all of those points using 3 dimensions because it exists in 3-dimensional space. However, you don't need to, if you're just talking about the points in that line, you don't have to talk about it in 3-dimensional space because you've restricted the entire realm to this line, which can be described in 1 dimension. You can describe every single point on that line in 1 dimension.
Only conceptually, because the second you take a screen or a paper or a surface and you put a point upon it, you've just now entered into the 3rd dimension. Even if it's upon a computer screen, you've entered into the 3rd dimension.
You're saying that the computer screen images are 3-dimensional.
Well, it is, because if you look down to the what makes up the interaction upon that computer screen, it's a 3-dimensional interaction between the screen itself and the magnetic and electromagnetic pixels that are within that screen. That's not a 2-dimensional.
Yeah, and those pixels are layered in 2 arrays. So there's 1 length and 1 width, or 1 height and 1 length, and that's all it's ever been. Even if it makes a 3D image, it's just using.
How thick is that layer?
It's just using an array
your 2-dimension
of 2 dimensions.
Your 2-dimension on that screen
layer
is
has
only
the
on
thickness,
the positive.
my friend.
Is only on the positive side, i.e. the surface of that screen. But remember, there's an opposing side to that screen, i.e. the internals within it. And there lies your 3-dimensional interaction upon your 2-dimensional screen that you're perceiving conceptually to be as such. In fact, it's 3-dimensional, the fact that it's brought into fruition.
Yeah, your computer screen exists in 3 dimensions. However, it only gives you information in 2 dimensions. It only uses 2 dimensions to give you information.
On the positive side. But on the negative side of that screen, i.e. the internals of that screen, it's taking place in 3-dimensional reality. Like, for example, a piece of paper.
But it doesn't use that to give you information.
For example, a piece of paper, right? And you draw a pinpoint with a pencil upon that paper. You've just now entered into the 3rd dimension. You're perceiving it 2-dimensionally, conceptually as such. But the fact is that lead upon that paper has given you a 3rd dimension. No matter which way you want to spin it, that line can only exist upon that paper as such.
Yeah, I've said this, that you can have, if you have a line or surface or anything in 3D, doesn't matter what it's attached to, you can describe all 3 dimensions of those of any point on it. But you can also just as easily describe it, a surface, for example, in 2 dimensions, or a line in 1 dimension. But yeah, you're right. It exists in 3D space, and so if you want to use all 3 dimensions to describe it, you can do that. But if you're going to restrict yourself to just that line or just that surface, you can describe any point on there using the appropriate amount of dimensions. I mean, appropriate coordinates. So 1 dimension for a line and 2 dimensions for a surface.
Well, it sounds like you're getting on track now. I'm glad I could help.
If I have a cube,
I mean, I've only said this exact thing the entire time. 3-dimensional objects exist in three-dimensional space. The surface of that 3-dimensional object is 2-dimensional, and the lines on that 2-dimensional surface are 1-dimensional.
Well, the problem is the second you have a sheet of paper or you have a screen or you have anything of tangibility, it's automatically entered into the 3rd dimension, but you're perceiving it in a 2-dimensional concept. But ultimately, within the full spectrum of reality, it's 3-dimensional. The only way it could ever remain 2-dimensional is if it remained a concept being expressed through thought or word. But the second you bring it into manifestation and represent it 2-dimensionally, it automatically into the 3rd dimension. Can't get away from that.
No one's ever. If you're not listening to what we're saying, that's fine. But we've all said this, that these objects exist in 3D space. What we're talking about being 2D is the surface of this object, just the surface. The surface is a 2D manifold. The object is, of course, in 3D space.
Again, you're taking an extrapolation of a 3rd dimensional reality and pinpointing the 2-dimensional surface at which it resides upon. But you can never separate from the truth of it all, being that it's always in the 3rd dimension. I don't care which way you want to twist it and perceive it. You're never going to get away from this fact. Thank you.
The whole point was the surface, in this case, was the surface of Earth. So no matter where you go, if you can get a 2D surface of anything on Earth, please mail to one of us, please.
And the second you have a peak or a trough or a valley, you've just now scratched the surface of your 2-dimensional reality, invoking a 3rd dimension. Again, man, like
that's still on the surface.
Yeah, you know, GPS.
Your surface has to remain consistent, man.
GPS will give you 3 coordinates in XYZ in 3-dimensional space, but it can easily translate that into 2 dimensions, which everyone in here knows their location 2-dimensionally. So
yes, again, we're abiding by your narrative, right, that you've provided, but this isn't reality in totality. But this is what you've trained. This is what you've trained your mind to operate within the confines of. But reality doesn't work this way.
You don't use longitude and latitude?
I travel straight. I don't travel in a circular fashion to try to be as most efficient as possible.
You said you travel in 3 dimensions, so you're not traveling on a straight line, because then it would not be 2-dimensional anymore.
That's true.
Yeah, there's no way you can travel in a curved path and say you were efficient. This is inefficient, and it's only inefficient due to your faulty logic.
No, but hey, if straight line is 3-dimensional and a curved line is 3-dimensional, what's the difference between those two?
The vector, the straight line that's never going up or down and only remaining in one single vector can only be as such. And the second you add a second vector, i.e. an arc or something curving, now you've just added more complexity upon the matter unnecessarily.
Like you said.
Yeah, a circle line is equidistant from the center.
We travel in a curved
straight
fashion.
Line equidistant from the center. You need to have a straight line from your position to the radius. A radius is a straight line, which you guys don't have it anymore. Everything is bending on your model.
Yeah, we travel in this world, whether it be in the air or the sea or the ground or what have you, in a curved fashion on a flat surface. But if we were to invert that, right, it could go the same way as well. Like you could say that we travel straight on a curved surface, and this is what they've done to your mind. They've inverted and perverted your mind to think as such.
Hold on, you said that you're traveling on a curved path on a flat surface. Is that flat surface 3-dimensional?
Yes, it's 3-dimensional, and I don't say flat in the essence of like remaining as such, but in the totality thereof, in the ultimate spectrum and the macro scale, not the micro.
Jesus. So you're saying that.
So if you look at a table, if you look at your table right now, your flat kitchen table, and you were to say this is flat, and you were to take it down to the micro level, you would see peaks and troughs and valleys and an unlevel surface. But again, like if you take the scale to a macro level, it appears to be flat in its entirety. And this is what I'm describing when I say the surface is flat. I don't mean perfectly flat, just in the big scheme of things overall. Yes, it's flat.
Okay, so going with that, you could say that water is not flat or level or horizontal because there's valleys and troughs in water when you zoom in on it.
There is no such thing as a flat, smooth surface within our world, within our logical understanding. The flattest thing we can have, the flattest thing we could ever have that would not essentially deform itself upon itself would be that of graphene. And other than that, everything is fairly imperfect. There's no such thing as perfect.
You're just speaking in absolute.
Yeah, in the absolute sense, sure.
Water at rest.
Yeah, but we don't talk like that. So
can't they?
When people say flat, they mean it's flat to whatever.
Yeah, it's analogous, right? It's always in contrast, and that's why I compare it to overall, rather than just trying to look with a narrow, closed-minded, eyesight. You have to. Go ahead, Kosho.
I was saying whatever precision that context requires. Like if something is like when they say pancakes are, what is it? Kansas is flat as a pancake, or when they say that chick is flat, or when they say whatever is flat, they're talking about. I mean, it's clear what context or what precision that context requires. But I mean, you're right.
I'm telling you,
that things aren't nothing.
What I'm telling you,
flat,
there's no measure upon the hand which measures, right? Like when you understand the fact that there's no method at which to measure the thing you're measuring with. Like we use this as a conceptual tool to try to understand, but it's not like absolute, right?
You said it. I don't understand. We said we don't measure. We're saying we don't measure the measuring tool.
Yeah, I say there's no way to measure upon the tool which you're using to measure. And the same is likewise for time. Like we use time as a tool, as a mechanism to understand things, but there's no hands of time upon time itself. This is just something that we've essentially conceptualized into an understandable way or method that we can use.
Time itself is not something.
We use the water surface to make a glass. A couple of years ago, who was it? Spurs Chemo brought this to all of you, to all of your attention. Yeah, the surface of water, when at rest, it's flat and level.
Well, again, as we were just saying, the precision depends on the context. I mean, that
it's very precise.
Precision. But regardless, what Dyslow was just saying, because you said something about time. Right. But the units, those units, including a second or an inch or whatever else, a day, whatever. When we measure things, you're right. You can't measure the thing you're measuring, but that's because the thing that you're using to measure it is what you're comparing the measurement to. So, like when you weigh a kilogram, you're just saying that the kilogram, or back in the day before they changed it, that you say a kilogram is any mass that is equal to this mass. Because there was a specific rock that they had in France that they would just compare the mass of every object to in order to get that, and that was the definition of a kilogram.
Another analogous way to kind of explain what I've mentioned is the fact that, like, for example, when you look at an analog clock, right, it's got hands that measure the time, right? And at the end of those hands is what's alluding to where time is, but at the center apex of where those hands meet, at that center wheel, there's no hands upon that portion of the clock. There's no time upon that portion of the clock, right? Time is nothing more than an expression of magnitude. That's all time is. Time doesn't exist ultimately, only conceptually, through abstract reification and by means we use to measure things, being that we swim in a sea of mass and matter, which is an expression of magnitude itself, being an expression of magnetism. Everything within physical dimensional reality takes part upon mass, which takes part upon time, which takes part upon magnetism. This is the ultimate essence of our reality.
I'm trying to understand what you said a second ago. You're saying three totally different things now, but what you said a second ago about the clock and about time, no, the time does exist, but even when we don't conceptualize it. And the second is just something that we measure because it's cyclical. And I said, well, it used to be a division of a day, but now we use something that's cyclical and cesium atoms. But that doesn't mean that time itself doesn't exist. It's just the units we use are, you know, the things that we can find a
Yeah,
cycle.
we measure time with days.
Time, like I said, is nothing more than a measure of magnitudes and ultimately doesn't exist at all. However, conventionally it does. Like I said, for beings of mass and magnitude who live in a sea of time. The ancients, whether it be Indians, Greeks, or Egyptians, have always said time is the number 4. And likewise, the number 4 is the only missing number in the Fibonacci sequence between the number 1 and 5. So when you look at the beginning of the Fibonacci, it's 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. There's no 4, and there's no 4 for a specific reason, being that magnetism is the principle by which all mass and atoms have magnitude, therefore partake of time, and likewise must be therefore partake of phase and motion and lag. Time, like space, is the attributional byproduct of magnitude and its measure. Time is comprised of past and future alone, which are wholly phantasms of perception and memory. The present moment or now is part of time whatsoever, since nobody can stand in a moment of the same waters flowing, time nor can
You
time
don't just
stand.
make one. You make 1,000
If you
points,
look
man.
at,
Respond
if
to
you
the point
look
you made
at,
before.
look at Zeno's paradox. Just take a look at
Well,
Zeno's
before you look at
paradox.
Zeno's paradox, what you said a second ago, Fibonacci sequence. What's the relevance of the numbers between 1 and 5? What's missing between them? Because you can use Lucas numbers, which does include 4, and 2 is missing between 1 and 5, or 1 and 4.
So again, if you look at the Fibonacci sequence, there's no number 4 within it.
What's the
Again,
significance? What's the significance of that? There's no
time represents the number 4 represents time in the ancient understandings when they used this methodology, and they left it out for a reason, because it's an abstract.
Why not just use the Lucas numbers? In which case, there is a 4. So I don't see what 4 has to. What's the significance of 4 outside of that fact that it's not between 1 and 5 in the Fibonacci sequence?
Things grow in nature. What were you guys talking about? Things grow in nature in the Fibonacci sequence. And
I mean,
for
use all the numbers.
1, 2, 3.
Lucas numbers also converge to the same golden ratio. So you can use the same sequence. I mean, every sequence actually that's added together in the same way will converge to the golden ratio. So you don't have to use the Fibonacci sequence.
Golden ratio breaks down to, I mean, the Fibonacci sequence is nothing more than a comparison of 1 to itself. Like when you break it all down, that's literally what it's telling you, is that 1 is nothing more than a comparison to itself. And 1 is to phi as phi is to 1. And this is a mathematical certainty. And phi represents magnetism. And anyhow, like, it gets a little deep. We don't have to go down that road, but I just wanted to lay that out for anyone.
That also wasn't true. 1 over phi is to 1 as 1 is to phi. 1 over phi. There's not 1 is to phi as phi is to 1. That doesn't make any sense. But 1 over phi, 1 as 1 is to phi.
So have you ever read Plato's Republic in 509D through 511, where he goes over his divided line? Because this is held within all of that. And if you've never read it,
I've read Plato's Republic, but what does that have to do with what I just said? About,
it has everything to do. It has to do with the 1 and.
I'm responding to what you're saying, but then you don't respond to what I'm saying. I'm saying 1 over phi is to 1 as 1 is to phi. That's how that's the ratio.
1 over phi to the power of -3 is actually what it all boils down to. And if you were to put that in a whole number, it boils down to 0.23606. And this is what's held within incommensurability, the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, the phyllotaxis that we see represented throughout any single biological system, throughout anything. It all follows after this divine portionality of 1 to itself, which is extrapolated again within Plato's divided line, Pythagorean incommensurability, which why Opaces was murdered and sent out to sea for revealing. So yes, this is a very big secret that's been held for a long time.
The ratio you said isn't true, though.
It has to do with proportionality.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The proportionality, but the proportions that actually are true is 1/5 is equal to 1 is the same as 1 is equal to 5. But it's not one. It's not. They're not reversible. And 1 is to 5 is 5 is to 1. That's not true.
If you would like, I can show you all of the mathematics worked out on a whiteboard and how we came up with all of this. So it's about an hour-long video, and if you're really interested,
I can show you in about 10 seconds on a piece of paper. Hold on.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take your advice for that when you couldn't differentiate 2D from 3D. It took you about 10 hours to figure out what I was telling you.
I substantiate that as well. No, it didn't take any time. No, nobody agrees with you guys. I mean, so I don't know why you're saying that. We've said the same thing the whole time.
You finally came to an agreement once you couldn't refute logic.
No, we've said that the whole time. We've all said that the whole time.
No,
Three-dimensional objects exist in three-dimensional space.
I asked you, and I asked Ed to hand me a piece of 2D, reality. Neither one of you could give me an example of two-dimensional reality. Therefore, you lost, and I'm glad you're willing to concede now. But let's be honest about the fact, man. You took us down a giant.
To you, dude.
You took us down a giant loophole for 5 hours.
There's two-dimensional stuff all around you.
5 hours yesterday we spent over this topic that you finally now come to the realization you were wrong, but not willing to admit it. It's very sad.
That doesn't even make sense. How does somebody realize they're wrong but not willing to admit it?
Okay, wait, Kosho, you just said that there's two-dimensional. How did you say that just a second ago?
It didn't say.
There's three-dimensional objects exist in three-dimensional space, and those are all.
No, you said something is all around me. You said two dimensions are all around.
There's two-dimensional. I can show you 2D all around you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Can you send me something that you're talking about right now in 2 dimensions?
Your wall. You can describe your wall using 2 dimensions. You can describe your screen using 2 dimensions.
This is where science is. This is where science has fallen short. Is they replace explanation in lieu of mere descriptions, abstract, re-verified suppositions to support their understanding, and this is a disgusting atrocity upon humanity.
I don't think Kosho's that extreme, but I do see for some reason, Kosho, you have like a hard time. There's just a little bit of middle ground that you won't give up. It's like you admit that the reality is the 3D, but then you keep saying these concepts are around us. Like this, it's this weird.
Yeah, Don. That's because it's the truth, Don.
I get you.
Like if you have a dice, if you have a dice,
my opinion, man. Hey. I just want to tell you my opinion.
No one's
like 90% of what you're saying is right. Everything of what they're really saying is right. And that last 10%, you're holding on to for some reason. Is how I see it. I just want to say that.
Yeah, if they're saying that 3-dimensional objects don't have 2-dimensional surfaces, then it turns out they're not right. It turns out a dice you can hold in your hand is 3-dimensional. All 3 dimensions of it are in your hand. Each of the surfaces on it are 2-dimensional, and all the 4 lines on each of those squares are 1-dimensional. This is how these are defined.
All matter in our physical phenomenal universe exists.
Can you please put the one-dimensional line in a box and send it to us?
Exactly. There's nothing you can share with us that represents emptiness, space, a shadow. These are all abstract concepts. Every single thing I've just given you, including your 2-dimensional BS jargon.
Right, Kosho, you said there are 2D things all around us, but then you were like the wall. You can describe it as. So you had to give a little bit of flex, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem, Don. Is you're listening and you're not listening completely to what I'm saying. I didn't say there's 2D things all around you. I said I could describe. What do you say? He said, "Show me."
You might want to run the tape back.
Whatever phrase he said. I'm not saying
don't want your
themselves are 2D. I'm saying that the surface. I'm saying the surface of the wall is 2D. I'm saying that the screen in front of you is 2D.
We don't need it. We don't need your childish descriptions. My kids can give descriptions, but they can't explain much to me. Science is about explanation. It's about getting to the essence of phenomenal understanding, not just digressing towards descriptions in lieu of actual facts and logic. I'm sorry, but you guys have fallen short, and it's our turn now to take over.
Jesus. Something being 3-dimensional is still just a description. It's a concept.
You can't describe. You can only describe reality. Science today is nothing more than mathematicians' endless desire to subdivide everything into discrete units of measure to support their narrative, but not one of them has ever been able to explain to you the words they use that support their paradigms, such as fields, waves, gravity, light, magnetism, and a multitude of other things. They've only given you very mere descriptions that don't hold to reality when tested upon.
Well, after that, Mike, can you explain to us any of those?
Yes, I can.
Okay, explain magnetism.
Well, that's a very complex subject that I would be willing to get into, but I don't know if the crowd's willing to stand through all of that.
Yeah,
so
yeah, Mole Man. Be careful for what you ask for, Mole Man.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah, I'm willing to sit through it.
Yeah, I can't talk about it that much.
So we've got two people, but again, I'm going to allow others to chime in and see if they really want to go down that road, and I'm happy to give you that. But again, like, I'm not going to destroy the direction of the room.
The point that I was making is the 3 dimensions, just like 2 dimensions, are just descriptions, the concepts.
3 dimension is not a concept. 3 dimensions tangible, explainable, physical.
Can you send me a 3-dimensional?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
I can give you $1 3-dimensional.
Okay. How do you know that it's 3-dimensional?
Well, it falls within the paradigm of the 3rd dimension due to the fact that it has length, width, and depth.
But you just said that length, width, and breadth are just concepts, right?
Length, width, and depth.
They are concepts, right?
No.
Okay, so I can have length. Is that 1-dimensional?
You can't have length without the 3rd dimension if it's going to be something within tangible manifestation of physical reality.
Yep. Length doesn't exist without width, without depth. They all exist together.
Yes,
okay.
They're all
alone. The one alone is a concept.
They're tied together.
You're creating that line, that 1-dimension alone concept. We're admitting to the 3D everness of reality. Always
they're
3D.
Tied at the hip. They're synonymous. Yeah. They're tied at the hip. They couldn't be any other way. Just as I explained to you about the conjugate geometry that makes up the magnetic field, being the toroid, right? Like a donut shape, and the negative inverse image of that it could only be as such, being the hyperboloid, the hourglass shape. Anytime you have an hourglass shape, you have the inverse of a toroid. Anytime you have a toroid, you have the inverse of a hyperboloid. These 2 conjugate geometries is what makes up everything within our phenomenal experience, being the magnetic field represented as the toroid and the dielectric field represented as the hyperboloid. Welcome.
Yes. Negative dimension magnetism.
Yeah, it's just mathematics, some would say.
Yeah, magnetism is centrifugal permittivity, where dielectric is centripetal permittivity. Or did I say permittivity twice?
Can you show me a toroid? Can you send me a toroid?
Yes. So do you have any fruit? Do you have any fruit at your home?
Yeah, I have actually. I don't know.
Do you have something spherical?
Say apple. Say apple.
No,
you
I
could
don't
say.
have.
You could say apple. You could say tangerine. Did you say tangerine?
Tangerine. Yeah, tangerine. Yeah.
Okay, so if you peel that tangerine, right? You peel the skin off that tangerine. What shape is expressed within that? Even if you were to leave the skin on, right, and you were to look at the polar axis of that orange or that tangerine, right?
Yeah,
within it, it runs an axis, and within if you were to peel the outer shell and you were to look at that tangerine, it's a toroid. It's literally a donut shape. There's a hollow cavity within the center of it, right? There's some fibers there, but the essence of what it is you're going after, that tangerine, is a toroid. Now this is an expression of incommensurability and the magnetic field within a biological substance right before your eyes.
So a collection of wedges is a toroid.
Well, if you were to slice that tangerine in half and take an extrapolation of it, and you were to view the side view of it, right? It extrapolates a toroid It actually extrapolates the three-dimensional curved linear vector. And that's how everything in Mother Nature works. Nothing in Mother Nature moves from A to B. It's always in a curved linear fashion.
I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Straight lines, but I guess I can't.
I mean, you could have a segmented version of a line that could essentially be straight, but, you know, Mother Nature doesn't deal in segments. It's, you know, from beginning to end, alpha, omega.
I posted that. It doesn't take an hour long thing, but yeah, that right there shows you that's the actual relationship. It's the fraction of 1 over phi is to 1 is 1 is to phi.
Would you like me to give you the mathematics that works this out like I've already offered, or do you want to just carry on with your feelings?
I'm just giving it to you. No, phi is the square root of 5 plus 1 over 2. 1 over that number is simply 2 over square root of 5 plus 1. Okay, so square root of 5 plus 1 is 3.26, whatever, or 3.36, or 2.36. Sorry.
0.23606 to be exact.
Yeah, and plus 1 is 3. So 1 over that number. I'm sorry, I'm now confusing myself. 3. Yeah, so on 1 over. So I already said 1 over that number. So 1 over that number to 1. The ratio of that number to 1, right, which is the number I wrote out, 0.618034. That goes into 1 5 times, just like 1 goes into phi 5 times.
So
that's why that
let
ratio
me help you out here.
Sense what you said.
Let me help you out. What we're talking about is none other than the infinite dyad. You got to look at polarity and incommensurability to kind of really uncover it, but I'm going to dive into it. This is the infinite dyad.
Why need to dive into anything? Why just
because I'm going to explain. Going to explain to you right now the Fibonacci sequence. So if you'd allow me, thank you. The second one of the Fibonacci sequence of the 1, 1, 2, 3, etc. refers to the intrinsic attribute of the absolute, which is akin to illumination being the attribute of light, both of which are inseparable wholes. So when we're looking at the incommensurable secret of the Pythagoreans being the 1 over phi to the power of -3, this is the infinite dyad, which is phi to the power of -3, which works out to 0.23606, which is likewise again the second, likewise the second one in the Fibonacci sequence, and likewise the infinite dyad is the fundamental premise of Platonic monism, which dismisses any first cause or original sin ideations of creationism.
You know, without going into all that, you know, every single sequence in this, you can start with any 2 numbers. You can start with 55 and 99, and they will converge to the golden ratio. As a matter of fact, the Lucas sequence, this Lucas sequence will converge to it quicker than the Fibonacci sequence.
Well, the golden ratio is only a small segment of understanding of what's entangled within this incommensurability that I just laid out for you, and it's connected with the golden angle, the golden number, the golden ratio. I mean, all of this is all connected to incommensurability. So if you want to deny that, that's up to you. But if you want more information upon it, where you can kind of weigh upon what I'm telling you, I would be happy to give you that information.
The things you're basing on what you're saying though aren't true. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I want to get information from someone who's just saying things aren't true.
Well, you know, I mean, that's your subjective feeling.
No, it's not subjective. I've just laid it out on here. When you multiply phi, when you multiply that by the 1 over phi, you get 1. So the ratio between 1 over phi and 1 is phi. Just like the ratio between 1 and phi is phi. That's the actual, those numbers are equal. It's not, it isn't reverse. It isn't 1 is to phi is phi is to 1. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to argue with you, man. If you want to understand what I'm saying, great. If not, you're good.
There's two ones, Kosho, and there's two phi's, and they're one and the same. You better hear this man, dude. He hears you. You got to hear him back.
He doesn't hear me. I literally just, I'm telling the ratio between these numbers what they actually are, and I'm laying it out in actually simple language.
Well, you're saying a different thing than him, right? You're saying a different thing than what he's
I'm saying the correct. I'm saying the correct ratio.
You guys are getting your
ratio between
Fibonacci
the ratio
or
between 1 over the ratio between 1 over phi and 1 is phi, and the ratio between 1 and phi is phi. That's a true statement.
But he doesn't seem to be denying your. He doesn't seem to be denying your theorem. He's not denying. You're saying his postulate denies your theorem. But when you say your theorem, hold on. When you say your shit, he's not saying no to you. Is not what I hear. But when he says his, you're saying no to him. I'm just telling you. That's what I hear. You don't have to listen. You don't have to listen.
No, but Don, he is saying no to me about several different things. That's why I'm correcting what he's saying.
I laid out my understanding of how his thing contradicts your thing. I understand his thing contradicts yours. But I'm saying he's not blatantly saying no to you. He's not just doing that.
That's how he started out this conversation. He said that
okay, I'm sorry.
We still don't understand two-dimensional and three-dimensional space. So that's fine that you're not fully
come on,
listening to the conversation, but this is
come on. I'm with every word, buddy.
Yeah, well then it doesn't matter, Don. Yeah, if you take a ratio between these two numbers, they exist in this way. The ratio of
okay. Is anybody denying that? Is anybody denying
any other ratio? Any other ratio is not true. If you reverse the ratio, it's not true.
See, that's what I'm pointing out. That's what I'm pointing out. Ask him. You didn't even ask him to make his proof for his thing. You're just saying it's not true.
There's no way to prove it.
Okay.
1 is to 2. 1 is to 2.
That's not true. That's not. That's actually not true. That's actually not true. What you just said.
Someone says 1 is to 2 as 2 is to 1. It's not true. There's no way to prove that.
You just said a bold-faced lie, man.
I appreciate you being honest, sir.
Go ahead. Don, stop for a second. Just go ahead and prove that 1 is to phi as phi is to 1, even though it goes into phi, even though 1 goes into phi times. Phi does not go into 1 phi times. Phi goes into 1 over phi times. So it's not the same.
Let me know how that goes. Be honest about it. I'll be back.
Yeah, again, I won't provide all the mathematics worked out on a whiteboard for you. You can sit here and speculate all you want, but that's your choice, bud.
Why would I need to speculate when I'm telling you what the actual ratio is? There's no speculation.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you what, I'm not going to take your word for it.
One actually goes into phi 1.618 times, and phi goes into 1.618 times. That's the actual ratio. There's really nothing else to say about that.
Yeah, there is. Phi times psi equals Q in Planck of electricity, and if you knew that, then you would know what I was telling you.
Why wouldn't you stick to your whole numbers and not use points and dots?
Oh, here we go. We got Zanuck here.
Well, I've been listening.
We got Zanuck here.
You don't need it.
Mr. Mass is matter and matter is mass. Is that what you're going to share with us today, Zanuck?
Mass is any amount of matter.
Mass is any amount of matter, and any amount of matter is mass. Yeah, that's funny, Zanuck. That's real cute, bud.
You have to think about what I'm saying.
This is what you assert yourself upon.
Die slow.
Any amount of matter is mass.
Yes, Bendy.
Mass
do that for you.
The unit of measure of mass is a kilogram. Matter is what makes up mass.
Just disregard anything I said. I've been nothing but a liar and a disruption upon the crowd here. So carry on, Zanuck.
The math. I mean, math is nice about math, and math does have proof. So
yeah,
try to show a proof for what you've claimed, and don't read it from Uncle Fester's Bible.
Yeah, that's all you have is math. That's all you guys are mathematicians. You guys aren't scientists anymore. You've literally replaced an explanation for mathematics, and you've put the cart. You put the cart before the horse.
Zanuck, let him talk, right? If you just start cutting him off, he's going to start.
He's like a robot. He's going
you're
robot
just going to talk for me now. I'm going to mute you. So you guys got to let each other talk. It's not that difficult.
But he was going in robot mode. He was short circuiting.
I hope you
Five still alive.
monologue too. Then
Great movie, by the way. Have you seen that movie, Zanuck?
What's that?
Johnny Five.
Yes.
Short circuit. Would you say there was a new one?
No, he said I'm short circuiting, and it just
That's what you
popped
reminded
into
me
my
of.
head.
You're kind of like regurgitating some pre-programmed line, and you were just.
But that's all we do, Zanuck. That's unless we're defining reality, right, through a new means, right? Then all we do is everyone's guilty of this, and you can't get around it unless you've invented, discovered, or created. You're in lieu of trying to use someone else's understanding to help further your understanding, Zanuck. Like this is how we all communicate, Zanuck. You telling me
we can take what we've learned and we can
you're giving
apply
me
that and that. Hold on, let me finish. We can then
Okay.
validate it, like I mentioned to you in a private message about inductance and reluctance and resistance in electronics. I can actually take those theories and those ideas and put it to use in an electromechanical environment where I can show current rise dependent upon L over I time constants. I can show that I can see current rise to certain values and see how that relates to. Hold on.
But my point is,
hold on. You got to listen to me. I'm actually giving you some information here. How that relates to increased torque of a motor based on the electromagnetism of that motor and this electromagnetic strength created by the electric current flow through those windings. So all these things are taught to us, but we can put them to actual use and show that they're true without exception.
And that's fine. And I can agree with that. But here's the problem, Zanuck, is you didn't come up with the word electricity. You didn't come up with the word inductance. You didn't come up with the understanding behind all of these things you've mentioned. You have had to concede to the current conceptual understanding to put any of this into application. And that goes towards my point in saying that I can regurgitate these individuals because these individuals I regurgitate are the electrical gods that gave us our entire grid system that we're still using. And until you can replace that by other means, then it's fair for me to use the understanding that which you're furthering your understanding upon. This is the backbone that you're standing on is ether field theory, and you want to go and hand wave that and say that no, we did this, you didn't. Tesla did. Tesla, Steinmetz did. Oliver Heavyslide, James Clerk Maxwell. Okay,
Tesla,
not you.
Maxwell did,
not
yes.
You.
Maxwell
ether
did.
Field
Tesla did not. Tesla only contributed one thing. He contributed the AC induction motor. That's what he contributed.
That wasn't even.
The Tesla coil is nothing, and all his ether theory is garbage. It's all been.
That wasn't even his. Yeah, that wasn't even his greatest discovery.
Yeah,
and he even says that himself. No, he says the AC motor was not his greatest discovery.
He doesn't. We don't care what he says. We can judge what he. How can you develop a judging of what you do? It's other people. You have to be subject to the judging of other people, not yourself, for it to be valid.
Well, that's not panic. But again, if you think that you're smarter than Tesla, Heaviside, or James Clerk Maxwell, you're not. Okay, you're insane if you think that. And furthermore,
you don't know
because
you're not.
You are. You're insane.
You're not smarter. Neither one of you, even Shill, even Shill and Zanuck put together.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You're
just making shit up.
Yeah, you just make shit up.
You can't hold a candle to either one of these people.
You're making shit up, saying that these people are wrong.
Can we have like one person talk at a time?
No,
I can play. I can play the childish game.
Hold on, let me get control.
I can play the childish game too.
Please, slow, please. Let me just get control. Just you guys, both you and Zanuck, both like to kind of go on and on a little bit. So just please try to make your points concisely and chill. If you just start saying things and repeating yourself over and over to interrupt, I'm gonna mute you quick. Okay?
Thank you.
So just
one
at a time.
How come I am the one who gets muted when he just blabs on and says the same thing over and over again?
You bring nothing. You bring nothing but contrarianism and a nihilistic perceptions. You offer nothing of substance.
Let's just not make it all personal. Let's just not make it all personal.
Bring some substance.
Let's just have a conversation.
You mean I just don't make shit up as I go along, right?
Yeah,
I'm
bring some
actually
substance.
based on facts.
Bring some substance, Mr. Feelings.
You have no
We don't
substance,
care about
sir.
your feelings. We don't care about your feelings.
I don't
bud.
care about your feelings. You
We
just
don't
making
care
shit
about your
up.
feelings, dude. That's fine.
You
Go
seem to
feel
be
somewhere
talking
else.
to each other
You're
about what
making
you
shit
Go
up.
go find a safe space. Go find a safe space, bud.
You're making shit up.
Go find a safe space, bud. We don't care about your feelings here.
You are making shit up.
Yeah, bring some evidence.
I have plenty of evidence.
Bring something. Bring something of substance. We don't care about your feelings, bud.
Says the guy who's making shit up.
Listen, we don't care about your feelings here, bud.
Listen, I'm fixing to mute both of you. This is going nowhere, please.
Okay, I'm shutting up.
Guys, so can you tell me in your understanding of electronics and magnetism, how current rises in a coil when voltage is applied and current flows through it?
Zanuck, when are you going to revolutionize our current understanding? If you're so astute upon this understanding, Zanuck, when are you going to invent something?
I have invented things.
Zanuck could probably do the electrical grid now. That's not that hard.
Oh yeah, he could do it in his sleep, I think. Yeah, he could do it in his sleep.
You were talking during.
All I'm asking you is, if you think you have an understanding and we're using the wrong language that we learn and we're indoctrinated by, please explain to me, because we can show this physically how it happens, how the electromagnetic strength increases in a coil when voltage is applied, and what inductance and what reactance and what the reluctance is.
Yeah, we've gone down this road, Zanuck, and there's nothing that I have to give you that you're willing to accept. You're just going to sit there and naysay. You're going to naysay and hand wave everything I say. This is a pointless conversation.
Says the guy who's making shit up.
The fact that you're not even willing to admit that Tesla himself said his greatest invention and discovery was not the AC generator.
Who cares?
The fact that you're not even honest about that means that we can't have an honest conclusion.
Say what they think their most.
You guys are shills.
Because we all dispute that. Everybody,
you guys are shills, man.
In the science world or in engineering or physics will dispute what you just said.
What do you guys? Why do you guys come to these servers?
They don't believe his contributions are anything greater than an induction motor. He didn't invent AC current. His contribution was the AC induction motor, the variable reluctance motor. And I don't know if you even know what variable reluctance even means. Why don't you give me a quick 30-second description of what a reluctance or variable reluctance motor is? How it works.
Yeah, I can't respond to you when I'm being muted, Zanuck. So you go ahead, man. Because you know what? Someone wants you to
tell me how an induction motor works.
Somebody wants you to feed me so I can be muted and
how
silent.
You understand it? How an induction motor works? That'd be great. Since Tesla's such a god of yours, and that was one of his contributions, you tell me how an induction motor works, and take as much time as you want.
I could easily do that, but here's the problem.
What?
Here's the problem. We got a mod in the room right now. We got a biased mod in the room that doesn't want to hear me speak anymore.
I muted you. I muted Zanuck 10 seconds before I muted you, because only one of you can talk at a time, okay? And so you both have this tendency to interrupt each other. And so I'm just trying to keep control and keep the flow of conversation going, okay?
Good job, Andy. Good job. That's what a mod should be doing. Thank you.
So nobody's going to mute you. Just tell us all how an induction motor works, as you understand it.
Well, my understanding coincides with the understanding that I subscribe to, being ether field theorist. And every time I start talking about my understanding, you want to go and discredit me, saying that these aren't my own words, so I should not be able to use these words.
Stop a second.
So are you going to allow me?
Yes, I will allow you. I will listen to you, and don't use these tactics that you've been doing about how you won't do it because I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. No, I'm not going to do anything. All I'm asking you is explain in your own words, in your own understanding of how an induction motor works. And I'm not going to say anything.
So the induction is essentially an influence upon typically a circuit or an object. So typically for human consumption, induction are units of dielectric capacitance and magnetic induction, which together form an electrical circuit of known voltage and amperage, or in essence, dielectric times the magnetic, which equals electrical inductance of a circuit, all of which give rise to the dimensions of space and time. So essentially, induction in simplex is the excitation of an object or circuit so induced to the flow of energy or a raised state of capacitance, or both, depending on the form of induction. And if you'd like me to elaborate further, I can do that.
Yeah, so far you haven't really told me how the induction motor works. You just give me a bunch of word salad And that's okay.
I guess I'm going to have to.
Fancy words that I don't.
I guess I'm going to have to go further.
And that's my turn. You were talking. Just let me talk for a second. I got no answer out of what you just said. I mean, I know you're trying, and you're trying to set the platform. Now use that platform you just said to explain to me, maybe in layman's terms, how an induction motor works.
So Faraday was the originator of this concept, and the magnetic field, which is described in terms of magnetic curves or present-day magnetic lines of force. However, he never so much suggested in his works that induced currents were a resultant of changing magnetic fields. On the contrary, he clearly associated the phenomena of electromagnetic induction with changing electrical currents. As per Maxwell, he too considered EM induction as a phenomena in which a current or EM force is induced in a circuit, but not as a phenomena in which a changing magnetic field causes an electrical field. He clearly said that induced EM force is measured by, not caused by, the changing magnetic field. Just as Faraday, he made no allusion to any causal link between the magnetic and the electric fields.
Right. So again, you've not told me.
Hold on, before you go, Xanax, I want to add one thing.
I want to know how it works. Essentially, now you're talking about. So how about this? I'll give you a little bit of a hint. So in an induction motor, what type of rotor do you have? What's that rotor called? And how you're saying that current is flowing through it, and that is against everyone that knows anything about
you're talking specifically about
hold on, you're talking over me. This is part of the rules here. Current does not flow, as I understand it, through the rotor. Now you tell me
what you're talking about is the magneto, I'm assuming.
No, I'm not talking about a magneto. So you don't even know
you are.
In order for you to explain things in terms that we can understand, or even you understand it, you have to understand the actual concept. It doesn't sound like you do. So I'm asking you one more time, since you said it would be easy to do, tell me how an induction motor works. Don't give me the foundation.
Before you do that,
no, I told you there's
you
different
didn't tell me
types.
how it works.
I hold on. I said there's different types. Now, if we're gonna go towards the electromagnetic induction, this is a phenomena in which a current is induced in a circuit, but not as a phenomena in which changing magnetic fields cause an electric field. Okay, so when we look at Faraday and Maxwell, they clearly say that induced electromotive force is measured by, not caused by, changing magnetic fields. So neither Maxwell's equations nor their solutions indicate the existence of a causal links between electric and magnetic fields. Therefore, we must conclude that an electromagnetic field is a dual entity, always having a dielectric and a magnetic component simultaneously, created by their common sources, time variable electric charges and currents.
See, you're not going to be able to answer my question by reading it from Uncle Fester's Bible. Everyone here that's listening to you completely is very.
You've asked me this question a long time ago.
If I could answer, I can answer the question, but I'm not going to do it.
You asked me this a long time ago.
You're talking over me. I let you talk for about a minute. Now just let me give you 30 seconds. I'll talk half as much as you do. That's what I'll promise everybody in the audience. I'm asking you to explain to me how an induction motor works, and maybe how it varies from a DC motor, but how an induction motor works. This is Tesla's claim to fame. Please explain to me how an induction motor works. Give me them, and do it simply. Don't give me the background foundation from Uncle Fester reading it from a book.
I just told you, man, your understanding of electromagnetic induction is an actual misnomer, since there's no magnetic effect involved in the phenomena, and since the induced current is caused solely by the variable electric current and by the electric field produced by that current. Your understanding upon this, your understanding upon this topic. Your understanding upon this topic is futile, and you want me to subscribe. You want me to subscribe to your rhetoric in order to support you, and I'm not going to do that.
Okay, so if you're saying,
hold on, Xanax. Hold on, I got one thing to add. I'd like to add one thing. And so you're saying it's basically Xanax's problem that he can't understand. So
no,
let's do this.
I'm saying Xanax is trying to get me to concede to his understanding because he's not understanding me. That's not fair.
I don't care, Xanax.
I never said that. I said give me your own words.
Hold on, Xanax. So instead
Those
of
aren't your words, you're reading something.
Xanax,
what are you reading?
Instead of explaining it to Xanax, explain it to the whole room, and we'll see if one other person, that's all I'm asking, one other person in the room can understand it. You said it would be easy.
Yeah, so I'll put it in a simple formula.
Not one person can understand.
I'll put it into a. Okay, that's nice. Your feelings aren't really valid, but nevertheless, I'll put it into a simple formula for you so you can understand. Okay, phi times psi equals Q in Planck of electrification. In other
What's
words,
that got to do with electric motors?
in other words, in other words, magnetism times the dielectricity equals Q in Planck of electrification, being that electricity is not a thing in itself. It's a dual entity comprised of dielectric field and the magnetic field together. Electricity is not itself like you guys want to point it to being. Your little electron is nothing more than one unit of measure, but is not describing or even explaining what electricity is. You guys are perplexed upon electricity because you've just fallen short with your little discrete charge carrying particle. Sorry.
Nice hypothesis. Do you have any evidence for this hypothesis of yours?
Yes,
So
I do.
No, you don't.
I haven't taken. Yes, I do. J.J. Thomson, the discoverer of the electron, specifically said that when he discovered it, it was to be called 1 unit of dielectric corpuscle capacitance.
Excellent. That's
one,
correct.
Hey, Paid, is that your
Corpuscles.
new? Yeah, Paid, is that your new go-to retort? Nice hypothesis.
Yeah, because you guys have plenty of hypothesis and no proof. You especially.
J.J. Thomson gave you his proof. You denied it. Not my fault, kid.
J.J. Thomson was the discoverer of the electron. Very good. We just found a lot of.
He never called it. He never called it an electron until he was
Because other
presented with
people-
a Nobel. Excuse me. Until he was presented with a Nobel Prize award and essentially lured to change his stance. That's when he did. But prior to that, when he initially discovered it,
You mean other people discovered stuff after him, and then he figured out he was wrong.
Excuse me.
Can you let him finish what he was saying, please?
Yeah, he was very explicit when he used the terminology he did of calling it 1 dielectric corpuscle of capacitance, my friend.
Yeah, that's basically saying the same thing. And he
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Let him finish. He always talks. He's like you, only worse. He just talks and talks and talks and spills bollocks he doesn't understand.
Yeah, that's nice. Too many feelings, bud. Why don't you give us some
I don't have
actual
any
evidence?
feelings. Why don't you get some actual evidence?
Give us some facts.
Give us some
We don't
facts,
care.
right?
We don't care about your feelings, Chill. We
Yeah,
don't
your
really
name
care about it.
And my feelings don't matter. It's the scientific proof, and you have.
Okay, girls. Okay, let's move on, please.
And
Can you guys
speaking
hear
of
me?
having no scientific proof, in walks Mr.
Too
Aetherband.
many feelings, bud. Go see a therapist for that. We don't care about.
Yeah, if you don't care about feelings, how come you're such
Yeah,
a...
let's stick to the facts, kid. Stick to the
If you don't
facts.
care about feelings, why do you keep on going back to this stupid
Oh my God,
stuff you don't
facts, man.
understand?
Drama queen.
He asked you
Let it
one
go.
simple question. He asked you a simple question. How do AC motors work? And you start off on this whole spout about stuff that everything except how electric motors work.
All right,
Yeah,
that's enough, please.
AC generators don't generate
you
power;
guys.
they manifest it. Thank you.
AC power generators don't...
Shut up,
why are they
Jill.
called generators?
Shut up, Shill.
It's a misnomer.
Oh, misnomer.
Can an AC motor be spun and create current?
An
Create
AC
power?
motor does not create power; it only manifests power through its environment. An AC generator, in essence, is an inside-out
I didn't
magnet.
talk about an AC generator. I talked about an AC motor.
Yeah, an
I
AC
asked you
motor,
how
an AC generator.
I asked you how an AC induction motor works, and I wanted you to use your own language because you said it would be so, quote, easy. And so far, I've heard nothing but some fundamental foundations of your understanding read from a book.
Yeah.
Can you use
Yeah,
your
sure
own
thing,
language?
Xanax.
Again, you have to admit you were reading and you're not answering the question because everyone here also agrees with me. There's nobody here
Yeah,
that
Xanax.
disagrees with me. Nobody.
Yeah, sure thing, Xanax.
So just tell me
Too many feelings,
how an
Xanax. We don't care
AC
about your
induction
feelings,
motor
Xanax.
works. Just
We don't
tell
care
me
about your feelings,
how,
bud.
it's not my feelings. I'm telling you, I want to ask you the question, and I asked it, how an AC induction motor works, and I was waiting for your answer. And so far, you have not answered it at all, since you said it would be easy.
I answered it very
No, you didn't.
concisely.
No, you didn't.
Super hyper concisely.
You talked
No,
about...
you haven't. For you've done anything, he's just danced
I
around it
did.
with bullshit.
You just don't understand how magnetic fields work. It's not my
you
fault,
don't,
man.
sir.
Yeah,
you say an
sure
AC
thing,
generator
bud.
doesn't
You don't
generate.
even know. You don't even know what.
all these
You don't
big
even
AC
know what
generators.
You don't even know what Tesla's greatest discovery was, and you want to talk to me
The
about
AC
AC
motor.
generators. This is
I don't care what Tesla thought.
No, actually, it wasn't. Actually, it wasn't.
Can you
Not
guys
even
hear me?
close. Not even close, kid.
I love Tesla. What was his favorite or his best and
His
biggest
greatest
invention?
discovery, and Oliver Heaviside alluded to the same thing, was the rotational magnetic field and the ramifications behind that. He said that this discovery will last longer than science itself due to the fact of its endless possibilities. And these guys
So what do
think
we
that
use
they
that
know.
for?
These guys think they know fucking shit about an AC generator that's not even
Okay,
generating,
I
didn't say
i.e.
AC generator. It's
genesis,
an AC
i.e.
induction
creation.
motor. An AC
Energy is
generator
not.
is not an AC
Listen,
induction motor.
and the very word generator of an
It's
AC
not a
generator,
generator we're talking about.
an AC generator contradicts the understanding of science due to the fact that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be manifested as such. You're welcome.
Manifested. You're bullshit.
You cannot create energy
We're not
Correct.
creating.
destroy
It's
it.
converting.
Thank
An
you.
Converting
AC
it from one
induction
thing to
motor
another.
You're
converts
done.
energy.
You're done.
An AC induction
done,
motor
dude.
converts. Stop! You just did that. You just dug in there just to interrupt me.
No,
Stop
your
doing
generator, your
that. Stop it! I'm
understanding of
talking. You're
generation
telling me to be
power.
quiet.
Yeah,
It's telling me to be quiet.
die slow. Hold on, Zanuck. Die slow. Relax. Let him talk. Zanuck, please make it concise.
I have been making it very concise. And an AC induction motor does change energy into mechanical energy, into kinetic energy. That's what it does. And it does it how? I was asking you how an AC induction motor, and don't say the word generator ever again. They're completely different entities. How does an AC induction motor, I'm still talking. How does an AC induction motor work? And use your own words to explain how it works. Because everybody here agrees with me.
It's kind of funny, Zanuck,
Again, you're doing it again.
When Daily T gave this test upon these types of systems, you failed the fucking test, dude. I passed the test flawlessly.
No, I
you
didn't.
failed it. You don't
No, I
understand
didn't. Stop
how
it.
systems work, bud.
Stop it. I do understand.
You know you're talking during Xanax time?
What's the difference between a motor and an engine, Zanuck? Yeah, go look that up.
Hey, Zanuck, it's Brad. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I
cut out. You cut out.
Yeah, where I work, we have two hoists, both the same size. One's using a DC motor, and the other one's using an AC motor. What's the difference, Zanuck? I don't understand it. It's been 25 years since I took physics.
I didn't understand
Or not
question.
Zanuck, sorry, Dyslow.
You have something at work that uses what for an AC motor and a DC motor?
Alternating current versus direct. Alternating versus direct. He wants to know the difference between the two.
No, he said he was using.
Sorry.
I couldn't
One's
hear.
got a transverse mechanism of velocity.
Can you let him talk? Dyslow, you're not involved in.
Guys, Zanuck, shut up and let him talk then.
No, Zanuck, sorry. It's actually Dyslow I want to explain it to me in layman's terms because it's been 25 years. I know you can do it. I'd like him to explain it. I apologize.
So you want me to explain the difference between AC versus DC, and I just told you one's alternating and the other is direct. You want me to get further into that with you?
Yeah. Why is one better than the other?
Well, I wouldn't say one's better than the other. One might be safer than the next, but I would say, well, I mean, for human consumption, they would say AC would be safer due to the fact that it's not going to dump all of its charge onto you if you come in contact with it, where DC will. So when you have like AC lines, they come together more and more due to the amperage, i.e. magnetism. The more the AC lines spread apart under nearly all conventions of mass and energy, they're mutually antagonistic fields that are matched more or less. Whereas in DC, its instance is the dielectric, which has a lot more, I guess, unsafe application.
So isn't the electric chair AC?
Yeah, but again, they still have to excrete X amounts of volts because to fit within humanitarian guidelines, right? Like that's why sometimes they've got to apply it multiple times before they finish the job. And in fact, they've done it several times. They've done it several times, like up to 3 or 4 times, and didn't actually kill the victim, and they had to release them because they gave everything they could legally. So there's you got, I mean, morals play comes into a part in that. You know what I'm saying? You can't just cook somebody to a crispy critter. You got to induce X amount of current because you'll just literally just explode the person and make a giant mess.
AC appears to be, according to this, 4 or 5.
This is why they tape. This is why they tape people's eyeballs shut when they do it, because if they don't tape their eyeballs shut, they'll literally just explode out of their head, make a giant mess.
I wonder how come they never just took some concrete, put a person on it, and then took a giant 5,000-pound weight or something and just dropped that shit on them.
Bugs Bunny style.
Yeah, they still
in order to do that efficiently, you would actually have to have an electromagnet. Now,
I'm just saying,
can any one of you tell me, Zanuck, with your understanding, since you seem to refute me, how does an magnet work, Zanuck? How are we able to charge up this magnet, turn off the switch, and still generate this giant magnetic field strong enough to pick up several tons of weight? How is that possible, Zanuck?
Well, if you want to understand how electromagnet works, you have a coil of wire, and you have current going through it, and following the right-hand rule of thumb, you will then generate an electric field within it because the current is flowing through that coil in proximity. And that'll have a north and a south.
Okay. But you still haven't told me how I'm able to shut this flow of current off and still possess this giant magnet that wasn't once existent prior to.
Well, it's not as strong, is it?
Oh, it's twice as strong. When you have a super magnet like that, right? You're able to charge the magnet and then shut the charge off and still have this giant magnetic field. How is that possible, Zanuck, without a current AC flow, Mr. Smart Guy?
I'm a little confused about what you're saying, because you're saying that an electromagnet. Are you talking about
electromagnet?
Well, I was still talking. For fuck's sake, can you shut up for 1 second? God, you're an annoying cunt. All right. So my question to you is: are we talking about an electromagnet or a permanent magnet? Are you trying to create a permanent magnet? And are we talking about the manufacturer?
Nobody said anything about a permanent magnet. We said an electromagnet.
He was still talking.
Electromagnet shut off.
He asked me a question.
No, I'm not finished. You can tell I'm not finished.
You said permanent or electric magnet. That's what you asked me.
All right, here's how we're going to know people are finished from now on. There's going to be like a 2-second break after what they say, and then after the 2 seconds, you'll be sure that they're done talking.
Funny how I'm the only one that can answer all these questions, but yet you want to minimize me. So why don't you answer his questions then, Jeremy?
No. The question is,
I'm not going to answer his questions. I just want him to get his question out and uninterrupted. So just let him talk, and when he's done, then go.
See how that works? It's kind of cool. It's called communication. So so you're not talking about manufacturing an electromagnet. Well, every experience I've had with electromagnets is when I turn the power off, they shut off. So I was wondering if you could clarify.
Yeah, I don't know how much.
For some reason, I don't know what you needed, but maybe that sounds like someone's already responding.
Go ahead, Dysel. I don't know why Zanuck interrupted, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, man. I don't want to interrupt. You guys go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
Zanuck was just saying he got disconnected.
Got a lot of answers.
No, he was just saying he got disconnected. That's all he said.
I explained to you, and I don't know how much you got because I got dropped from the server. But
yeah, I don't know anything. I'm just Uncle Fester Ritterick, man. So don't mind me.
Dude, hold on. Moik asked a question, and then Zanuck came. He just said I dropped out for some reason. That's all he said. He's trying to interrupt. So no one's stopping you from saying what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Kosho. You answer, Mr. Noto.
Well, actually, the question was to you because you're the one who's asserting.
Dude. Yeah, we're telling you to answer Moyak. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about what I have to say. Don't worry about it.
No, we care. We care, Dysel.
Yeah, I don't know anything, man. It's cool,
bro.
No, it's cool.
That's true. That's the first thing you said, honestly.
No, it's not. Why are you lying to us? Why are you lying to us, Dysel?
He doesn't know anything. He just makes shit up.
Yeah, it's all lies, guys. It's all just a big lie.
All right. Does anybody know what he's talking about? An electromagnet that doesn't
I agree with you.
turn the power off.
I agree with you, Moyak, that it sounded like he was talking about a permanent magnet, but he says he wasn't. No, I don't get it.
That was supposed to be an answer to my question.
Well, if you ever been to a junkyard and seen what they use to pick up vehicles for a car crusher, it's called an electromagnet. Okay? It's hoisted off a crane. Okay? And what it is, it's a giant magnet that is able to increase its magnetic field through the induced electric field. But when you shut the field off, the magnet, or when you shut the electric flow off, the magnetic field remains as such. Now, how is this possible if what you're saying is accurate?
So,
How do they drop?
How does that answer my question about AC versus DC motors at my work?
So shut the power off and the car stays attached to the magnet, right?
How do they drop the car from the magnet?
They turn the magnet off.
Yeah, well, he just said it doesn't. The magnetic field doesn't go away once you turn the power off.
Yeah, you can only magnetize one.
He's confusing.
You can pick up one thing.
He probably did that test when he was a kid, where you wrap a wire around a nail and put a battery on it and create an electromagnet. You can also create some magnetism in residual, turn it into an actual magnet. But the magnetic strength is far, hold on. The magnetic strength is far less than the electromagnetic force that was created when current was flowing through the coil. So you're wrong about that, because that's exactly what they do. They turn off the power, and even though there's some magnetism residual left, it drops the car because the strength has been reduced by orders of magnitude more than it was when it's not.
Yeah, isn't that how we make a temporary magnet?
Yeah, that's how I understand it.
Strong as electromagnet.
And if you could direct me to anything that says that a electromagnet stays magnetized at severe levels after the current's turned off, I'd be interested. That's not how I understand it.
Try slow, turn the page. Maybe it's on the next page.
What? I was curious also about, because we were talking about Tesla before and his most, most useful experiment or most useful invention or whatever. And I think Zanuck said, discovery. Zanuck said the invention of the alternating or the induction motor. The induction motor. And you said actually he says that it's a rotating magnetic field. But as I understood it, I thought that was the difference. I thought that was the difference between an AC and DC motor. Was an AC motor is using, induction motor is using a rotating magnetic field.
Yeah, so if you look at like the what's that largest dam here in the States? It starts with an N. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on it. Yeah, Niagara. They've got that huge setup over there to try to generate electrical charge. And Heaviside, before he passed away, said that science is doing a great job at churning the ether, and this is what they called churning the ether, i.e., a rotational magnetic field. But
it's not a rotating magnetic field in an induction motor. It doesn't rotate.
I'm talking specifically about the system they set up at the Niagara Falls.
I know.
Not talking about
a generator. Remember we talked about answering my question about an induction motor, not an electric, not an induction, not a AC generator. How does an AC induction motor work? There's no rotating magnetic field in it. So what's happening?
They induce a magnetic field upon a coil, and that essentially allows for this transfer of flow.
Where is it flowing? How's it flowing?
It's flowing from the anode to the cathode, or however you want to describe that. But
no,
the problem
that's
is
not how it's flowing. We have a field. Okay, I'll give you a hint. So there's probably 8 or 16 poles inside of a AC induction motor. Each one of those poles has wire wrapped around a steel laminate array.
And what's that called?
The stator.
The stator, or
it is the stator.
Yeah, and what's also a stator known as?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you have, like, for example, like a dirt bike, like a 2-stroke dirt bike, right? And you have a crank to start the flow, you have what's called a magneto, which is also known as your
there's no magnet
stator. It's known as your stator,
AC
magneto.
induction motor.
Hello.
Forget about the magnetos. Forget about the magnetos. We're talking about AC induction. Completely different concept.
Let him talk.
Go ahead, Zanny.
Completely different concept. I gave you a hint of how induction motor works, and I told you there's either 8 or 16
points.
Winding areas wrapped around stators, which
kind of
creates
like a distributor
fields in each one of those winding windows. The winding window area, the capacity of that motor, how much power it can dissipate, how much current it can draw, how much watts it can dissipate, is all determined by that winding window. Hold on, winding window area. And when it's filled with wire windings wrapped around that laminate stator, How does it interact with the rotor? Your words, please.
How does it interact with the motor? Is that what you said?
How does it interact with the rotor, the rotating part?
Oh, the rotor.
How does it make the rotating portion of that motor move? Now, I will give you another hint. There's no rotating field for magnetism.
Depends. Is this a brush or brushless system?
It's an AC induction motor.
Yeah, and they have what's called a brush system or brushless
no, there's no brushes
in
in an AC induction motor.
That's DC. You're confusing them. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you really don't.
Okay, so then they have what's called a
universal motor. Big deal. No, we're not talking about universal. We're talking about AC induction motor. That is not a universal motor. An AC induction motor has no brushes. I'll give you more of a hint. Very simple design. It's got the stators, it's got the windings, it's got wires coming out of it that feed those windings on the stators, and it has a rotor. How is the rotor constructed such that it can be moved by these field windings in the stator? All I'm asking you is simply, how does an AC induction motor operate? And after half an hour, haven't told us a clue.
They got pins that are in conjunction on that distributor with the cap. So as that spins, right, it induces a flow upon that cap, which sends the signal through the system.
No, there's no cap.
There's a cap in
there's just an induction motor. No, there's no distributor. There's no distributor. We're not talking about cars. We're talking about an AC induction motor, which you don't know anything about, yet you said it would be very easy to explain. You remember saying that?
I did. I just gave it to you.
No, you didn't. There's no cap. There's no rotor.
What you want me to do? You want me to give you the Americanized version of these stupid little fucking terms, but what I gave you was the exact understanding upon the.
Where's the cap?
In my words.
Where's the cap?
You're a stat case. You're a stat case.
Where's the cap?
You're a stat case, bud.
Where's the cap in an induction motor? Tell me the physical
location. You're a
stat
case, Danny.
Where's the cap in an induction motor?
Yeah, that's nice, Danny.
No, where is it? I'm asking
maybe
you.
Shill. How about Shill? Maybe Shill can answer you.
No.
Actually, I'll answer. Insulting Zanik and just
go ahead,
give an answer.
Where's the cap in the induction
motor? He didn't ask me. He asked you. You're the one who says it's so fucking easy.
Go ahead, Shill. You got it.
No, you said it was easy. Come on, tell me. You've been doing it for half an hour now.
He wants me to.
Eventually, you might stumble upon it.
He wants me to conform to his little bullshit. That's fine.
Turn the page. Maybe it's on the next page. Come on.
Yeah, maybe you should turn the page. Maybe you should pick up the book, bud. All you got is denial.
Wait, I can answer Zanik. Do you want me to answer Zanik, Dice?
Go for it, man. I'm not competing with this guy. He's a fucking shill.
Oh my God! I just asked a simple question. You haven't even answered it.
You're a shill.
Zanik, I'm a materials coordinator, so I have to get the parts to where they need to go. I've delivered rotors and I've delivered stators. I've never delivered a distributor cap or a cap. So in your answer, there isn't any. Do you like that answer, Dice Low?
I'm posting a video of a junkyard magnet in action. So it means when you turn the power off, it loses its magnetism.
What about the distributor cap and two-stroke engine? Okay, so that video is CGI. Is that what you're saying?
Before you tell me it's not true.
Yeah, I can pick up a car with an electromagnet and fucking turn the switch off, and the car is going to remain attached to the magnet.
No, that's not
what I'm saying. Is
no, it'll drop.
No,
can you show us?
It'll drop like a rock. Didn't see James Bond where they did that to the car?
Yeah, James Bond, bro. Come on, dude.
Hey, it's exactly
what it was. Junkyard?
Come on, bro.
Feed the troll.
I posted my evidence. Now post yours about the car staying.
All right, give me a second.
Dice Low, when I can pick up a car with that magnet, can I drop it by cutting the power to the magnet?
I say no. I say the second you stop the the flow of electricity, right? You still have the magnetic attraction there.
So why do you use it?
But in the junkyards, how do they disconnect the magnet from the car?
They probably just reverse the flow of current.
Exactly.
No.
Okay. Look, I gave you a simple kindergarten example before. Listen carefully.
Zanik,
you can put wire. Hold on. Let me follow me.
Don't even communicate with me, Zanik. I got nothing for you.
You're done talking.
You have nothing for him.
You're a waste of time.
You were done talking. It's my turn. So we did this before in kindergarten. You wrap the wire around the nail, you put a battery on it, it picks up the metal, the steel, right? You remove the battery, all the steel drops, except for a little bit, because there's still some residual magnetism. That's what you're talking. You're confusing the residual magnetism that you've now induced in that nail with your example of the electromagnet that holds the cars. The same thing happens. You reduce that power or turn the power off. There's still some residual magnetism, but it can't hold the car, so the car drops. I don't know where you're getting your ideas from, pal. Seriously.
Ken Wheeler.
Yeah,
So
he's making it up as he goes along.
So you've had at least 30 minutes to describe what you said would be something easy to explain. And I'm pretty sure no one, not just Zanuck, 20, 30 people in this room, nobody has any idea what you're talking about.
I can confirm that.
So if it's so easy to explain, at least one other person.
It's funny because earlier today, I made a point how a lot of these people don't want truth being said and being heard. They want to do exactly what you guys are doing right now.
I'm talking about
and that's fine.
Everybody in the room.
That's fine, man.
Flat Earther,
Yeah, that's
nobody understands what you're saying, Dice. Though zero people.
You think
Okay?
you're
That's fine.
It's not
You think
easy
you're the
to
got the
explain
truth?
if you can't explain it to at least one other person of 30 people. That's all it takes.
Yeah,
One
Zanuck.
person.
He's asking me specific questions, man, that require specific answers, and just because you don't understand it doesn't validate my ignorance. But thank you.
No, I asked you how an induction motor works, and you told me about caps and things. No, you don't know how an induction motor works. You can't explain it, even in your terms.
And you don't know how magnetism works. You don't know how a field works. You don't know how light works. You don't know how
obfuscating.
gravity works.
You're
No,
obfuscating.
I mean,
know
all
how
of these things.
work,
I've spent years with you, Zanuck. You're a very dishonest individual. It's hard to communicate with you.
No, I'm not. I'm being very honest with you, actually.
Very,
I asked
very
you
dishonest.
How an induction motor works, and you have not been able to explain. I gave you hints. I told you there was a stator. I told you there was wires. I told you there was current
doctor.
I wanted to know
I'll give you a doctor that you can even refer to who would agree with me. So why is it that a doctor agrees with me, but you don't?
Maybe you're a toenail doctor.
A medical doctor?
Yeah, there is. No,
Maybe a toenail doctor.
Out of this entire conversation,
Dr. Oleg D. Jeffominko, he wrote a book on all of this.
Oh yeah, you don't understand what you're reading. It's kind of like Quantum Eraser. You don't understand what you're reading.
Because I don't understand.
We don't understand.
I don't understand what I'm reading.
If you think you understand,
everything that I read invalid. And we're just going to allow Zanuck to overtalk
in your own words.
This is great, man. So we got no mod who's willing to stand up for me. We're just going to let Zanuck. We're gonna let Zanuck fucking over.
He's like a robot. He just keeps on talking.
Yeah,
he's just
awesome,
bitching.
That's all you got.
Look, I want to ask you a question again for the 100th
Let
time.
me break in here for a minute, please. I feel you, Dice Low. He's over talking you. You're just over talking him. It's all kind of mutual. It's really this is going nowhere. Can we move on to something else?
Last time, how about? Just tell me how the rotor moves in the induction motor. Your own words. I gave you the outline, the stator, the rotor, the wires, current flowing through it. How does the rotor inside, the part that actually turns, how does that motivated to move based on that the scenario I gave you of an AC induction motor? There's no caps or rotors or anything else in there. In your own words, use your terms when you understand to explain to us how an AC induction motor works. Because you said it'd be easy. It seems like it's been very difficult.
Yes, my whole thing about this whole discussion is not even whether it's true or not. He said it would be easy. It's not easy for him.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you one last sentence here. Okay, induced electromotive force is measured by, not caused by, the changing magnetic field. And if you want citation, I refer you to Dr. Oleg D. Jeffominko on causality, electromagnetic induction, and gravitation. Now, if you think you're more astute upon this topic than him, I challenge you to go pick up your Nobel Prize Award, Zanuck.
Oh, please, you
I happen
misunderstand
to have worked with one of the
Jeffominko.
foremost authorities on electromagnetism back in the day, but that's not what I'm using as my credentials. I'm just asking you the question of how that changing, or would you say a changing electromagnetic field, makes that rotor move. I wanted to see your explanation of it, and you still haven't done it.
Guess what Jeffominko said?
This semantic argument with.
It's not an argument.
He answered you. He answered you, Zanuck. He said, ask somebody else.
We all know that motors work by a changing magnetic field. That's nothing revolutionary. That doesn't describe anything. All motors have changing magnetic fields. All motors have changing electromagnetic fields. I was asking him specifically, how an AC induction motor moves, rotates that rotor inside of it to make the shaft turn based on the changing electromagnetic field. What principles are involved? And the hint is in the name, induction motor, variable reluctance motor. And I'll even give you more of a hint. There's a squirrel cage rotor. It's made out of steel and it's filled with aluminum. That's the best. I'm giving you the answer almost. You still won't be able to explain it.
Does it rhyme with
Go ahead.
Faraday?
Go
You're
ahead.
talking about an alternator?
No, we're talking about an AC induction motor.
You said
and I'm
squirrel
giving you
cage.
all the components. Someone even came online here to say, hey, I purchased these things for my business, and none of these parts you mentioned, caps and stuff, were on it. I gave you all the list. The stator, the rotor, the bearings, the squirrel cage rotor, which is made out of steel and aluminum, and wires that feed those windings that are wrapped around the stator. I've given you all the components. All I'm asking you to do is explain to me what makes that rotor turn. Don't just say changing magnetic fields, because we all know that's what happens in all motors. How is it different? Why do they call it a variable reluctance motor? You don't know.
Well,
just admit it.
There's probably
You're not
resistance
addressing
upon it.
the citation. He said that it is not caused by, but measured by. You're saying what causes something, and that citation, it doesn't know what causes it. It's measured by only.
That's what I've been saying, and that's why I always bring up the dielectric component. But he'll always say, "Oh, that's just an insulator." So I can't give the guy anything he wants without him refuting it. So it's pointless.
So you also mentioned a cap. Can you tell me what model of induction motor uses a cap, and I'll look it up?
Cap and rotor.
What model uses a cap?
I don't know. I had a Dart, a 73 Dart at one point that used a cap and rotor, distributor cap and rotor.
So a car is an AC induction motor?
My car had a distributor cap and rotor. I don't know what's so fucking fantastical about that, but okay.
Well, how does that relate to an AC induction motor? That's what he's asking.
Is anyone going to address his citation of caused by, not measured, or it doesn't measured, not caused? Can you address?
Maybe it was an AC Delco part in the car.
AC Delco made a lot of things.
Bingo.
Alternators,
The word
distributors.
AC was in there. You got it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty old school. But again, somebody's challenged you to answer what I said, and nobody's willing to address that.
No, I challenged you to tell me what model induction motor, AC induction motor, has a cap, and your answer was a Dodge Dart.
Yeah, I had a 73 Dodge Dart that had a distributor cap and rotor.
Retardedness.
Yeah,
What
73.
about it?
I can say something else that has 73, but we're not allowed on this server.
Am I supposed to laugh?
No, I don't think you got it.
Yeah. So is that
Yeah,
a no
I really
on the
didn't.
citation then? Anyone addressing a citation? That's a no, Zanuck?
He didn't address anything I asked at all. He started talking about cars.
I told you it's measured by, not caused by.
You met exactly. You asked about what is causing something, and he's saying that it's measured by, not caused
Yeah,
by.
I made no causal link between how it's
No, I
caused,
asked
only
what
how it's
makes
measured.
I said how. How did the question was how? How does the AC motor? How did the AC induction rotor move in an AC induction motor? And so far, he's just said a bunch of gibberish and word salads. Nothing's made any sense. And he even brought up AC Delco and his.
When you say how, are you meaning like in a circle it rotates, or do you mean how? Like what's the
what
cause of it rotating?
What causes what?
Yes, that's
causes.
a what. That's
Explain,
a
I wanted
cause
him to
effect.
explain how the AC motor works. I even made it.
So you're asking the cause, right? You're asking the cause of
So
it.
therefore,
many
answering
causes.
the measurement isn't an answer.
It's a description of what happens in an AC motor that differentiates it, for example, with other types of motors. An AC induction motor, a variable reluctance motor, is a very specific type of motor. He said it'd be very easy to describe how it works. And because he couldn't do it, I kept on narrowing it down to smaller and smaller areas so I could just get
It's a charge
realm,
of electric.
a hint.
You just charge it with some electricity, dude.
No.
Man, what do you want me to tell you?
No, that's not how it works.
DC?
It's an AC, meaning there's an alternating current feeding these windings in a stator array which I said between 8 and 16 poles. And I want to know how those poles and the AC voltage applied, how that makes the rotor move. And just saying, well, you have changing electric fields, that's not an answer.
Can I ask a question? Do you have to change the phase or the cycle? I mean.
Well, I'll give you another hint.
Now?
Each one of those coils is having the current or the voltage applied in a different direction. So the current flows in a different direction. When that changes, the polarity changes.
And that, didn't I say resistance?
At a rate of 60 cycles per second. But I wanted to know, because I'm giving them all the answers, by the way, except for just one key one, how those changing electromagnetic fields are making the rotor move. Because the hint is in the name, variable reluctance motor. And I even told you how the rotor's move. Even more hints.
You're saying the answer is not Dodge Dart, right?
It's not a Dodge Dart. It's an AC induction motor, something that Tesla was known to have contributed to physics.
An AC electrical circuit, they're identical to conjugate field vectors of the magnetic and the dielectric. Effectively, the torus and the hyperboloid. Okay.
I don't think you're allowed to use the word conjugate in this circuit.
Let's see here. I'm digging here, Zanuck.
Next
I'm
page.
digging.
Turn the page. Turn the page.
I'm turning pages.
I'm sure it's on the next page.
Pages. I'm looking here.
You can, Zanuck, would it take you less than a minute to explain it?
Yeah, it would take less than 30 seconds. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Would you
And
say
anybody that knows
more than
about
once?
them, and you could do it in every different language on the planet too. You're just reaching.
You're talking
just
about
you don't know. You can move on.
dynamic. You're talking about dynamic polarization right now, because that's essentially what electricity is.
Stretch
at its most fundamental core. So I'm trying to get down to the brass tacks here to try to understand this.
Okay, using your words, dynamic polarization, meaning it's in flux or it's changing. How does the dynamic polarization make the rotor move? It's different in a DC brush motor. We all know about those. They have like these cogs, where there's alignment of the magnet and the steel stator, which is enhanced when it's energized, and you change those fields, and then it's enticed to move by being slightly out of phase. Those are simple. The AC induction motor is a little more complicated. How it moves, because there's no permanent magnets. It's just we just have fields that are, would you say dynamic field energizing?
Dynamic polarization.
Dynamic polarization happening in each coil. So when they change their polarity, how does that affect the rotor? Why does it move? There's no magnet in there.
Yeah, it's causing like oscillation.
Why?
Because it's like clinical in nature, I guess. It's kind of interacting simultaneously like throughout the line, and that's why they kind of refer to it as like waves or lines.
No, I'm going to give you the hint. It's a variable reluctance motor. It's an induction motor. What are you inducing? Where is the induction in an induction motor? That's like the most fundamental question I could possibly ask.
In the coil?
About the topic. No. There you go. So you don't know. There's your answer. The answer I'm taking is you don't know. You gave a guess. It's wrong. Let's move on because it's futile at this point.
Let's hear your answer, man. We spent enough time on it. Let's lay it out for us now, Zanuck.
Not until you say you don't know.
Hey, I don't know. It's clear.
Okay, there we go. You said it would be easy. You said it would be easy.
Fine. I gave you what I could give you, and it wasn't good enough. So now
you didn't. It wasn't easy, and you didn't know. Now you're
So
admitting.
I'm not
going to respond until you say I don't know.
Okay,
I told you.
Hold on. Let me in here. Let me in here. I don't know if I speak for anybody else in this room, but really, it's been like the Dysno Zanuck show for like 2 hours now, and it's just.
Dude, Dodge Dart was hilarious.
Please, is there anybody else that like wants to actually talk about something?
I heard that's the Al Bundy card, by the way. No, Zanuck's going to lay this out for us. I told him I don't know. He wanted a third I don't know to kind of like make himself feel better, so I gave it. Go ahead, Zanuck. Go ahead.
Before we go off subject, Slow, if you could you show me the video where the magnetism remains after you turn off the power to a junkyard magnet?
Yeah, I
I've been
haven't
looking, I
had
haven't
a
been able to
chance.
find it. I know, that's
I
what I'm asking.
apologize. Yeah, I haven't. I'll try to get to that. I haven't had a chance. I've just been one thing after the next.
No, I understand. Like I said, everything I've seen for an electromagnet, it loses its magnetism as soon as you cut the power, at least most of its magnetism.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to obviously prove otherwise. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to concede. So you're gonna have to be fair about giving me a chance. So
no problem.
I'm giving Zanuck a chance to give me the answer before he tries to claim victory and move on.
Did you Google world's worst junkyard?
I've seen lots of junkyard magnets looking on the internet or YouTube, and I've basically seen them in operation, but I haven't seen anybody explain except for the one video I posted.
So Zanuck, if you're not gonna lay it out, Zanuck, then we can all be fair to assume everything you just said was a bunch of nonsense trying to stop me.
Is that how you concluded what I've told you so far?
I don't want to. I don't want to, but that's what I'm gonna be only. Yeah, I don't want to, but that's what I'm gonna be left with if you can't share with with us what you were trying to.
You have that squirrel cage rotor with it's a squirrel cage. It has bars of steel. The squirrel cage is actually a laminate as well, and they skew it so it has it's skewed top to bottom. The top it's not a straight line down vertically. It skews to one side or the other, and then the electromagnetic field tries to flow through the path of least reluctance, least resistance to the other coil, the opposing coil, where the magnetic field is also apparent, and it constantly this dynamic, what you call dynamic polarity environment. So as it's changing polarity, each coil, there's a field that changes polarity, and the magnetic field is changing polarity, and that is moving through and attracting to or push or resisting the squirrel cage, which then rotates and follows that pattern of changing or dynamic polarity, as you said, in the coils. That's why there's 8 or 16 of these things. So each one of these things is set up 90 degrees opposed or in series.
45 from 90. Go ahead.
And so the field in the stator is going to be moving around at a frequency of about, well, basically you can do the math on it, but it'll make the motor turn at either, if it's 2-pole, it'll be 3,600 RPM, and if it's 4-pole, it'll be 1,600 RPM.
Okay.
And that's the synchronous, or 1,800 RPM. And that is the synchronous speed of that field. Now the rotor always lags behind because there's nothing physically connecting it. It's just trying to follow these magnetic lines of flux that are now moving based on the AC voltage. And so the more the load, the more the displacement, but the more the displacement, the more it bends those field lines and creates more torque. So that's why an AC induction motor doesn't run it. And there's synchronous versions, which will have a squirrel cage rotor and have air pockets, which make it very difficult for those lines to cut and take the shortcut. And that can make it synchronous with the line frequency. But most induction motors have slip, and that slip gets greater as you increase the load. And it's all because it's chasing the changing magnetic fields that are rotating around this stator pattern at 60 cycles per second. And how many poles there are also determines that speed as well. More poles, less rotational velocity. So that's how an AC induction motor works in its basic terms.
Okay. Well, that's great to know. So maybe I didn't lay it out exactly how you did, but I used resistance, I used oscillation, I used polarization, I used all the necessary antecedents to convey the phenomena at hand. However, I didn't go as far as to say squirrel cages and such, but at the end of the day, okay. So your 3,600, your 3,600 variable to 1,600 based on your 60 was it hertz per second. Okay, so that ain't my forte, right? You would have had me on that, okay? Because that ain't me, and that's kudos to you. But nonetheless, I gave you the necessary antecedents to give you the answer. It was maybe not in the proper format.
All motors work by changing magnetic fields. All of them do. This is an AC induction motor. See, that's why Tesla has the contribution. Hold on. That's why he has the contribution. If he used what you said, there'd be no contribution because everybody knew that changing magnetic makes motors work. His
Listen,
contribution was the AC. Hold on. His contribution was the AC induction motor, the AC variable reluctance motor. And it's a specific type of motor that works on a specific type of principle. And you weren't saying anything that indicated.
Well, you're basing it off the 90 from 45 degree geometry, which allows this oscillation to oscillate at 60 hertz per second, which is
the geometry
which is
doesn't allow
not.
it to
Listen,
oscillate.
hold on. This is explaining the measure of, but not the causation of. And I illustrated that.
No.
Like you've not at one point given us the key components to how this is all actually taking place.
We're talking about where this is. I told you from the electromagnet perspective. I said that you run that current through that coil. Based on the right-hand rule of thumb, you create an electromagnetic field. That field has flux lines. Then those flux lines with? Oh my God, you're impossible.
Zanuck, I've asked you. Listen, I've asked you.
I feed a horse to water. I can't make him drink. Sorry.
Listen, Zanuck, I've asked you in the past where these flux lines reside. Okay, you've given me the wrong Cartesian location. All right, openly, you've been busted. You've gotten busted.
I have not been busted.
There's no magnetic flux. There's no magnetic flux at the center of a magnet.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't. This has been shown.
You're right to the center.
Been shown.
I posted a picture last
falls
week.
off. It falls off. If you were to take a Gauss meter and measure a magnet at the face of the magnet, there is no magnetism. It only resides out the edges, i.e. the plane of inertia. This has all been verified.
See, I like the way you're wiggling out of this. You're trying to like spin the tables. No, it's not going to work.
No, because the problem is you're using words.
We know where the
you're using words.
You're
using words. Hold on, Zanuck. You're using words. You're using words you don't know.
It's not at the center. We know that. It's at the edges.
You're using words you're using words you don't know, Zanuck. You're using electric. You don't know what it is. Listen. You don't know what electricity is.
Let him finish. Just let him. He's gonna finish anyway. Give him 15 minutes to finish.
Almost done. 15 seconds.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Electromagnetic fields. You're combining electricity, magnetism, and a field. No branch of science has explained either one of those three words, let alone to combine them all three together and act as if you are understood upon this phenomena. This is ridiculous. I can fucking break each and every one of those words down and show you how you don't know what it is you're fucking asserting upon. It's nothing more than a description that you guys try to loosely throw around as being so understood upon the phenomena. No explanation at all are you giving me other than electromagnetic field, and you don't even know what the fuck you're saying. So go ahead, I fucking challenge you to explain that.
Hold on, before you go, Zanuck, I want to point this out. The very beginning of this conversation, you said it would be easy to explain. You took 2 hours. Nobody understand what you said.
I did in a sentence, not my fault.
Hold on, let me finish. We all did you. 2 hours later, I'm still not understood. I'm still not sure if you understood what an induction motor is. Maybe you didn't, maybe you didn't. The point is, it was not easy to explain. Zanuck took about 2 minutes. I'm pretty sure most of the people understood his explanation. So
nobody understood his explanation. This is a biased commentary coming from Mr. Extremistus himself. Thank you very much. That's all you got, kid. You bring no substance to the table to any conversation other than contrarianism. This is your main job. You're a shill, just like Peyton Ass a shill. You guys are on the same team, going to the same school, but yet none of you can explain electricity, magnetism, a field, a wave, energy, light, gravity, all of these things. They're mere descriptions with mathematical assumptions to back them and no explanation behind them. So go ahead, Mr. Tough Guy. Tell me what you got.
Hello, pot, meet kettle.
Go ahead. Give us your explanation, i.e. science, not your little childish descriptions. Go ahead. Electromagnetic field. Go ahead. Waiting. Come on, Zanuck. Yeah, that's what I thought, bro. You got nothing.
Would you ask? I thought we were done. What would you say?
You got nothing.
Not only does that induction motor work for
what's
the
electricity, Zanuck?
It works because the word, I keep on bringing up the word induction. It induces current flow through that rotor. You can measure this with
what's electricity?
What?
What's electricity? Is electricity a thing in itself?
Is electricity? Yes, electricity is a thing in itself.
Is electricity a thing in itself? It's a question.
Yes,
can you answer,
electricity
please?
is a thing in itself.
Okay, so is an electron your base unit of electricity?
Yes.
So is an electron a charge-carrying medium, or is it the charge itself?
It is a charge particle.
You say an electron is a charge-carrying particle?
It is a particle, charged particle.
It's a charged particle. So is it
Yes.
charged or is it a particle?
It's a charged particle.
So what's the difference between a particle and charge?
Well, a particle that's carrying a charge is different than a charged particle.
Oh, now you want to admit to a charge-carrying particle. Okay, I see. So now you're saying it's a particle carrying a charge.
Well, what happened? What's
You
an ion?
went from saying electricity is a thing in itself. It's composed of one thing only, being electrons. But then you go on to say that an electron is a particle carrying a charge. So we've got two
No, I said it's a
components.
charged particle. I didn't say electron. You said that. I said
Now you're
it was a
gonna
charged particle.
redivert. Now you're gonna redivert. So you went to a comply, and now you're gonna
You're
decomply.
you're not telling me what I said correctly. You swapped words. You
Yeah.
can't
So
do
what's
that.
the difference? What's the difference between a charge and a particle?
Well, is like an ion. What is that?
That you're talking plasma. We're staying about electricity.
What
Let's
is
stay on
plasma?
topic, please. Thank
What
you.
is plasma?
Let's stay on topic, please.
Does
Let's stay on
plasma
topic,
have
please.
charge? Hello?
Let's
Does
stay on
plasma have
topic,
charge?
please.
Okay, so
Zanuck, don't run away. Don't run
I'm
away,
not
Zanuck.
running
We're
away.
talking
You're
about
talking over me.
electricity.
I can't talk to you when you're like this.
Don't obfuscate.
I'm
You
not
can't talk
obfuscating. You're
about.
talking over me whenever I'm talking.
You're bringing up plasma, Zanuck. Let's not refute what the question was about. We're talking specifically about
So
electricity,
now you're
in which
a
you're saying,
particle physicist, huh?
and what you're saying
Now
is a
you're
thing in
exposed to know
itself.
things, more technology that you have no clue about. Is that what you're going to do?
Do you want to do you want to go to magnetism or fields so that we can break up this electromagnetic field you are seemingly so astute upon? What do you want to go with? Do you want to go with electricity, magnetism, or field?
I think you're confusing electromagnetism with an electromagnetic field. They're two different things, by the way.
That's cute. That's cute.
Now, if you can have electromagnetic radiation, is that electromagnetism?
Let's
For
talk
example,
about your electron.
Hey, what frequency or what wavelength of light or electromagnetism does a magnet possess? Can you see?
Oh, did you say waves, Zanuck? Is that what I heard you say?
Can you measure the wavelength of electromagnetism?
Is that a wave?
I.e., magnetism that's generated by electrons flowing through a coil. What measure of light or electromagnetic radiation do we see?
Yeah, you're off in a Narnia land now. So let's stay on point, Zanuck. We're talking about your fantasy particle, the electron.
Rich, stay on point. Okay, I think
Stay on
I've taken
point,
enough.
Zanuck.
Here. I'm gonna release the microphone to other people because it's just getting ridiculous.
Let's talk about your electron, Zanuck. Okay,
No,
you
I
don't want
think
to talk
we're
about your
doing-
electromagnetic field. So the answer you gave is the answer you don't know about? Okay, I see. I'm glad we could expose that. Fields, waves, particles, electrons. I mean, is that all you guys got? Is shit that you even know what you're saying? Just a bunch of assumptions?
No, I prefer to let you speak for forever. It's more entertaining.
Particle wave duality. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, talk about whatever you want, man. Just keep talking. It's entertaining, truly.
It's
Go ahead. Let's hear about your feelings. Let's hear about your feelings.
What feelings is that? There's no feelings. It's entertaining, man.
That's all you got.
To hear the Dunning-Kruger in effect for hours and hours is entertainment.
Feelings. You got more feelings?
If that's feelings, then sure. I'm exposing
got any
my
facts,
feelings
Al?
right now by enjoying your rambling. Sure.
What have you discovered or invented? Can you share that with us?
There we go. Yep.
What
Do you have
have you
anything?
discovered? Do you have something?
I just shared it all. I just shared a bunch of stuff with you, man.
You
And
discovered
guys are
those
just like,
things. Oh, that's nice. So you
Fields,
discovered.
electromagnetic field,
So what did you discover? What do you have on your name?
feelings, my opinions, my beliefs. Oh,
He's spiraling
your
himself.
feelings. Oh, yeah.
Kind of
I mean, you
disappointing.
said that, what did you discover yourself, Laszlo?
I discovered that science is held upon mathematicians' endless desire to subdivide everything into discrete particles as to quantize, i.e. quantum, i.e. grand unified theory of understanding, but yet they've pigeonholed every single aspect of reality into compartmentalized reified versions of non-existent fantasy dependent upon particles interacting and bumping into each other. That's what I've discovered. You guys are based upon lies that you can't even the people that gave us quantum understanding admit themselves it's nothing more than an abstract concept, but you guys hold it so closely and dear to your heart as if it's in your beliefs that give us these understandings of science today. Science, quantum science, is supported by their understanding and of the nature of light, which they have no idea what it is. They only use these loose analogous ways to presuppose what it's doing. But in no way, shape, or form has the photon ever been the input or output of any experiment in the existence of science ever. This is
Fantastic
nothing more,
assertions based on nothing.
nothing more than a fantasy.
So I want to ask the room. Speak up if you think that everything in reality has been figured out to its fullest.
I think that everything Dyslo just said was right.
Yeah, fantastic. Does anybody in the VC think that everything about reality to its fullest extent has been figured out? Does anyone think
dualities are dualities existent?
Yeah. One second, Dyslo. Does anyone think that or subscribe to that?
No.
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, you do, Sin? All right. Well.
Yeah, I think that the necessity of God implies that.
Okay. So other than sin, anyone else? No? Awesome. So it sounds like you want. So what it sounds like, Dyslo, is that you're upset that you think everything has been claimed to be figured out when it hasn't. So you're fighting a straw man from the very beginning, in which you want these core explanations at the most basic level, and you want to be able to understand them. There's two problems with that. One, these are very complicated matters, and it's very robust and very hyper-specific when you're in these discussions. Two, you're assuming that all these things have been figured out and there's no room to learn more about it. Those are your two mistakes there, and you're upset over mistakes you're making.
Well, it sounds like you're placing... Go ahead.
From a perspective I could explain to you if you're willing to hear it, I think Dyslo's justified in what he said. I think both of you are right that not every single detail of everything has been figured out. You know, what smaller particles are actually orbiting each other to make this bigger particle? Oh, and what smaller particles are they made out of?
I mean, there's only been two prima causes for all of this in the history of science ever presented.
Maybe somebody else can finish a sentence.
I can guarantee BioDual can't tell us what these two postulations are.
Fantastic. You can suck my dick later. Maybe Fundy can finish what he was saying instead of interrupting him.
That's nice, Bio, but you're not going to control the show.
Relax, bro. I am though, and we're going to let people finish sentences, right?
So, as an analogy to the way I took what Dyslo said about them trying to put off the air of we've figured everything out. In that way, I imagine like sailing across the entire world and discovering every continent and saying that there's nowhere left new to explore. And like we've explored everywhere there is to explore, except for the fact that you haven't gone into every cave and stepped on every stone and patch of ground within those continents. But in a sense, we discovered the whole world, even though we haven't personally discovered every inch of it by walking or traveling upon it. So in that sense, I see what he's saying about science kind of coming off like trying to encourage the mindset like, oh, there's really nowhere left to explore. You know, we kind of figured it all out. We got everything kind of boxed and compartmentalized and understood through these principles, and all there is to do is look at the smaller and smaller parts of these pieces.
Yeah, quantum only denies what they can't count for. Like if they can't count it, it doesn't exist. And if it does exist and they can't count it, then they make up things like photons and particles. This is what they do. Double speak hypocrisy to the fullest degree.
I made a discovery today.
What's that, mailman? What happened?
Today in this VC, I found out that some people think they know a lot, but they actually don't know much.
Yeah, yeah, it seems that way.
We can all read from a script, right?
Yeah, we can. We can read from a script. But what script do you choose to read
Yeah,
from?
but you know what? You think just things like you said are so dishonest. You said you had a quote about J.J. Thompson, and I have to bring this up. So it's been irking me ever since you said it. You said it was the corpuscle of dielectric electricity or something. It's never been said. Find one quote that says that. He didn't. He said it was a corpuscle of electricity. That the electron was a corpuscle of electricity. It doesn't say anything here. I just posted it.
He says it's one corpuscle of dielectric capacitance.
Charged matter, the electron. He never said anything about dielectric. You made up those words.
No, I didn't.
Corpuscle. You made up those words.
Verbatim.
No, show me the dielectric. The word dielectric capacitance.
Verbatim, bro. This is
if it's verbatim, could you find it for us and post it, please? If it's verbatim.
So let me ask you, why do you think there's connotative versus denotative definitions upon words? Do you think that's something that's just
here we go. This is your
you think that's something that's coincidence?
You said verbatim. You said it was verbatim.
You said verbatim. Don't challenge me.
Verbatim.
It's on you.
So can you post a source for that? Because you must have got that information somewhere. And if you know it offhand as verbatim,
you can suck my
if
dick,
if you know it offhand verbatim,
yeah, that's fine.
Then it should be easy to post a source, right?
That's fine. You could choke on my.
Right. So you're making baseless assertions and you can't back it up, even though you said it's verbatim.
Do you want me to suck your dick? You can suck my dick too.
Hold on a second. Die slow. Relax, bro.
He made it up. Just call him out on it.
No, it's not made up. This is facts, but
right, it's facts and it's verbatim. Can you support that?
There's a reason. There's a reason why they invert and perverse dogmas upon words so that you don't understand what the fuck they mean. This is why dielectric has meant something totally different when it was originally used than it is now.
No,
Same with
it's always
inertia.
been used for insulator. It's always been used for insulator.
No, never. No.
Capacitance always been used for electron storage. These words have meaning in electronics. You don't know what they mean.
Regardless of that, we don't have to go down that rabbit hole. If it's verbatim,
I don't need you to critique me. Thank you.
I know. If it's verbatim, you should be able to source it.
Unless you're talking to Zanuck, you have nothing to say to me.
I am saying something to you because
you've already told me to suck your dick, dude. Listen,
no,
you said something. To suck your dick.
You said something was verbatim. I'm just looking for validation.
That's nice. Good for you, bud.
Die slow. You need to relax, bro. Please.
I will relax, but I'm not answering this kid's shit. All right. So
to validate your claim.
Hold on, bud.
I got nothing for you, kid.
Yeah, you obviously don't. I'm asking for the validation, and you don't have anything. You're right.
You got 10 cents? You got 10 cents? Call someone who cares, bud.
I'll PayPal you 10 cents if you support your claim.
Call someone who cares, bud.
I'll PayPal you 10 cents if you support your claim. How about that?
Call someone who cares, bud. That's fine.
Well, hold on 1 second. There's a little bit of dogpiling. You guys are all trying to go in on one dude.
Sin, don't you want to hear the answer? He made a statement. He made the statement. Dielectric corpuscle of capacitance. I want to see where that's written. He's not going to find it. Now he's going to word game.
We got 10 verse 1.
Annotative descriptions, and he's talking over me. I can hear him.
Well, Zanuck, you were talking over somebody before you.
Just do it, Zyslo. Find that quote. Show me dielectric corpuscle of capacitance is an electron. You made that up.
We got 10 verse 1 here, dude. We got 10 verse 1, and then Jeremy, if you want to be an unbiased mod, man, maybe you should realize that instead of just trying to sit here and critique me constantly.
I'm not critiquing you. I just want everyone to be able to finish their sentences. So everyone needs to relax. Not just you. That these guys are all fired up too. I can tell. Everyone relax.
Okay. So when he tells me to suck my dick and I repeat it back, then it's Daiso settle down. I get it, bro. That's cool. That's all good, bro. I see what's up.
No, because
you said it 22 times.
Yeah, there was something being said. There was something being said, and then you kept repeating that. It's a simple request that if you say that something is verbatim, if you make a claim that someone said something and it was verbatim, it should be easy to source that information. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. So it's real easy to ask for that and then say suck my dick on top of it, and I'm supposed to tap dance for this guy. That's cool, bro. Yeah, back that up, right?
If that's what you're going to focus on, if that's what you're going to focus on, that's fine. But it's a simple request. Something was said verbatim. Here is my validation that I could say those words.
Yeah, I don't tap dance for people who ask me to suck their dick, and I don't tap dance for people who tried to fucking stump me on shit that I give the answer to, and then want to backtrack like Zanuck did and act like I didn't give the fucking answer because I didn't say his line of my version that he wanted.
You can let your feelings out. We don't need to hear feelings. We don't. I think
Extremisist. Why don't you go on Deafin? That's all you ever do, Extremisist. Go back on Deafin, bud. Nobody cares about your little feelings.
Somebody said we should leave feelings out of this, so I
Do you
think
have
we should.
do you have something to bring? Do you have anything of substance, Extremisys, or are you just going to come here with your naysay like you always do? What do you got?
Here's something for you.
Extremisys got the floor. Go ahead, Extremisys. Enlighten the crowd right now. Give us what you got. What's your best opinion? I'm waiting to hear.
To be fair, Extremisys, you could make a claim that someone said something verbatim, but then never verify that claim. You could do that.
Yeah, so give us something of enlightenment, Extremisys, instead of just no, it's not flat. I'm gonna go on deafen now because too many people are saying things that are hurting me.
Get it all out. Get it all out, Dyslow.
Let's hear it, Extremisys. Give it up. What do you got? What's your liberation ontology for the world?
I'm gonna finish cleaning my house, so you guys can do.
Yeah,
whatever
that's
you
what
need to
you
do.
got. You go vacuum your room.
I'm gonna be
bro.
away from
All
the
right,
computer
Goofy.
for the next 10 minutes or so.
I'll do it for you,
Good job,
Extremisys. This guy Dyslow verbatim said that the Earth is a globe, and he's just trolling these communities. I have no validation for that, but I'll make that baseless claim and claim it was verbatim, and then we move forward with that as true.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You know where to suck it, right?
Everyone settle down. You guys are all fired up over this Ken Wheeler thing here.
Just one die slow. I know that I'm not trying to rush you.
Oh yeah,
I'm getting ready to
slow.
leave. So I was just wondering if you were going to get it
We're
in the next few
I'm
minutes.
sorry.
Or no.
I'm not tap dancing for naysayers, bud. You guys.
I'm not a naysayer. I've given you my evidence. I went out. I did the research. I found it. I also know that from experience it doesn't happen the way you said. So
Yeah, I've given you a ton of evidence too that you just openly deny and hand wave, but yet we're gonna try and hold me to the one thing that you think you got because Zanuck came in here and spouted it off, and you're gonna run off with that. Oh, Zanuck brought up a point. Yeah, let's 10 people ask him the same thing.
I've been more than polite to you, and I'm just hoping that you can do the same.
Yeah, that's cute, bud. Come up with something original.
The Ken Wheeler book is not evidence, and I think everyone agrees.
Ken Wheeler book is better than anything you've ever had, Zanuck. Mr. Non-invented shit.
Says who?
So Ken
You haven't discovered a thing.
I asked you how induction motor works. You said it'd be easy. You couldn't do it based on Ken Wheeler's
everything that comes out of your mouth, I can get from some college professor, and in a way better format, Zanuck. You've created nothing original. You've coined no terms. You've invented nothing. You've discovered nothing. You're pretty much just the regurgitator of mainstream academia. So why don't you put that down, Zanuck, and open up your mind a little bit
I told you this before. I've utilized all these theories successfully in my own inventions as well as my work, and there's been no flaw in any of the logic.
Let's talk
or
about your
information
electrons,
that was
Zanuck.
provided. You're talking over me again.
You got nothing, kid.
I'm telling you, I've used it in my life. It all works. Nothing you can tell me will work. Nothing.
I asked you a simple question about electricity. You say it's a thing in itself, and then you go on to say it's a charge-carrying medium. You're dancing around. The hypocrisy is unreal. Can you hold fast to anything?
You make him think as you go.
Can you hold fast to anything?
Just let each other finish, please, for the love of God.
Oh no, when he's telling me things I have not said, I get a little agitated.
Well, we all heard it, Zanuck. It's all
Did not
live,
say.
bud.
Did anyone hear me say that?
All live, bud.
You didn't say that.
No one
All
heard
live.
me say that. Thank you
It's
for
all
that.
live, Zanuck. You can
Yeah,
say what
I
you
never
want.
said
It's all live,
electricity is
bud.
a charge-carrying medium ever.
I asked you about an electron. You said an electron is a charge-carrying particle. Okay.
No, I didn't. I said, "Is
You
a
said
charge?"
you tried to say it's a charge.
I said it was a charge. I'm going to put it in the chat so you can remember it. It's a charge particle.
Yeah, charged particle. So what's a particle and what's a charge? Those are two
Not a
separate
charge.
things.
Not a charge-carrying particle. A charge particle.
Yeah. So what's a particle and what's a charge? What's the difference? Hello, Zanuck, you there?
He's typing. He's typing so you don't misconstrue what he had said.
Yeah, because he wants to identify it as something of itself in itself as being a sole entity comprised of an electron, but then he's going on to say that it's a charged particle. It's not just a particle. It's not just a charge. It's a charged particle. So go ahead and explain that, Zanuck. We're waiting.
I'm not sure what you're even asking.
Tone down the feelings.
Yeah.
So,
he's saying electricity is understood. He knows what it is. All right. He says it's an electron. One base unit of electricity equals, i.e., an electron. A charged particle. He won't even say it's a charge carrying particle, which is pretty suspicious to me because that's what academia would tell you. But sure, he's got a different understanding. That's cute. That's fine. Go ahead and give it to us, Danik.
You're very toxic, sir.
Yeah, toxic. Too many feelings. Come on, let's hear the facts. You guys want to throw these words around as if you understand them. Go ahead and put it to use, bud. How about magnetism? You want to dance away to that, or a field? Because we still got 3 words that you've just smashed together as if you understand something. So you can't even break one of them down, let alone the other 2. So what do you want to do here?
Yeah, but I'm not sure you've broken them down to the point where
I'm asking you specific
believable
questions of logic that you're falling short upon. You claim it to be one thing, then you say it's 2 things. The double speak is unreal. Can you guys please be more concise? Thank you.
I mean, magnetism, I mean, isn't that the domain? When all the domains align, it's the field that's created by them.
You didn't sound very competent with what you're saying. Can you
As a
please
matter
not
of fact,
stutter and try to get it out? Sound very shaky with those words.
I mean, I'm still waiting on that. And you said you're not going to talk to me anymore. So.
Yeah, you said magnetism, blah, 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 field, and something else. So what are you saying?
All aligned.
I think you need to fix your mic. You're very, you sound very hollow.
Your evidence sounds hollow.
Yeah, you sound dense. I'd rather be hollow than dense.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay. That's brilliant.
Your voice is coming through hollow, but your logic is very dense.
Ah.
You sound like you're in the bathroom. I don't know if that helps.
I'm not.
Echo. You know what an echo is? You ever heard of that? Echo chamber? Something you guys pretty much call peer review. I mean, peer
I
review.
want to thank you guys for some of the highest level debate discussion I've heard in a long time.
That's what I was
It's been
thinking too,
a
Sam.
group effort I think we all can appreciate.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I just don't understand why you're being so belligerent to me. I mean, I asked you specifically, and you said you would. You said you had the information, and I've never seen it.
Obviously.
So I'm not telling you that you're full of shit, but I'm telling you that my experience with magnetism and making electromagnets says when you pull the current, that most of the magnetism is gone after the current is gone. I think maybe some of the residual remains while the field is collapsing, but like on a big electromagnet. But then there's some residual left in the metal, and I don't know what it is. But I don't know of any electromagnet you turn on, and when you shut the power off, it keeps the weight suspended.
What's this proximity you speak of this magnetic field?
Well, initially it's several feet with like a junkyard magnet, and then when it comes up into contact with the surface, practically 0. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You're
what
not
about
sure,
the fact that does the magnet remain charged or not charged when the power is removed?
How do you measure this field that you speak of?
Gauss meter, I guess, would be one of the best ways. I could probably also do it with some kind of a spring-loaded scale or something. I could say how much force it exerts.
Have you ever used the Gauss meter?
No. Have you ever seen an electromagnet remain charged after you pull the power?
So if you use a Gauss meter, it specifically says that it's to be used within close proximity, i.e. roughly 11 to 12 inches, due to the strength of this magnetic field. Problem is this magnetic field is still observable past this calculable measured thing. Furthermore, a magnet is no different anatomically or molecularly before it becomes a magnet versus after it becomes a magnet. We must assume that it's a qualitative attribute, not a quantitative attribute that defies a magnet. And when you understand it this way, we can quickly see that if you expose a simple N35 neodymium Gauss magnet to a simple CRT television, you can stand, I think, onwards up to 60 to 80 feet away and see the effects of this magnet across this field disparity across the screen. It's all observable.
I would say from my experience, that's a load of horseshit. But
so if science,
maybe
well, it's
you got
not.
your sensitive monitor.
Yeah, you can do this yourself. You can go get a tube set, an old school tube set television from the thrift store for like $20, and then you can get yourself a nice magnet off eBay, and you can get yourself maybe some binoculars or a friend to kind of help tell you what's taking place as you wave this magnet in across across this tube set from distances that are far said than what is picked up by your Gauss meter. So if what you're saying is accurate, then why is it that we can see these effects when yet you the measure within a set proximity, but yet we see that it's not a quantitative attribute, yet a qualitative, if you even understand what I'm telling you.
I'm not sure why you think this is significant. You basically, if your device says to do it within 12 feet, doesn't mean that's the end, or within 12 inches, doesn't mean that's the end of the magnetic field. It says that's where they prefer you to do your measurements. It's where the equipment is designed to work.
Especially with the shit versions of a Gauss meter. You can get higher end and get increase the distance.
Yeah, so if you got yourself the nicest Gauss meter you could possibly get, and you took a circular magnet, and you were to try to measure the reading of flux upon that face of that magnet, again, it's going to be near zero at the center, and it's going to be exceeding as you get further towards the edge, all due to, like I said, the plane of inertia. You could also see this with a magnet, like this magnet, and take a magnetized steel ball bearing and try to place it at the center of that magnet. It will quickly run off to the edge, and it'll oscillate around the edge of that magnet.
I would think the reason that would happen is that's where the domains meet. And that would be the point where you would have essentially alternating domains, and that's why you would have no magnetic field, because it all alternates.
That's what it is. Centrifugal and centripetal interlacing right there at that plane of inertia, and at the center point, it's only centrifugal. Where on the south-facing side, it would be centripetal, and they interlace there at the edge of this magnet, and you can see this with, like I said, I gave you two simple experiments you can do to showcase this. Actually, I gave you 3 if you include the Gauss meter.
Well, the Gauss meter, I don't understand. You have a device, one that you specifically cited, that only works within 12 inches. What is the maximum range of a Gauss meter? What Gauss meters are out there? What is available? You're just suggesting one or a specific class of Gauss meter.
No matter what Gauss meter you use, I tell you, you're only going to range it within a certain said proximity. Yeah. You're only going to calculate a measure, all right, within a said distance, and that's relatively close, all right? But the problem is we can still see this magnetic field, right, surfacing in a field disparity across this tube set, meaning we can see an effect across this tube set of this television at large distances where the magnetic field is said to be. So if the magnetic field isn't there, then you tell me what the fuck is going on.
And that sounds like that might be one of the more sensitive Gauss meters you could make. Would be something using electron guns. But right now, the Gauss meter you're citing,
this is just a tube set television. Just an old school CRTV.
Your description sounds to me like you could use as a some kind of a rudimentary Gauss meter or an ultra-sensitive Gauss meter if you properly designed it.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I mean, a plasma tube television isn't any far more intricate than the device that's currently used to measure the magnetic field.
The mechanism by which it works, obviously, based on your description, operates at much higher sensitivities than the conventional Gauss meter. So I would think that would mean you could theoretically make a Gauss meter out of the tube, and they work on different conventions. Therefore, yes, they could work better or worse.
You guys are getting me in trouble with my wife. I just had to compliment her like none other to save myself from hell. Thank you for that.
I'm going to ask one more time, just because I don't know if you plan on doing it. Do you plan on giving me the video for the electromagnet?
Oh, you talk about? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I haven't had a chance, man. Like I said, it's been a pretty big battle here. Who am I speaking with, by the way?
Moyak Man.
Moyak Man. Okay, I think I've encountered you in the past.
Probably
yeah,
not.
I'll direct message you something.
All right, thank you.
But yeah, I mean, I got, I still got life to contend with on top of what I do. So bear with me. But yeah, I'll get to that, because I'm confounded upon that too. If what you're saying is true, then I've got to question things. So, and I'm willing to yield to that if the evidence says, and be happy about it. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into it. Right.
Super.
Hey, Jeremy, is Brennan planning on doing a fight night? Or Travis, I guess you might know.
Yeah,
Yeah, no show tonight.
Unfortunate.
Hey,
What you
Moyak,
got, bro? Bring it to us right now. We're open.
No, I just
24/7.
no, I just want to literally fight you. Not with science or facts or anything. I just want to fight you.
Who just cited my name?
yeah, when Dice Low talked about centrifugal and centripetal, that dynamic, you laughed out loud. I was just, why did you?
I don't associate centripetal and centrifugal forces with magnetics like that.
Yeah, but why would you laugh instead of just being curious? Like for him, he said at the end, if what you said is true, thing. It just seems funny to me.
It seems like diametrically opposed subjects, so that's amusing to me.
Well,
I could be wrong.
If you've ever seen a ferrocell or a supercell, you could see this extrapolation of the magnetic field and the interlacing between those two conjugate geometries that I gave you, interlacing, creating this phyllotaxis, if you will, i.e. like a flower of life or a toroidal field. And if you've never seen it, it's pretty simple. It's two optical lenses sandwiched between some ferrosurfactant fluid and a magnet and some light, and it displays the holography of the magnetic field before your eyes, and it's irrefutable, right? Like if you look at what it is, right, it's less than a micron thick of medium ferrite fluid, right, creating this disparity of light and this interlacing between light and dark. The light being the magnetic field and the dark being the dielectric field, all coming to a central point at the nexus of this field here, being the dielectric field, right? And what I'm telling you is that there's no possibility for that amount of ferrofluid to block out light. You've got a shadow being sandwiched between light. Now, where have you seen this ever?
But my amusement before was like centrifugal force. I associate it with motion. I don't see any motion in a magnet. A permanent magnet is very static. Now, as far as the ability of a ferrocell to block light, I have no opinion on that. If you put enough material in between you and the light source, I can see it obscuring light or not obscuring light. I don't know.
I mean, I challenge you to take a look at this, right? This phenomena of the supercell or the ferrocell. You can create it yourself. It's no mystery. But what you're going to see is a similarity between nature and the magnetic field. Like if you look at a sunflower and you look at that geometry that's at the center of that sunflower, that proportionality of 1 to 5. Like I tell you, then,
Fibonacci
and you
sequence.
compare that, and you compare this with what I tell you about the magnetic field and what I tell you about incommensurability, you're going to see this divine connection between magnetism, the dielectric field, and all of nature, literally every.
I definitely won't see that. At least not with my eyes. I know I wouldn't see that.
Well, it's a divine
your
connection,
choice,
so only some people can see it and some can't.
Well, the center of the sunflower, you can see it's clear as day with the Fibonacci sequence and the geometry that's laid out there within.
Have you ever
can see this in everything.
Have you ever run the Fibonacci sequence? I didn't say it. Fibonacci street. I can't say it. You know what I mean? That on what you're observing. You know it's 5 to 1. Have you experimented with it? Calculated it? It may, but
I don't know about 5
like
to
you're
1,
doing
but
somebody else's words.
I don't know about 5 to 1, but it is the
This
Fibonacci.
has all been showcased.
In the showroom showcase.
Have you guys heard that song that Two did, Lateralis? Allegedly, everything in the song is Fibonacci music, and the lyrics all Fibonacci.
They associate so many things with Fibonacci's, goddamn, whatever the hell it is, sequence, that I'm beginning to believe that might be a load of horse shit.
Well, I mean, the pattern it lays out is apparent in a lot of things.
Yeah, but it may mean nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't really mean all that much. It's just a it's similar to whole forces create spheres, just the equal potential from the center. It's just a thing in nature that's supernatural and super easy. So it does come up a lot.
The
It
Fibonacci
has to do with
sequences.
self-fractal
Right.
symmetry of divine proportionalities of, like I said, ratios of 1 to phi. As phi is to 1, this is Plato's divided line. This has been understood for thousands of years, and this isn't nothing new, but it's been withheld in these things that people have just taken for granted. And if you want to deduce it and understand it, like I said, it's all there. You can make you can feel what you want about it, but at the end of the day, you can't deny it if you're not willing to look at the evidence.
Well, by withheld, you mean the thing that's been showed to me on TV on 100 different channels and 100 different venues that's hidden from me?
I think what he's maybe alluding to is the hidden part of it being a divine connection, something otherworldly.
Okay.
That would be the missed part. We acknowledge the Fibonacci sequence, and we acknowledge that it appears to exist in many places throughout nature, but it's that connection between, I guess you could say, our world and a supernatural world. I think that's what he's alluding to, the hidden part.
I'm trying to get a free copy of J.J. Thompson's first publication about electrons, showing his results that led to him being called the discoverer of the phenomena of what we call the electron. And I find lots of things that are behind paywalls, and then now I finally was straightforward enough with what I searched on Google for the first result to be the PDF download. And no matter how many times I click to download this PDF, I get something I've never seen before, where it clicks, turns my screen black, and then does nothing as a result.
Can you DM me, Biodual? Can you DM me, and then I'll try and see what happens?
Yeah, I can send you my exact Google wording, and then it should be your first results too.
Okay. Yeah. I'll see what happens.
All right, go ahead and search that.
Is it the my first result is ub.edu? Is that it?
Yep, that's the one. This will not open.
Oh, I've got it open.
PDF.
10 pages.
Oh, hell yeah. Wonder why it's confusing.
Maybe because it knows you're a flat earther, so it's trying to withhold the truth. And then it knows that I'm a globe earther, so then it's like, oh, yeah, go ahead.
I can literally screen share and show you guys it's not working.
No, you're good. I was just making a joke. But I got it open. Was there keywords that you were specifically looking for, or did you want to look through the whole thing?
Yeah, I was interested in reading it, but he's quoted as saying he's quoted by Ken, and I'm not sure if this is the place, but I would assume his first publication would be in his own wording before this whole thing becomes people messing with his ideas and changing his words and stuff later. So I was expecting this one. Yeah, more raw. I was expecting this one, if anything, to have the word dielectricity or dielectric in it. Or
I'll take a look, yeah.
Cool.
So I do DIE, just die, nothing. I'll try to do perhaps DI dash, and then see if something comes up.
Okay, I could open the one that you sent me.
Oh, even better. There you go. Okay, yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, I search electric, and there's 16 results, but nothing about a dielectric plane or anything. Just talking about electricity traveling through cathode tube and all. So I guess what you're trying to look for, I don't think is in here.
Yeah, it may not be.
The amount of information we have at our fingertips these days. Before we could have been talking on the phone. Then if you wanted to discuss this, we would have had to go to the library, look for the book. Oh, they don't have a book. You gotta go to the other library. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm so surprised that there are flat earthers in this day and age. Because of what you alluded to, is that all the information is readily available almost instantly.
Maybe
You guys
we saw
need
the
to watch the
information.
latest
it
video.
makes sense to
It's
us,
not
that's
the
all.
it's not the accessibility of the information. That's not the issue.
Oh, I know. It's a discernibility. It's the personal interpretation. It's the your ability to decipher the information
Critical
either
thinking,
logically
yes, that's right.
or
Critical
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah, that's right. That's
yeah,
right.
of course, yeah. So I think that is the issue. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
that is
ignorant people
watch the latest upload.
wrongfully deciphering information.
Ignorant people.
It's
Well,
50
yeah, that's my
years.
position. Yeah, my point of
Come
view.
on, Bio.
Manned spaceflight abruptly ends when Nixon leaves office. Manned spaceflight just ends. And never again.
Yep.
That's it right there. That's a ticket.
Yeah,
Hey,
Silent,
to
it's not meant as an insult. It's an observation. Like I'd be happy to say that I'm ignorant about a lot of
Hey,
things.
you understand that I believe you guys are the ignorant ones, right?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
guys
We
believe
both have
we
our
are
point
the
of views.
ignorant.
Yeah, we both have
There
our
you
point
go.
of views. Yeah, of course.
Dude, yesterday they argued that NASA wasn't the US government for about 30 minutes. And after
say?
Link, it was Moyak and I can't remember. I just remember Moyak because he rage quit over it.
Well,
But some
what
other
would you
people
consider
too.
the government? I would consider the government as having power to edit laws or create laws or have governing power over a people. I don't consider NASA to be part of that.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, but
executive
why-
branch.
Yeah, but why would it be NASA.gov then?
No, of course, it resides under the government, but I wouldn't describe NASA as the government.
So that's what I'm talking about. These weird sort of tools of discernment that nothing's nothing anymore. Flat is now curved. War is now peace. Up is now down. And government's not government, not the government. It's just government. It's just some nebulous term. It doesn't
Bio.
really mean anything. It's just government.
Creed is right. You guys been changing these words over the 6.5 years that I've been on this conversation. At first, it was making sense, but then you guys, Sanic and some other guys, started with this bending lines and shit like that. Sorry, there's a noise here.
It's as easy as providing a source explaining spherical geometry, and then seeing that when we're talking about a sphere, and we talk about straight lines, within that context, it's fitting perfectly with our explanations.
Yeah, we don't disagree with that. Exactly. You've got a concept, you've got a model, and all of your definitions in turn fit that model. However, they don't comport with reality.
Of course they do. That's why we would. That's why we would speak in the context of spherical geometry.
Why would you speak in the context of spherical geometry when you're talking about the Earth?
Because the Earth is a sphere.
Great, that's your.
There you go.
Wow. A
Wow,
sphere
what?
with no vertical drop. Unbelievable.
No discernment from these people at all.
A globe with no
Anybody?
curves.
Anybody? Just somebody saying wow.
One day they were.
Yeah, that was George. That was George, and he continued. Travis.
Okay, well, I don't know who. Just I'm saying. I just thought the wow was somebody responding to what I said about that's your.
No, he was responding to what I said. He said he was responding wow to I said the Earth is a sphere.
One day they were trying to tell me that Polaris
A sphere with no curves.
doesn't drop.
What? They said Polaris doesn't drop.
I don't know. I just stopped my sentence because somebody interrupted, so I stopped.
Oh, you good? George went back on mute.
He's right, though. You got a sphere with no drop from horizontal. One day they were trying to tell me that Polaris. I was arguing that we're measuring drop from horizontal. 69 degrees. 69 miles every per degree. And they were like, no, it's dropping from vertical. It's dropping from vertical. You know what that means? Dropping from vertical.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Don't keep this secret away from us.
It's not a secret. I don't know what dropping from vertical means. I know what drop from horizontal means. I've never even heard. Does that make sense to you? Drop from vertical?
What
dropping vertical?
What does drop from horizontal mean?
You have a horizontal, and then you have vertical drop from that horizontal. Drop from horizontal.
Okay, what
You know
does
what drop from vertical means? Listen, we all know what drop from horizontal
Drop
means.
is always vertical, right? That's what you're saying,
don't try-
Jeremy. It's really simple.
Yes, things drop from a horizontal.
Can
And you have vertical drop from a horizontal. Now, we don't have something drop from vertical.
I think it's just a misspeak. I think it was.
No. We were arguing for a good 10, 20 minutes. We were arguing for a good 10, 20 minutes on this drop from vertical thing. It was not a misspeak.
It took 10, 20 minutes for someone not to say, oh yeah, I meant to say it's dropping vertically. It took 20 minutes for someone not to say that?
It wasn't a misspeak. They didn't misspeak. They meant drop from vertical, not drop from horizontal.
But Jerry, if you're at the North Pole and you have the Polaris directly above you, it's vertical, like it's above you, right?
Right. And then if it starts dropping, does it drop from horizontal or drop from vertical?
Well, it has to drop from vertical.
Drop from vertical.
Yeah,
What is drop from vertical? Can you show me like a diagram or something with drop from vertical?
Can you draw a vertical?
Or what that?
Can you
Yes,
draw
I
a vertical?
Can draw a vertical. I can draw a vertical line. Yes.
And a horizontal line. Yes.
Yes, in a horizontal line.
Same way that you drop from the horizontal, I guess you could just drop from the vertical. No.
I don't think that verbiage is correct though, mailman, because it's what he's saying. We would agree drop from horizontal is when you establish a horizontal line, perhaps, and then in reference to that line, you're dropping in the vertical direction. So you're dropping from horizontal, your reference. But if your reference is a vertical line, then how are you dropping from that vertical line? Because you're only going to be on that vertical line when you change vertically. So I think it is a misspeak, perhaps. I wouldn't use those words. I would just say it's dropping vertically. But
No,
it's not that big a deal, I think.
It wasn't a misspeak. I'm telling you, Mole Man tried to do it just now.
I kind of understood what they meant. I mean, if you didn't, then okay. But I mean, I think that's what they meant.
Oh, you understand what it means? What's drop from vertical mean?
I just told you what I think they meant with it.
All right, let me ask you, Jeremy. Let me ask you a question. If you go to Six Flags or whatever, and they've got this tower terror, you drop straight down. Is that a drop from?
No, you can't drop from vertical. That doesn't even make coherent sense. You go up.
You go up straight to the top. At that point,
yeah.
You'll drop. I don't have a problem with the concept. Sense. I mean.
Yeah, I don't think it's
a drop from.
Yeah. If you can only drop from horizontal, then you can never drop from above the horizontal.
Now we're talking about the sphere.
No, the reference.
Draw a circle.
Is
draw a circle and see what we're talking about. Dropping from horizontal, vertical drop.
Oh, I can show you a GIF, George. I got you.
Yeah.
The point was, I was arguing that Polaris is we're measuring the drop from horizontal, because that was when I was doing the Polaris drop and thing on Earth drop with the linear and squared functions, and you guys were trying to weasel out of it every fucking way you possibly could by saying no, Polaris isn't dropping from a horizontal, it's dropping from vertical, like all the tricks in the book you guys pulled out over this one.
Yeah, sure. So I guess I disagree with that verbiage. How about that?
Anyone would. It's incoherent gibberish. Yeah.
What's the problem?
When do you have Polaris at your horizontal? When do you see that?
Man, your mic's a little crackly.
Oh, sorry. When do you see Polaris at your horizontal?
That's not what he said, though.
Yeah, but that's not what
What
I was just asking.
what he's saying? Let me see. Maybe with my accent, you guys understand better. If you
I don't know.
if you would have hypothetically, because you cannot, no one can do this, being on the zenith of the of Polaris, yeah, exactly at 90 degree from Polaris. You understand so far?
Yeah, it's right above them.
Right above. No, but at 90 degree, you need to have a straight baseline and a vertical line.
What?
He's just
You know what a
describing a
90 degree angle, a
You have a
straight
horizontal and a
angle.
vertical.
Correct. You have a horizontal and a vertical. You have a 90 degree angle. As you move on the baseline, your angle to Polaris starts to decrease. As you move on a straight line, every time you do take a reading back to Polaris, you will see a drop. Now that drop is the angle drop to the zenith of Polaris. You are still moving on a straight line, a zero line, in order to do this triangle.
No, not if it's going to be a degree change that's changing linearly. You will not be on a straight line by definition.
No, it doesn't change linearly.
It
what I'm
does. Every
saying.
69 miles
It's a
is 1
triangle.
degree.
It doesn't change.
That's a linear function, but that doesn't
Yeah,
imply that you're on a line. By
it's a straight
definition,
line, yeah.
it would have to be a curved line if we're talking about a linear function of degree change.
Not at all. Geometry.
No, that's by definition.
Triangle.
Yes, geometry.
The
by
base, yeah,
definition.
the baseline of that triangle. That's how the navigators use the triangulation. We're just doing it the other way around. We are starting at the zenith, moving outwards from the zenith. And
Right,
from
right. And
any
if you have
position that you move outwards, yeah, if you get a compass to the zenith, and from your position to the zenith, from the angle that you're reading, in order to see how many degrees you are away from it, you'll draw a circle of equal altitude in order to establish where your position on the ground. Now, what we're trying to do here is the reverse of that.
You're missing my point here. Is that when you're making these degree changes, if it is a linear function, for example, every 69 miles is 1 degree. 1 degree is 69 miles in distance. If you have this linear function, by definition, using geometry, as you said, it has to be on a curved surface. A flat surface will not allow a linear relationship like this.
That's how we do triangles, my friend. The baseline, the zero line of this triangle needs to be flat and straight. That's why I asked you at the beginning if you understand what the 90 degree meant.
Yes, of course, and you're not doing it to the horizon. You're doing it above the horizon. Your horizontal won't meet the horizon. All these things. I understand that. Do you understand when I say the linear function, that relationship with a point source in the sky? If it is a linear function, as you move away from it, you are on a curved surface by definition.
No, that's begging the question, my friend. You are thinking
that isn't by definition.
When you are doing this observation, that's what you're thinking. You're thinking about the sphere, not thinking about the plane, because you are not doing triangulation, are you? Once that you do triangulation, because for you to do what we're talking about, you're going to need a sextant, because the sextant is the instrument to measure these angles that we're talking about.
If you want to bring up a sextant, that's fine, man, because then I'll just bring up the dip angle correction.
It will only work if the baseline, the zero line, is straight.
Right,
from your position to the GP. And this is the reverse. It's from the GP outwards.
Oh my God, George! And the way that you get that is you measure the angle between the horizon and that planetary body. Then you make a dip angle correction. Now you have that horizontal line, and now you have an accurate reading. But that's accounting for a curvature of the Earth. And I'm not speaking to that. I'm specifically speaking to the axiom of a linear function using angles. If it's a linear function, you are by definition on a curved surface. That's what I'm speaking to.
You're wrong.
I'm not speaking to triangulation. I'm speaking to one type of system in which we move in one direction.
Listen,
and we measure a linear relationship between our distance and the degree change. That's all I'm speaking to.
You need to have a straight line from your position to the zenith of the star that we are observing. That's in order to have the 90-degree angle to the star. The baseline is to be straight and flat. You cannot have a curve, otherwise it wouldn't work. This only works on the flat plane.
No, it doesn't. It works at your local position. Whether the Earth is flat or sphere, your local position, you can do the same method. Where it differs is that you'll have to make these dip angle corrections when you're using the sextant. Then you can get an accurate reading. That's separate from what I'm speaking to.
Dip angles. Wait a second. What dip angles are you talking about?
Oh fuck, man! If you're going to bring up a sextant and not understand an almanac or understand a dip
which
angle
dip angles
correction,
you talking
then what
about?
are you bringing up a sextant for?
No, which dip angles you talking about?
Because if you want to establish a horizontal, you're not going to use the horizon for precise measurements. You use the horizon. You use the angle between the horizon and the planetary body, and you get a value. Then you use a dip angle correction, depending on your observer height, to subtract from that angle. Now you have an angle from horizontal to that planetary body. Now you can properly navigate. Do you understand any of the words that I said, George?
You're wrong. You're wrong in there. Half wrong.
Give me a second here. Give me a second here. It's Friday night. Everybody's going to get excited. Just let's have good communication. There's no reason to attack personally, but hardly any accurate measurements to planetary bodies using the angles anyway. But the sextant is accurate to a certain degree. But carry on. Just acknowledge that it's Friday night. Everybody's going to be in here.
Is this a live show? What the fuck? So glad we got that interruption. George, do you understand anything that I said explaining the sextant and the measurements that you make?
You didn't explain properly. That's the problem. Because no matter the distance to the horizon, you need to bring the sextant when you're doing the measurement as close as you can to the zero line.
Again, he's muted, so he's not going to be able to respond right now. I'm not really going to use him as an example, but everyone should already know you don't do that to a mod. So I'm going to state it again. It's Friday night. Everybody's excited. Everybody can have a good time, but nobody needs to act like that. So I'll take him off of mute, but let's pay attention.
Rakia, whose show is today? What we're talking about?
I don't think we're live.
We don't, right?
No, we're not. That's why I said great interruption, because there's nothing going on as far as a live show like that, and Brandon isn't having one at his. So we can.
What do you mean interruption? What are you talking about?
But there was a topic being discussed between me and George, and it was actually pretty cordial, even if it was high energy. Now look what we're talking about.
Yeah. No.
Let's get back to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, George.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah,
Okay.
Let's get back to it.
So you are observing a star up in the sky, regardless of the distance to the horizon. Now, you know on your charts the GP of that star, the location of that star. And in order for you to do the triangulation required with the sextant, you need to be able to draw a straight line from your position to the GP of that star, regardless if the GP of that star is 20 or 30 or 50 or 100 miles away from you. Obviously, the horizon is going to be way closer to you. That's why you need to bring the mirror of the horizon to the bottom, as close as you can to the flat surface, zero line, in order for you to have a more accurate reading. So it's from you to the star and from you to the GP of the star that gives you the triangulation that we're talking about. And that gives you that radius. That straight line is a radius that you need in order to draw a circle of equal altitude, meaning anyone on that perimeter of that circle is at the same level. This is just one reading of one star. Once you repeat this with the two other celestial bodies, you'll find your position on the ground.
Right, George. Simple question. You questioned me on the dip angle correction. What is the almanac used for?
The dip angle that you're talking about, I don't know which one. That's why I'm asking you which one you refer to.
Fantastic. So when you make your initial reading from the horizon to that planetary body within the sextant, you have the two viewing ports, I guess you could say. You line them up and you get your angle. Blah blah blah. That's not where you're done, and this isn't where you start triangulation or use that angle. You have that particular angle, and you're going to subtract from that your dip angle correction depending on your observer height, and that's what the almanac is going to help you with. It's going to be that your observer height plus refraction, blah blah blah, whatever the specific. but that's what you're going to use. So you have the initial angle, planetary body, and horizon. Let's say it's 70 degrees. Then you check in your almanac that I was, 200 feet because I'm on an aircraft carrier, 200 feet above the sea level. And then depending on that value, I'm going to subtract that from that initial 70 degrees. Now I have an accurate reading because now I've established that horizontal. Because you don't establish horizontal with the horizon. You have to use these corrections to get your horizontal. Then you have an actual reading.
Yeah, the deep angle we're talking about is you need to bring your reading down to the as close as you can to the surface, which is what you're talking about, the deep angle.
It's if you were to look out eye level, 200 feet high, and you had absolute precision. When you look out at eye level, the horizon is going to be below that. So that's what that correction is. Because if you measure horizon to the planetary body, you're not making a horizontal or angle from horizontal reading. You're just doing a random
Understand?
angle from
I
horizon
agree
to planetary
entirely.
body. So that's where that dip error correction is. That dip error is that dip from horizontal to the horizon.
I agree entirely. The only thing we are missing here is that line doesn't stop at the horizon. It continues to the GP of the star, completely flat and plain.
Oh, sure, yeah. If you're far enough, sure.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But that has nothing to do with the Earth shape. As I told you before, this is why I wanted to specifically talk about the axiom of it, is that if you have a linear relationship between a planetary body and the angle change, if that's a linear function, you're by definition on a curved surface. You cannot be on a flat surface and have a linear relationship between the distance you travel and the angle change. You cannot have that by definition.
Don't you realize that these measurements are way beyond the constraints of the geometry of 3959 radius of Earth?
Oh, I don't care what the actual value of the radius of the Earth is. It's the definitional, or it's the axiom of this relationship. That's what I'm speaking to. The actual radius, that value can be whatever you want it to be. That relationship of a linear function with an angle change in distance is on a curved surface.
Yeah, it debunks the sphere. There is no sphere.
That's what I'm establishing right now.
Is debunking the sphere, as you admitted. In order to do these readings, you need to have your baseline, your zero line needs to be straight from your position to the GP of the star, regardless how far away the star is. Because as you know,
that line has to be straight. The Earth doesn't have to be straight.
Yeah.
Just that line.
Oh, the Earth doesn't have to be straight. Why not?
Because we have the dip error
It's
correction.
observed to be straight.
No.
I'll
We have
refer
the
you
dip error
back to the black
correction.
swan. I'll refer you back to the black swan image.
Oh man,
For
we're not
10
going to
miles,
change
it's
topics,
straight
man.
as it can be. Well, the Earth is flat. You have no
That's your
sphere.
assertion. That's the debate. I understand that. That's what we're talking about. Just because you assert it doesn't mean it's a valid argument to make. That's what we are talking about. So so I just want you to I would like you to address what I'm saying about the axiom of a curved surface. Can you address any of that, or do you want to continue talking
Where is
about
this
something
curved
else?
surface we're talking about? Because
Under
we're
our
not
feet.
measuring any curves, are we?
That's one way that we can measure
we
it.
are
That's one
drawing
way.
a straight line, as you agree. We are drawing a straight line from your position to the GP of that star. So no curves. I don't know why you're going to calculate the curve, because it's non-existent.
I'm giving you an axiomatical fact about this relationship between something that you measure with an angle, you move with distance, and then it changes by a particular amount depending on the particular amount of distance you change, a linear function. This relationship only occurs on a curved surface. We know it happens in reality, and that's why I will assert and validate that the Earth is a sphere.
So if I was to show you something, that was dropping, if we were walking on a flat surface, but I could show you something dropping on a linear function, that would do what for you?
Given that very hyper specific scenario, then the what we're walking on is a curved surface. Assuming that light source isn't moving.
I go to my road. I go to my street outside. I'll go to my street outside, and I'll position myself under the lamppost. As I'm walking away from the lamppost on my my flat road, I can see the phenomena that we are talking about. And meanwhile, I'm still walking on the flat surface, and I can see the light post dropping away from me.
Yes, yes,
Now,
I
if
don't
you
disagree
do,
that it would drop, but it won't be a
oh
linear
well,
relationship.
it is a linear relationship because now we're gonna do triangulation in order to determine how far away that lamppost is from me.
No, you're missing the point completely.
No,
Because
I'm not missing the point. You are
when
missing
you're
the
on your
point.
street, when you're on your street and you have that one light post, I agree when you walk away that it's going to reduce in angular size and it's going to approach the horizon, all these things. I do agree to that. But if you actually took measurements, that drop that it experiences would not be a linear relationship with the distance you travel from it.
Yes, it is. It's what's called
Wow.
convergence due to the right. Yeah, due to the right Rayleigh Deuterium. And the problem
Paw
is, man,
Patrol, Paw
is no
Patrol
parallel
will be
lines.
there on the double.
Excuse me. Hello.
Oh,
You
my
guys
bad.
doing that? It's my top mic.
My bad.
No, yeah, what the fuck was that? So no parallel lines.
Top mic, brother.
Is that a
parallel
kids show?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that interruption. Parallel lines all converge. All right.
Sorry
so
about that.
no matter what, your distance is always going to be antecedent to what you're perceiving and how it converges with that supposed horizon in appearance. This is a perceptual, perceivable, discernible argument that is validated through the Rayleigh criterion and due to the nature of the eye.
Now, the
There's no
example that
mystery
I
here.
mentioned, you can exemplify anywhere you like. Lamppost, above your head, even in your room, if you want to.
So you said it doesn't match a curved surface because it's dropping at a linear function. So a squared function would match a flat surface.
I haven't actually given much thought to the to flat. What I know is that on a flat surface, when you're moving away, it won't be a linear function because it will essentially slow down the rate of this fall in degrees. So if you move, if it's at 90 degrees right above you and you move, let's say 10 feet, it may move to 80 degrees. When you move another 10 feet, it won't move another 10 degrees. And that's how I know it's not a linear function. The actual function, I'm not 100% sure.
I just told you.
Well, I've had
about.
the Globers actually admit that things are dropping in a linear function on Earth when you switch it over to degrees.
Yeah, that's the point. There's a linear function when
Do you
you're talking
think
about
that's
the
true?
degrees.
Do you think that statement's true though, or
When we're talking about degrees of a planetary body that we're looking at and moving with distance on the surface, there is a linear function, and axiomatically that means we're on a curved surface.
Ah,
so
that
you're
explains a
saying-
lot
you're
because
saying that things
we're not
are-
standing on a planet, though.
Oh fuck me, man! Yeah, of course it's a planet. I'm
Go
saying
ahead,
a curved
George, go
surface.
No, we're not standing on a planet. Those things in the sky that you call planets, we are not one of those.
I'm talking. Those are stars.
Yeah,
So-
the Navy has a laser cannon attached to a boat that shoots up to 7 miles away, straight as a crow flies. So if what you're saying was true, then what they would have to be doing is shooting through the surface of the water to hit their target, and they're clearly not doing that due to the fact that that beam is traveling parallel to the surface, hitting its target at said distances, which denotes your whole understanding of your Pythagorean paradigm of 8 inches per mile
No,
squared.
dice low, but the bullet dropped.
Hold
bro.
on.
It's all
hold on.
calculated.
It's very important, Silent. Very important. What you just said and described this this laser, no, that is not at all how it happens. There is a direct line of fire, and I'll even pull up Jin's meme because Jin posts it all the time. There's a direct line of fire distance, then there's an indirect line of fire distance. What you described is so wrong, it's not even funny. But let me find Jin's meme. 1 second.
The problem here is the only way for your scenario to work is if it was a segmented beam, and in fact it's a constant beam, and in fact they actually aim at the target, they don't lead the target. So everything you said is only contrary to what would be known as a ballistics. But when we're talking about a laser, a continuous beam, it would have to hit the target due to the fact that the beam is never going to do what you're saying it does as far as arcing over this curve to hit this target being led. It doesn't make sense in any which way.
It's not a beam. It's not a beam. First of all, it is a ballistic. It is it is fired using electromagnetism. That is the baseline of how it's fired, but it is still a ballistic that comes out of it. And yes, there is a giant arch for these distances. I believe off the top of my head, I believe it reaches an altitude of 350,000 feet. But again, I'm going to find Jen's meme so we can get it straight. But you're so wrong about so many things about this. Do you actually have information for this that you could validate? Probably not, I would assume.
I could post a WikiLeaks article on it, but nevertheless,
Go for it.
It pulsates in a series that produces this continuous beam, and it's a rapid oscillation at which it's using this electromagnetic projection. But again, that's only to create a further punch. It's not some like little pea shooter that's shooting these photons, for example. It's a laser, i.e., a laser beam. Thank you.
It isn't. It isn't. What's coming out of it? Can
you show me a laser bullet?
Let's say that they're using it to
laser
fire.
bullet.
Let's say that they're using it to fire at me, my body. They are not shooting photons at my body. You understand that?
Oh, really? Because I thought what light was at its most fundamental understanding was photons.
You're missing exactly what I'm saying. They're not shooting light. They are shooting a ballistic using electromagnetism.
Oh, so you think electromagnetism and light are two separate things? Is that what you're telling me right now?
No. What I'm telling you is that it is a ballistic that comes out of it, and I do have the meme. 1 second, I'm going to save it.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about a railgun?
So you're talking.
Yes,
hold on, he's
the
talking about
electromagnetic railgun. Yes.
No, I'm not talking about a railgun. I said a laser cannon. I didn't say a railgun.
About the same thing. You
Yeah,
guys may
he's
not be
jumping
talking about the
topics.
same thing.
Yeah, I think y'all
not
talking
listening.
about different things. Because
Yeah,
Diceless
I'm
says
talking
no
about
to
a laser
a
cannon.
railgun, and Jan's saying yes. So.
I've never heard of anything about a cannon that shoots photons.
Yeah.
That's in practice.
So because like I said, yeah, they have a laser cannon, and I was being funny when talking about a pea shooting photon cannon because that's not how lasers work. It's a continuous light source, i.e., a laser beam. So what he's saying would only make sense if they had laser bullets, which they don't have.
Could you post your source so we know what you're talking about? If there's
you guys
a
are
chance that we're
talking about two
something
different
different.
things. Is what
Yeah,
happened.
dude, you guys are talking about two different things. Hold on, Dicelo. Bio. He's talking about the lasers they use to paint the target.
No, he's not. So if you could post your source, no, he's not, because that'd be something totally different. So if you could post a source for what you're talking about, I have a picture here in the chat. This is what Jin provides, and this is what I assume that you meant, because it is a railgun using electromagnets to fire it, to give it its trajectory. And this does indirect line of sight, over long distances. And it's a similar distance to what you were talking about, so that's why I assume this was it.
Yeah, they're definitely talking about two different
I got
things.
something here. I'm posting it. Yeah, I'm posting it here in main chat for you.
Main chat or live stream 2?
Live stream text 1. It says U.S. Navy's laser weapon in action.
Right. So you headline read. Did you look into it more?
Excuse me?
Unfortunate.
Excuse me? Is this all this guy does? Is come in here and poison the well?
I'm not poisoning the well. Do you have more
this?
information? Do you have more information than just the headline?
Have you gotten away with this for so long that you think it's acceptable to just come in here and destroy
You
perfectly
posted it?
good communication?
Here, I posted it in the proper chat because we're in live stream 2. It's in live stream 2 text now. This is what he posted.
He's asking for more information, Dicelo.
Right.
Well, he got plenty of information tonight. What he's going to do with it? Is
You
the
guys are
question.
definitely talking about two different things. Okay.
I posted another Wikipedia citation of what I speak of. So maybe you should read up on it, Bio.
Fantastic. I'm going to read up on it. Yeah, of course I am.
Okay, so this is interesting. I missed the earlier conversation around this though. Like, what is the? So what about this?
Well,
it is a
dive right in,
mega
Chronic.
laser.
Chronic.
So what I
dive
was
right
saying,
in, bro.
Yeah. So what I was saying was that this can only be existent if your little Pythagorean theorem of what you guys say is, you know, surface curve wasn't valid.
Wait, who just said that? Who said they missed the
Didn't
conversation?
you say that
I did.
it had a range of 7 miles? That's not very
Yeah,
far.
it's 7 miles. Well, think about how many inches do we have at 7 miles?
Where do you have 7 miles at? What I'm reading here, with tests going well, the Navy expected to deploy a laser weapon operationally between 17 and 21 with an effective range of 1 mile.
That's pretty far though for a laser beam.
I can't find 7 miles.
That's dumb far for a laser beam. A mile.
Sure, but I can't find
I mean, yeah,
7
like,
miles.
if you,
Sure.
to
Not a
focus
very
a
effective
laser
weapon.
across that distance to still be fire starting is pretty impressive.
That's what I mean. Emerald. Oh, all right. I thought you were another.
They
You
have,
sound just like Krennic.
they have to use some not Google. I mean, like lens to see the light, right?
Finish your
Hey,
food.
I don't know what
Sonic.
wavelength that's firing.
I'm not
at
eating.
here.
I was drinking
Yeah,
water.
you are.
They specify some
You're eating.
power usages.
Yeah, you
What
are.
the fuck is wrong with you?
Don't bullshit, man.
I'm not eating. I was eating. At this point, I'm not eating.
So
Darn it, you
where's
made me
this
hungry.
7 miles?
Idiot.
Yo, I want to see a video.
Settle down, man.
We got any video of this 1 mile laser beam?
Well,
Fucking
what?
shit up.
There's some media footage, but I'm more interested in the 7 mile claim. Now that we're on the same page of what we're talking about, I don't see any information for a 7 mile shot.
Yeah, I'm looking further into it. They might have taken it off since I've exposed this publicly.
Oh, of
But
course.
yes,
Yeah.
it was effective. It was effective up to 7 miles, is what I've read into upon my initial examination, and I'm just trying to see where exactly, if at all,
Are
it
you
still
sure
has.
pretty
the
big
seven,
leap,
are you sure the
though.
top of the 7 wasn't a lot smaller and angled down a little bit?
That's a
And
pretty
keep in
big
mind,
Very
leap.
possible,
if it's a
but
media report, sometimes the media gets things wrong, just simply wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't read too much into what I thought it said 7 or it said 7, and now only says 1. That might be just a simple correction on the part of the reporter.
Still, 1 mile is pretty fucking far, though. I want to see this 1 mile laser.
For a
in
laser,
action.
yeah, that's impressive.
Not impressive as far as a weapon goes.
Yeah, even
Oh,
if
yeah.
it were 7 miles, it would only for at least the model for Globe Earth, it would only require about being off the surface of the water about 35 feet. It's like a typical naval vessel. So I think the bigger issue would be the power required to keep it that far to get reliable information. But the 7 mile distance has no problem when you're on the deck of a naval vessel.
But this is a weapon, right? What do you mean? Reliable.
Yeah, I don't
information?
think this is painting targets as much as it's just blasting them till they catch on fire.
That's what it seems like. Yeah.
Is it laser? Wait, are we lasing targets or are we like lighting shit up like Star Wars style?
That's what it seems like.
I think it's infrared because it's ostensibly invisible, and I would guess they don't want to irradiate their enemies and as much as they want them to burn. So I would
this is
assume it's
setting
on-
this is setting them on fire. We're trying to set
yeah,
shit on fire.
somewhere in the video it shows.
More about optical sensors, it looks like. It's like zapping the other guy's stuff.
You know what they use to burn shit? This shit gets so hot if a bird flies through the middle of this, it just fries to a crisp. There's a field somewhere, and they produce electricity and they like boil water or some shit for the steam. But they got like a field of mirrors all pointing at this one spot,
Jeremy,
like a
you're
tower.
talking about a salt generator.
No, I don't think it's salt. It's in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, it's liquefied salt in that tank that they're pouring in
Maybe.
there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the liquid is, but they're boiling something. They're getting a lot of heat in this one spot, and I feel like that'd be a dope ass weapon if you just had a few ships. You know, not with mirrors, but you could use like laser beams. If you had a whole bunch of ships hitting the same spot, then do it like way quicker.
This is a
I
bit
should
of a
have
meta
been a.
question, but sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
This is a bit of a meta question, but this is a new server, right? Like, what prompted the sort of mass migration?
I don't know. I woke up one day, everyone was there. I had no choice.
That's the same mine too. It just seemed like a thing that happened.
The lack of
Yeah.
cliche.
I think people wanted to know more about the ether, so we had to build something, a server to house.
What ether?
The ether we swim.
What is it?
I think it's about time we move past the ether and move on to the ether.
What's the difference?
That might have been some
Is this a
joke I didn't get. I don't know.
Is this like is this like a clerical error or something?
No, never mind. It was, I guess, just a very bad joke.
Shame on you. Shame.
No, I typically
Shame
like
on
the
you.
joke, so it'll click eventually.
Now, what ether?
I gotta get ready for
Where is
jiu-jitsu,
it?
good.
Where's the ether at?
It's all around you, man.
So this is something physical then?
It's just like gravity, all around you.
This is like space-time shit?
Mm-hmm.
No bendy
Oh, so we
space
got
time bullshit.
You actually
Same
have
shit.
evidence for this.
Yeah, just look up scalar tech, man. Look up Tesla's death ray and when the people that have expounded upon it since he's no longer with us and the discoveries they've made from that, because there's been a ton of it. And I gotta get ready for jiu-jitsu, so I'll be back later. Cheers.
Just look at something other than what we're talking about, and then we are gonna say that that thing that is moving is the ether.
I mean, I could fuck with the ether if there was some, like, solid shit for it.
Yeah, people have attempted to validate it. Just
What about
no
Michael
validation yet.
Morley? What about Michael Morley? I always hear him talking about that.
The simplest way to put it with Michael Morley is that they attempted to validate an ether, and then within their experiment, they measured a value. That value fell within the error bar. So then someone else had suggested to them to repeat the experiment with higher precision equipment. When they did that, that same measured value was now reduced and again falling within the error bar. So it seems as though that value that they measured is just an error within the equipment. What they expected was, off the top of my head, they expected 30 times that value, or 20 times that value, but they got within the error bar.
You have this shit memorized, huh, Bio?
Lemon brings it up so fucking often, man.
I heard that so many times over and over. Now, what did he just bring up about stellar or something, or scale or something?
Oh, I don't know. There's an Aries failure that's a stellar observation, but it essentially the same thing. But that's basically Michael Morley. They had a measurement, but it was 20 times less than they expected, as well as falling within the error bar. And then when repeated with higher precision, that value reduced, but still within the error bar, leading to the conclusion that that value is proportional to the errors within the equipment.
So there's no ether.
That was enough to discredit that shit, right? But you guys have measurements with the error of 20 to the negative some shit, and it's still believable, right, Bio?
Are you talking about Kaku and what he talks about as the?
Yeah, I'm talking about exactly that shit.
Yeah, do we ever bring up that measurement or that topic?
Well, you missed my point, right?
Yeah, there's a huge error between what was measured and what was estimated, but I don't recall anybody bringing up that topic as a reality. That's a part of science that sure appears fucked up, but we don't bring that topic up, right?
Why not?
Because there is such an error bar that I don't think anybody within this community would bring that up.
Isn't your model built based on those numbers?
The spherical Earth has nothing to do with those measurements for that quote unquote catastrophe.
Yeah, it has everything to do, right? Because they move in harmony with each other, right?
Well, here, if you think it's an issue, can you explain what the problem was and what they expected?
No, I just use it as an
doing?
example. I just use it as an example of how they dismissed this thing that it was a small reading, right? As a mistake or an error. But when you have such a big mistake or error on your numbers, then we can just say, well, it's the best we got here. We can keep going with this theory.
Yeah, they're trying to improve that initial experiment. What's the problem?
That's the only reason why I brought it up.
Right. They attempted to improve the Michelson-Morley too, and when they improved it, that value reduced proportionally. So
all right. Other than that, what's their other next best evidence for ether?
I think Lemon's starting to bring up Michelson-Gale, but I'm not as familiar with that.
And this is all based on light, though. The Michelson-Morley thing was based on light, right?
Basically, yeah.
Well, light's a very mysterious thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, people do.
Let there be light, Jeremy.
I think people still do a version of the Michelson-Morley, obviously, like people do the Cavendish, but in a vacuum. So it's like a modified version. I think people still do it, but it hasn't come up with results, positive results for the ether. I mean,
you know the pistol shrimp that does the sonoluminescence thing. They still can't figure that out. I mean, light the double.
Oh yeah, we
split.
can, dude.
So many
We
things
know
with
all
light
that
is just light's magical. You know about the pistol strip, but you don't know why the light.
Real quick, Jeremy, I'm gonna find the actual quote from Michelson's journal in which he says we should have got a reading of bleh, but it turned out 20 times less. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna show you that just so I'm not just speaking.
It's fine. I believe it's fine. I mean, whatever you said, it's within the error margin, and they got better tools. Did it again? It was even lower, but still within the error margin. I mean, I don't know. Whatever.
I'm just gonna provide you the information just so it's not.
Really. Yeah. I'm not gonna look at it seriously. Don't even. I appreciate your attempt, but.
I understand. Yeah.
Like I'm not an ether person, so it's like really doesn't even matter if there is or isn't an ether. I mean, it's the same way with like mass attracting mass too. I could do mass attracting mass. That's fine. That'd be fine with me if that was actually a thing. I'd be cool with that. That could work on flat Earth. So.
Yep. I guess for other people in the room, I did post a link, live stream chat 2. It's page 341, and he essentially says, hence the displacement to be expected was 0.4 fringe, which is essentially a deviation. The actual displacement was certainly less than the 20th part of this, and probably less than the 40th part. And then blah, blah, blah. He continues after that. But that'll be from the horse's mouth. So I don't know why Lemon brings it up so often. I honestly don't. But it's easy to respond to.
They didn't measure nothing.
Correct. That's why I said there is a measurement that is there. But as you repeat the experiment with higher precision, that value reduces. You would expect it to stay the same if it was a real measured value of something. It just seems to be an error within the equipment.
Well, how much? Well, here's something interesting. Have they detected just as much ether in that experiment as you guys have detected when it comes to measuring dark energy?
Oh, I don't know anything about dark energy, man. So I couldn't say.
Well, you'd have to acknowledge that these are probably going to be overlapping fields.
Maybe, man. I don't know enough about dark energy to even say if that's a true equivocation. I have no idea, man.
Huh? I said, hold on. I got a giant thing in the middle of the floor.
Hot mic?
Oh, my bad.
I think there's just as much evidence for the ether as there is for dark energy or dark matter. Even they'll say that the most expensive substance in the world or in the universe is dark energy, but you know, I think Michelson-Morley, they got just as much of a reading as those guys did.
Maybe. Do you have values that we could look into and perhaps take a look at?
You posted some, and I would just hold that evidence up against whatever they have for dark energy.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you said you think it's about as much of a measured value or perhaps a proportional value. So I assume that you have values. And I told you I'd know nothing about dark energy. But if you have information, if you have experiments, if you have measurements, I'd be glad to look at it.
Going back to the Michelson-Morley and Airy experiment, I mean, there was quite some perplexity which arose by the results of that experiments, even to the point when Lawrence or like famous physicists asked themselves in a famous citation, like, what if the Earth is so that its motion can't be detected? And there are even Einstein citations which say, like, he thinks it can't be detected since the Earth revolves the sun. And in a way, so the results of, or no, not the results, but the results of the experiment and its agreement with the its contradiction to the theory is really brutal, you know?
That was so cute, Bio, when you said dark energy experiments.
Right. I'm super ignorant when it comes to dark energy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you can't do an experiment on it. Absolutely not. Maybe in your version of an experiment, you could actually. I don't know.
Has anyone done the double slit experiment with hot dogs yet?
They did them with pretty big objects. I think it was claimed to do it with things you could see with your naked eye. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But they have been doing it with bigger and bigger objects. I mean, objects with mass, right? I'm not sure. I'd have to look up on it. Look it up again.
That's interesting. Like with objects with mass, would the mass be effect because photons don't have mass? Would they...
That's what I'm saying. You have weird shit going on with this massless whatever thing that you guys say. But now I think I don't know. Does a buckyball have mass?
What's that? I don't know what that is.
Let me Google it real quick.
I mean, I think you could do it just because you can do the double slit experiment yourself, I guess, quite so easily.
What's molar mass? If something has molar mass, then it has mass, right?
I would think so.
It has density and shit. Yeah, buckyball.
It has to have mass then.
Oh wait, it's called a Buckminster Fullerene. Fullerene? Is that a buckyball?
I have no idea. I don't even know what a buckyball is.
There we go. Buckyball, the magic molecule. Popular science.
I don't know what that is.
You guys got to get up on your buckyballs, man. I've never heard anyone talk shit about a buckyball, and we don't even know. Nobody here even knows about them. We all heard all these other arguments a million times. You're walking around not even knowing what buckyballs are. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I've never heard of a buckyball.
Yeah.
Like a child's toy. Or something that a dog chews on.
Yeah, right. It's like a hacky sack, but you use a buckyball and you don't use your feet or something. I don't know. Why would you ask that though? That was a very random thing.
Yeah, it was random. I was just wondering, like, if it's been done with something with mass.
I believe so. I've heard that they did it with a buckyball. I don't even know if that's 100% sure, but I've heard they did it with a buckyball, and I'm pretty sure one of those they have mass. They have an atomic weight and shit.
Yeah, then they have to have mass. It's a molecule. Can you do it with like water molecules or something? I don't know. Would be interesting to do it.
Let me just Google the biggest. They said on Quora. On Quora, they said buckyballs. That was actually the first one. Do you trust Quora? Do you trust Live Science?
Sure.
Let's see what Live Science said about it. Largest molecules yet behave like waves in a quantum double slit. What's up? My whole page is white.
It's a quantum page.
The page won't even load. It must have went through the other slit or something.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
You didn't check for the which information and it got lost.
Yeah, I knew the path, or I didn't know the path. I'm gonna go back and see what Quora said. I mean, they got some PhDs. Half of those people on Quora are the same people writing these articles anyway, so.
Pay Nest
All right,
Joe, you're
here's
off.
why it gets harder. Oh, my bad.
I was just gonna say you're off mute, Pay Nest Joe. There's something with the live stream role when you try to assign it, it doesn't usually go through for some reason.
Hold on,
Yeah.
who are you? Are you a mod?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I'm told that only Geo can give that role or something. Tell me.
Well, listen,
like,
here's
if you
what.
do the command says it works, but it doesn't actually assign it.
All right, here's why large objects are hard. Because they have a very small Compton wavelength, which is hard to detect. That's why the larger the objects, the harder it is to do the double slit.
I got cut out.
Jesus. Come on, Mo, man. We're learning about double slit and buckyballs. Listen, the reason why large objects are hard to do is because they have a very small Compton wavelength, which is hard to detect. All right.
What if we got some buckyballs that were from the Bronx rather than Compton?
Yeah, you got to use the Compton ones. They got Snoop D-O double over there repping. Yeah, so I don't see where buckyball is mentioned anywhere here in this whole thing.
Are you talking about buckyballs?
Yeah. What's the largest object they did with the double slit?
Oh, I saw they did what was that? Didn't they do some like 60 they did some object that had like 60 what was it, 60 nanometers across or something like that? I can't remember if that was double slit or something
Something
else.
bigger than a buckyball?
Wait, what do you mean? How big is a?
Okay, why do they call buckyballs? Why do they call buckyballs the magic molecule?
Wait, what are they calling a buckyball, by the way?
Oh my God, you don't know any of this stuff either.
Well, no, I know what a buckyball is, but not on the molecular level.
Why do they call it the magic molecule?
I'm not
Popular
sure what
science,
molecule. What are they talking about when they say that? Are they talking about some sort of configuration of carbon?
I don't know.
Well, what are they calling a buckyball? I'm not.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I only read the title.
But what the fuck am I asking you for then, man?
I was asking you. What do you mean? Why you asking me? I'm asking you.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyways, I got my new lift car, man. I didn't want to say this before, but I was renting this car with Uber, and they fucked up. They fucked up my whole thing up, dude. And actually, they wanted the car back for like a couple weeks now, and they were like, I was freaking out, dude. I thought they were gonna send cops to my house, but I dropped that shit off. And I got a car with Lyft. They're way nicer.
What happened with Uber?
Because they fucked up, dude. Like, you know, they don't work directly with the car company, so they work through Hertz or some other rental company. I was doing it through Hertz, and yeah, they just fucked up. They're pulling money from my account. So yeah, because they pulled money from my account, but then they claimed they didn't receive it. So it's not my problem. Anyways, they wanted the car back, and I wasn't giving it back, and they reported it stolen.
Well, keep fucking around. You're gonna be living in a car soon.
I just fucking returned it. So
Yeah, now you're gonna be homeless. Exactly. You better fucking get your shit straight. Listen, what do you know about buckyballs? Tell me everything you know about a buckyball.
I know like geometrically, but I think I did hear something about like a molecule being called a buckyball, but I can't remember what.
Yo, paid
molecule
NASA
it
shield,
was.
could you mute yourself, please?
Sorry, what?
Thanks, man. We're bleeding.
What happened?
No, keep going. He paid NASA shield was noise bleeding in the chat.
What the fuck, paid? Jesus. Just
Sorry
came
about
off mute. It's going in your fucking file.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of shit in my file.
Your file is just somebody took a shit and then just closed the manila folder. That's your whole file.
He's just got to stop and think for a second and say pop, pull his head out of his ass, and you'll be fine. He's like chasing his tail, thinking there's something you're doing here, dude, but you're just making noise.
Anyway,
Yes, I thought it was a
60 nanometers.
configuration of carbon atoms. Right.
60 nanometers is pretty big.
No, it's not 60. It's not 60 nanometers. It's 60 carbon atoms. And I did see this. I saw a article about this like 3 years ago. So I was close. So yeah, 60 nanometers, not 60 nanometers, 60 carbon atoms. It's like a configuration of 60 carbon atoms.
Well,
It's,
that has mass in it, right? That definitely has mass, whatever that is, right?
it's the mass of 60 carbon atoms. Yeah.
Yeah, so it has mass, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying it was weird with the light when it was the supposed massless particle, but apparently now it doesn't matter if it does or doesn't have mass. I'm telling you, this is evidence of it. This is evidence. What's that?
Just restate that. Restate that. 'Cause
Well, they were doing it with photons, and you didn't know if a photon has mass, doesn't have. The claim is a photon doesn't have mass, right? Yeah.
So you know
now that we're doing it with mass,
that's not the claim. When you're talking about the double slit experiment, the claim is it behaving like a
mass.
Yeah, no, but that's not. But doesn't put that into question. It puts into question whether it has wave-like properties or particle-like properties. And then they've been doing.
And now we know everything has wave-like properties because they can do it with even objects. What's that?
Yeah, go ahead, man. We've been doing that for over 100 years, man. They did it with electrons, and that's whenever it was actually a big deal. Whenever like, oh shit, it's not just light that behaves like particles. All particles behave like waves, even.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, they've been doing it with particles for a long time.
No, when?
I think it was like 100 years ago when they first did it with the electron.
Give me a year. What was their name? Bro, it's harder to do it with large objects because you can't.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because of what? Why? Why is it harder to see?
Because there's something called a de Broglie wavelength. And the Broglie wavelength is it's kind of like a quantum. It's like the quantum wave, basically. So it's like it can, this is why electrons, for example, which are very light, can pass through certain barriers. It's because they're quantum tunneling.
You're waffling.
No, listen, dude.
Listen. No, you listen. It's because
because
large objects.
Dude. It's not waffling. Yeah, the electrons are quantum tunneling. This is why you can't make microchips or transistors any smaller. You can't make a thumb drive any smaller. We call it a storage device any smaller because the electrons can quantum tunnel, and the de Broglie wavelength is inversely proportionate to the mass of the object. So the bigger the mass you have, the bigger the mass it is, the smaller the Broglie wavelength which means it's not going to be quantum tunneling. So
It's called the Compton wavelength, west side. Throw them up. Okay, not whatever you said.
What? The Broglie
Compton
wavelength.
No, Compton.
What's the Compton wavelength?
That's why.
That's something else.
No, that's why large objects are harder to do through the double slit because they have a small Compton wavelength. So I don't know what you're talking about, but my guy is a master theoretical. He has a master in theoretical physics, and he went to Radbound. So, and you're you. So your mom wrote your high school diploma with crayons.
I never said she used crayons, man.
That's right.
Yeah, matter waves. I've been reading about that. Yeah, so the matter waves are a central part of the theory of quantum mechanics. Be an example of wave particle duality. All matter exhibits wave blah blah blah. I don't know if I'm driving, so I can't read all this. I'm gonna look up what you just said. Compton wavelength or Compton.
Maybe just drive. How about just focus on the driving part? Because this is not
Would you
really
call it
that big of
Compton?
a deal.
No, it's fine. There's traffic. I'm stuck in traffic. Compton wavelength, you said?
Yeah, west side, and then you gotta go west side.
How about the quantum part of the particle? Quantum wavelength particle is equal to the wavelength of a photon.
Did you do the W with your fingers and say west side after you said Compton wavelength?
Every time, dude.
That's what you gotta do.
The same on wavelength of the photon whose energy is the same as the mass of that particle. I don't think that it's Compton wavelength. I think it's the Roy wavelength. Oh, dude, it just says right here. It's equivalent to the De Broglie wavelength. You fucking piece of shit. Trying to make me feel like a fucking motherfucker. It's the same thing, you fuck. Where's your fucking guy? Where's your quantum guy?
Which one?
This fucking guy, dude. I'm telling you, I'm reading about it now. It says it's the same. It's equivalent to the De Broglie wavelength.
All right, well, I wasn't aware of that. I didn't think you knew what you were talking
All right,
about.
so we're fucking squared.
I think his theoretical physics guy is theoretical.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, he's still. I mean, he got it. He got it right too. So, but regardless of that fact, what I know about the De Broglie wavelength is just that they said that the De Broglie wavelength will be inversely. It will grow inversely with the mass of the object. So that's why things as light as electrons, you'll see more of this wave-like behavior, and you'll see more just quantum tunneling and stuff like that. And I think when I read that article, I think that you might be talking about with the buckyball, the 60 carbon molecule. When I saw that, I think I saw exactly that. That it was at the time it was the largest configuration of quantum tunneling. I thought it was quantum tunneling. That's what it was. It was either quantum tunneling or it was what's it called? What's the other one? What's the other quantum phenomenon? Entanglement. I don't know. Maybe do you saw that article though, Jeremy? Okay, it even says this inverse reduced quantum wavelength is a natural representation for mass on the quantum scale. So for that exact reason that that was stated before, that the Broglie wavelength, or even the quantum wavelength as well, you know, the mass and that wavelength are inversely they grow inverse to one another. So you just use the inverse of the quantum wavelength, the Broglie wavelength, to get the mass. And what were you guys talking about when you were bringing this shit up? This buckyball shit.
I think it went Michelson Morley explaining that into Sin equivocating that with dark energy, and then I think Jeremy brought up buckyballs something.
It's funny whenever people, not naming names or generalizing anybody, but when people say that everything's wrong with our model, and then they bring up things like dark energy and dark matter. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's essentially how it was brought up.
What's the other one? The axis of evil. I wonder if the axis of evil is even that is even that curious. Although I'm not sure how. I'm not sure if my hypothesis would even hold, but I would think that, you know, because they say like a lot of the orientations of poles, like, you know, the pole of our sun and the pole of our galaxy and the pole of distant bullshits, some other bullshits and some other galaxies, they're all like aligned. But I mean, the pole of most of our planets are somewhat aligned. You know, there's, you know, save for one or two of them, and then obviously, you know, I mean, it's not perfect, obviously, but they're close enough to where they're semi-points in the same way, and that's just, I mean, there's a reason for that. So, because the rotation is roughly the same way.
I think generally our entire solar system is skewed from the galactic rotation. I saw a diagram a few days ago because I think there was some type of question that prompted it, and then our solar system sits, what it looked like was 40 degrees off from the rotation of the galaxy.
I mean, then what's the claim of the axis of evil?
Oh yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about when you talk about axis of evil. I assume you're talking about the axes in which things rotate.
Yeah,
but
well,
I don't know what the context is.
Yeah, people always bring it up like it's an issue, cosmological issue. But that's what I thought was the issue, was all these axes that were lined up.
Oh no! I mean, I think if someone makes that claim that all the axes of the planetary bodies within our galaxy is aligned, I would just say, yeah, you're starting off wrong.
And we're looking at it right now. It says an anomaly in observations of the cosmic microwave background. The anomaly appears to give the plane of the solar system, and hence location of Earth, a greater significance might be expected by chance. Okay, I want to see the overview. Let's see. For large scale view, identify.
What that is Kosho, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What that is they found that the Earth was at the center of the universe.
Well, that's impossible to know, but yeah. Everywhere in the universe is going to look like it's the center of the universe.
That's the claim they came out with after to cover their tracks, because they did it twice. They were astonished the first time, and then they had to repeat the so-called experiment, and it came out the same the second time.
Or you don't know what you're talking about. That's the other.
Yeah, I don't think that's the claim, SC, because that was known long ago that everywhere is going to look like it's the center of the galaxy when you talk about the expansion.
The guy that just spoke, does he have any clue what we're talking about?
Yeah, you're probably talking about what Hubble discovered.
No, I'm talking about the cosmic background radiation.
Yeah, that's what Hubble discovered. Thanks. I knew it.
And what is the test that I'm referring to?
I don't know.
Exactly. So why are you talking?
Because I know.
Why do you say why did you say that he doesn't know what he's talking about? If you don't even know what he's talking about.
Because it's actually Montreal.
Oh. Oh my god.
Because he tried to say what the experiment concluded, or what the people that ran the experiment concluded, and that's just bullshit what he said. That wasn't the conclusion. Oh no, he tried to say like they tried to make up a conclusion afterwards, like an ad hoc thing, and that's just bullshit. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, I said I believe. What I said was I believe, Osho, that what you're talking about showed that the Earth was at the center of the universe. That's what I said.
Hey,
And
well,
then after that, you said that they made something up to cover their tracks or something.
Yeah, after what Kosho said. Hold on. When Kosho said that, yeah, everybody's at the center of the universe, that's when I said that. That's the excuse they use to cover up their tracks. Yes. And I stand by
It's an
that.
excuse, or you don't know what you're talking about.
You, obviously, you're the one that...
You're the one doesn't know what he's saying.
I'm not the one calling it an excuse. Man, it's a perfectly valid.
Well, if he's calling it an excuse, why don't you ask him instead of to explain?
Geez, I wonder why
it's presumptuous.
I wonder why observations made from the Earth would tend to show that the Earth is at the center of the universe. That's a tough one. Let me think about that for a while.
Well, I wish I could engage more, but I'm driving right now, guys.
You're taking too long, Peynasa, to think. I think your time is up.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm reading about it some more now. Yeah, it's just about the microwave background radiation and some parts that they saw that was cool. I'm trying to see what it says. The plane lines up with the in a weird way. It says you can also see the structure that is observed. In fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Okay. But how does it mean the Earth is the center of the universe? I don't see how they jump that.
Have you watched The Principal? Have you watched the movie The Principal?
Yeah, I have. I don't think that's a good representation for anything in science. There's a lot of people who were in that movie who were very upset about being in that movie.
Yeah, because after they realized what they were saying, they had to backtrack like Michia Kaku.
No, they realized that what they were saying and how it was being presented. It's anything with what Luke Duino. They got really upset about being a part
Next
of that.
time, RC, when you hear these people, these experts say something, come to the Discord and ask what they mean, because these Kosho and they know all what they mean, right? Right, Kosho?
Yeah, all we know is what they say.
Regarding what?
Everything.
regarding what. Sometimes I mangle my words. Depends what it is. Depends the topic. Already have been reported, which led to flame the solar system.
No, you're saying that's not what they mean. That's what I'm saying. I mean, next time he listens to what they're saying, just don't listen to what they're saying and come to you guys, and you have the right interpretation of what they're saying, right? Every single time.
Oh, you're talking about. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking to people from the people from the movie, the principal. No, see, I'm not telling you that I think that their words got misconstrued. They told people, the viewers of that movie, that the people who made the movie misconstrued their words on purpose because they were upset that their words got misconstrued.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. It's not my claim. It's the claim of the people who said these things.
Wow. Okay. So everything. I would guess that the source would know what they meant.
Just for clarification, Coach, I posted a
Agree
link.
with that at all.
The solar system is at a 60-degree angle compared to the galactic equator.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the rotation. It's not those rotations. It's something to do more with the plane of our orbit and the some universe. That's what I'm trying to figure out is what it's comparing that to, and with the microwave background radiation. I'm not 100% sure.
I believe it's comparing it to the galactic plane. There's no reference point on the. There's no reference point on the background radiation.
No, but that's it. That's my point. Is that I'm talking about the specific claim of the axis of evil. Its claim is to do with the galaxy. Its claim is to do with the plane of the orbit and something to do with the microwave background. But I can't read what it is. But I read it.
Well, I've never heard it referred to as a plane before, so that'd be news to me. Doesn't mean it's not right. I'm not a cosmologist.
I'm trying to see what it is. It's exactly the line with it.
They also refer to it as flat, by the way.
Let me tag Chronic, see if he's around.
Well, I'm seeing at least there's because it said those were anomalies, and then it said that there might have been errors in there in how they collected the data also. So I'm just going to continue to read. Let me see. What's Anis? Oh my God! I almost drove somebody off the road. Actually, I did drive somebody off the road. I gotta put my phone down so they can't tell I'm using my phone.
Holy shit!
Yeah, they're about to come up on me right now.
Get off Discord. Get off Discord. What the hell, man?
Hey man, it's fine. If my hands are free, it's fine. I was not because I was on Discord, because I was reading. I was reading about
Don't
fucking Anis. I
read.
was trying to see what the word was.
What's the matter with you?
Just as bad or worse.
Coach, I love
That's
you,
okay.
but I think a mod should probably mute you until you're done driving.
Well, no, if I mute myself, then it's not going to be.
Coach, I told you 10 minutes ago to put the phone down and pay attention to driving.
You didn't say that.
Coach,
I absolutely did say that verbatim. I said, Coach, put the phone away and pay attention to driving. You were like reading about buckyballs or some shit.
Hey, well, don't say that. Anyway, yeah, Jerry. So are we clear about what's going on there with the buckyballs?
Yes, just focus on the road, please. The buckyballs are not that important. They're going to be there.
Okay. I need to ask somebody a question. I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not looking at my phone anymore. But I need to know what a anisotropy. I don't know what the word is even. I can't look at my phone now. No.
Anisotropic.
No.
That's what you just said.
Anisotropy.
Oh, anisotropy.
Anistropy?
Yeah, I got you. Anisotropic within physics. Having a physical property that has a different value when measured in different directions.
He just said no to that though.
Yeah,
No, that's right. That's right. I didn't hear you then. I didn't hear when you said it, Nerfer.
There's an example too.
So
there's an example too. A simple example is wood, which is stronger along the grain than across it.
So essentially, what we're doing is not isotropic. Isotropic meaning perfect sphere.
Okay, because that's okay. So that makes sense then, because I'm thinking about it in the term. I'm just thinking about wood. Okay, Jeremy. I know Jeremy's gonna. I knew it. Jeremy's gonna go with that. But regardless, yes. This is say again.
Let go of it. Let go of it, cat.
I was saying that.
Put it down, kitty.
Go ahead.
Fucking bitch
Hot
ass
mic,
cat.
Jeremy.
Oh, my bad.
Anyway, I was saying that this is to do with the microwave